Chapter 28 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Foreign Intrigues. No doubt Fitzmaurice was encouraged in his seemingly desperate task by the hope of succor from France or Spain. The fear of losing their lands bound the Irish chiefs and nobles together, but that would not weigh one grain with any foreign potentate. The chiefs were doubtless, with few exceptions, Catholics, but that alone would not have tempted them to incur the penalties of treason any more than it tempted Protestants like Cecil or Perrott to conspire against Queen Mary. Sir Edmund Butler fought against Sir Peter Carew, but not against the Queen. The Desmonds and their allies fought against the St. Legers and Grenvilles and against their hereditary foes of the House of Ormond. The O'Neills feared schemes of colonization. If the Queen would let them alone, they asked for no other sovereign. Purely Irish interests were sure to be sacrificed by France, Spain, and Rome, but Catholicism was an inheritance in which they all shared. Fitzmaurice, therefore, lost no opportunity of giving the struggle a religious character, and there were plenty of abuses in Ireland calculated to scandalize the devout as well as to give a handle to those who were actuated only by worldly motives. Irish priests at Louvain, often men of honesty and virtue, took care to tell English travellers that the Lord Deputy had one archbishopric and 2 bishoprics in Farm Cashel for £40, the others for less. That the revenues of one see supported the Grand Falconer, and those of another the Clerk of the Kitchen. Sufficient parsons, no doubt, to have such cure of Irish souls as the English doctrine will permit them to have at this day. The deanery of St. Patrick's was appropriated to the support of the Great Seal, much to the disgust of the Chancellor Weston, a pious and conscientious man who saw the abuse clearly enough. The parsonage of Dungarvan was assigned for the maintenance of the Lord President. Laymen were appointed to ecclesiastical dignities. English Jesuits who found their way to Ireland could report these things on the continent, adding that Sidney's gentleness did their cause more harm than any severity could have done. Fitzmaurice was a sincere enthusiast, and no doubt he thought that the Queen's misdeeds and excommunication would bring about a crusade, but the days of Boniface were past, and little help was vouchsafed, though rumours filled the air. A messenger from Spain touched at Cork Beg at the mouth of Cork Harbour, where he left news for the seneschal, and then went on to join Fitzmaurice in the Aherlow woods. He reported that a great fleet was coming to Dingle. Some ships from Brest and Morlaix did visit that secluded haven, but only to carry off Fitzmaurice's son, who set quietly to work to seek recruits in Brittany. About 30 years before, Peter Strozzi had proposed to make a Calais on some Irish island. This plan was now revived, but probably Delacroix reported against it. There was much trade between Spain and the west of Munster, the foreigners carrying away fish, beef, hides, and tallow in exchange for wine and sometimes for arms. Don Juan de Mendoza came in a ship belonging to John Hawkins, and by his charming manner at first disarmed Sidney's suspicion, but a penniless Italian adventurer, a Lucchese named Josefo, informed him that the Biscayan Hidalgo had been sent by Alva to excite an insurrection in Ireland. Josefo managed to get hold of the Spaniard's letters, but the packet was so sealed as to defy tampering. The Italian, who was known for his attachment to the Queen of Scots, and who was perhaps a double traitor, offered to go to Alva for the purpose of getting information. Sidney, at Mendoza's request, licensed Josepho to go to France. His route necessarily lay through England, and the Lord Deputy sent Cecil word that he might waylay him there and detain him or not as he thought fit. Fitzwilliam, more cautious than Sidney, objected to any foreigner becoming acquainted with Ireland as Mendoza had done, and in this he was probably right. The Spaniard protested his innocence and affected to be aggrieved by a detention of 18 months, while speaking in high terms of Sidney's and of Gilbert's courtesy. Yet Fitzwilliam's caution was evidently more to Burleigh's taste, for 3 German counts who had a mind to visit Ireland a year or 2 later received introductions accompanied by secret instructions to show them nothing which could decently be concealed. Foreign powers, however, were not likely to want information, for Fitzmaurice sent Maurice Riach Fitzgibbon, the papal archbishop of Cashel, to Philip. Fitzgibbon went from Spain to Bordeaux, where the bishop presented him with a good horse to ride during his stay. He told certain Youghal merchants that he was come to seek help from the French king, and was allowed openly to rig ships and to press men. The Guises sent emissaries to keep Ireland disturbed, and the appearance of a fleet under the Duke of Medina Celi was the appointed signal for a general rising. A combined invasion by French and Spaniards was looked for daily, and one of Burleigh's spies, a Catholic by birth and in constant communication with the Bishop of Ross, obtained accurate information as to the hopes of the papal party in Ireland. The gentry of the Pale and of the greater part of Leinster were Catholics at heart, looking for an opportunity to throw off the mask. In Ulster all were ardent Catholics, banded together under the influence of the Jesuit David Wolfe, whose orders issued from his prison in Dublin Castle were generally obeyed. All Connaught was anti-English. In the Desmond half of Munster all were Catholics and Confederates, who expected a large army from Spain and France, in which latter country Thomond had sowed good seed. Ormond, indeed, was not naturally loyal, but that was the only dark spot. The Ulster, Connaught, and Munster bishops were Catholics, those of Leinster only Protestant. The northern clergy looked to Raymond O'Gallagher, Bishop of Derry, who had lately returned from Rome with a large budget of orders. The southern waited on the word of Maurice Riach Fitzgibbon, who was already in Spanish pay, and who was the head and front of the whole conspiracy. The case of the Catholic Confederates can best be told in Fitzgibbon's own words. In recommending his suit to Philip and to the Pope, he recited the fidelity of Ireland to the Holy See during the 1,127 years which had elapsed since the time of St. Patrick and Pope Celestine, and then continued, "Notwithstanding that for 50 years they have been very often sorely provoked, molested, and afflicted by divers schisms, errors, and heresies of the unstable and restless sect and nation of the kingdom of England, yet has God's clemency preserved all your people firm and steadfast in their accustomed Catholic faith, obedience, and devotion, and has inspired them not to acquiesce in the errors propounded to them. Your Holiness and your Catholic Majesty must know that all the nobility and the entire people of that kingdom wish to walk as usual in the footsteps of their forefathers, and to remain firm, steadfast, and constant in the same faith and unity of the Catholic Church, and to persevere to the death in perpetual obedience and devotion to the Supreme Pontiffs and to the Apostolic See. They hate and abhor sects and heresies so much that they prefer to leave their homes and go abroad rather than to live under heretics or to acquiesce in the errors and restlessness of the English, who who in the last schism under Henry VIII and Edward VI plundered and devastated the churches and monasteries of Ireland, proscribed and afflicted Catholic bishops and religious persons, and threw the whole population into the greatest confusion. The Queen Elizabeth has revived the tragedy and has imprisoned the chief bishops and other religious persons of the kingdom for their perseverance in the faith and their Catholic obedience, and throughout the whole island has executed the policy of her father and brother with the greatest determination and vigor, sending new preachers and heretical bishops with great store of heretical books to be circulated among the people. Wherefore the people of that kingdom, with all humility, pray God without ceasing that he will pity their calamities and end their afflictions, and that he will condescend so to inspire the minds of his holiness and of the most clement Catholic King, that they may be pleased to make it their immediate care that the people, devoted as it is to God, to his holiness, and to his Catholic majesty, shall not be contaminated and destroyed by the accursed and contagious heresy which flourishes in England. Your holiness and your Catholic majesty must know that it has long been, and now is, the highest desire of the nobility and all the people of that kingdom to come absolutely under the patronage and protection of his holiness, and of the most clement and Catholic King of Spain, to whom all men of position and property in that island look directly for the means of avoiding the affliction and danger of the heresy and schism in the ever-changing kingdom of England. They have therefore deliberately resolved, with God's help and the favor of the most clement Catholic King, to accept the person of any active Catholic prince of his Catholic Majesty's blood, whether of the Spanish or Burgundian branch, specially appointed by him for the purpose, and to receive him and crown him as their true, legitimate, and natural king, and thus to re-establish in perpetuity the royal throne of that island, and to venerate the presence of one king, one faith, and one kingdom, the donation of that island having been first obtained from and confirmed by the Apostolic See. Thus they hope to remain henceforth forever in their accustomed obedience and devotion to the Supreme Pontiff, and in union with the Holy Catholic Mother Church of Christ, and in their pristine friendship and alliance with the royal house of Spain, from which nation the whole nobility of that kingdom derived its origin. Not without cause do all the states of that island most strongly desire this, since that kingdom in extent, in its temperate climate, in its fertility, and in its wealth, might well vie with the kingdom of England, if only it were ruled justly and piously by a religious resident Catholic prince or royal head. They all in general detest the tyrannous and inconstant yoke of the English state, and still more its heresies, with which they desire to have nothing in common except neighborliness and Christian love. Underwritten are the names of those prelates, chiefs, barons, and nobles who are thus well disposed towards the Holy Apostolic See, and that most impotent prince, the Lord Philip, King of all Spains. Then follows a list of all the nobles, prelates, chiefs, and towns in Ireland who were prepared to promote Spanish interests in the country, together with those of many English residents in the island. The Archbishop urged Philip to seize at once all Irish forts and harbours, a proceeding which the English were in no condition to prevent. Success, he said, altogether depends on celerity, for your Majesty will be able to do with 10,000 men and a little expense what you will not afterwards be able to accomplish with 100,000 men and all available power. We know from other sources how weak the English government was at this time, and how difficult it would have been to dislodge even 5,000 Spaniards. But to ask Philip to do anything quickly was as vain as speaking to the winds or riding upon the running water. Yet Fitzgibbon certainly did not underrate the importance to Spain of an Irish alliance. Few will think that the resources of Ireland were at any time equal to those of England. Of the 12 prelates whom he enumerates, not more than 3 or 4 were in a condition to give an invader material help. Among the 6 earls whom he mentions, Desmond was a prisoner in England, Ormond a loyal subject of Queen Elizabeth, and Clanricarde at least not actively disloyal. There was no Earl of Tyrone. Thomond and Clarencare were ready enough both to rebel and to submit when pressed. The Irish chiefs were all Catholics, no doubt, but nothing like continuous combined action could be expected from clans who had from time immemorial been fighting against each other. From the chartered towns a Catholic prince might expect much sympathy, but very little open aid. England had always been strong enough to punish them. 40 years before, Charles V, after a careful investigation, had made up his mind that the Desmonds could not be maintained against the Tudors, and the more he learned about the matter, the less likely was Philip to disagree with his father's opinions. Some account must now be given of one of the most extraordinary adventurers which even the England of the 16th century produced. Thomas Stukely, a gentleman belonging to an old English family in North Devon, having run through his younger brother's portion by riotous living while in the Duke of Suffolk's retinue, sought after his patron's death to enrich himself at the expense of others. Claiming a legacy from another West countryman, Sergeant Prideaux, he broke into the testator's house and searched his coffers in spite of an injunction to the contrary. He tried piracy for a while and was imprisoned in the Tower at the suit of an Irish gentleman whom he had robbed. His friends managed to procure his enlargement, and he soon persuaded the only daughter and heiress of Alderman Curtis to marry him. When his father-in-law died, he spent his money in every kind of dissipation. If a ballad-monger of the day may be believed, he squandered £100 a day, selling at last the blocks of tin with which the alderman, probably a Cornishman or Devonian, had paved the yard of his London house. When all was gone, he deserted his wife. "Make much of me, dear husband," she did say. "I'll make much more of thee," said he, "than any one shall verily," and so he sold her clothes and went his way. His magnificent patronage had been extended to travellers, one of whom dedicated to him a description of the countries bordering on the Baltic, and like other Devon men, he looked to the sea as to his native element. The Queen licensed him to found a colony in Florida, and he promised to, in his usual vein of braggadocio, to write to her in the style of princes to our dearest sister. The Queen directed Sussex to give his flotilla shelter in the Irish ports, and from that time he is connected more or less closely with the history of Ireland. He had made friends with Shane O'Neill during his residence in London. Stukely never went to Florida, but with a ship of 400 tons, containing 100 tall soldiers besides mariners, he appeared upon the coast of Munster in his true character of pirate. "I fear," said Sir Thomas Roth, "he will make the sea his Florida. He hath been reached at to be catched, but it will not be yet." Caught he was at last, and in great danger of hanging, for Elizabeth was very angry at his piracies, but Shane O'Neill wrote on behalf of his old acquaintance, professing to believe it quite impossible that he could have done anything against Queen or laws. Even Arnold was captivated, or perhaps was determined to see things in the same light as Shane. At all events, Stukely found some favour, for he was allowed to enter into recognizances as to the charges of piracy, and to go back to Ireland with recommendations from Cecil, Leicester, and Pembroke. Sidney not only showed him favour, but at Shane's own request employed the desperate adventurer as a go-between, and the success of the negotiations was such as might have been expected from the diplomatist's character. Stukely next persuaded Sir N. Bagwell to sell him his office of marshal and his lands in Ireland for £3,000 Irish. Sidney was inclined to sanction the bargain, but the notion of Stukely being employed in such an office was much disliked in England. Cecil did not approve of it, and the Lord Deputy had gently to remind him that he had himself written in Stukely's favour. Elizabeth, who seems to have correctly judged the adventurer's character, railed at him in good set terms, would not hear of his appointment, and ordered him to be sent home to answer the charges made against him in the Admiralty Court. Those who love to depreciate Elizabeth should remember how well she saw through the specious villain who deceived Burghley, Sidney, and Philip. It is likely enough that Stukely would never have paid Bagwell. Had he found the £3,000, it would probably have been either the profits of piracy or a bribe from Shane O'Neill. He neither returned to England nor gave up his evil courses, being soon afterwards in trouble for buying stolen goods from pirates. Sidney remained his friend and placed him in temporary possession of the seneschalship of Wexford, vacant first by the absence and then by the death of Sir Nicholas Heron. But the Queen was obdurate, and the coveted office was given to Nicholas White, against whom Stukely immediately began to intrigue, representing the successful candidate as a creature of Ormond and an enemy to the Lord Deputy. He was rash enough to say that he did not care a straw for the Queen or her office, and finding his powers for mischief too limited in Ireland, and himself in danger of arrest, he went to Spain and offered his services to Philip. Mendoza assured Cecil that he knew nothing about this journey, but of course his statement was not believed. Knowing Stukely's antecedents, it is extraordinary that Sidney should have taken no pains to stop him, and should have believed that he and his motley following were going to London to see the Queen. Stukely had already been some time in communication with Spain, and it is impossible to believe that Sidney was privy to his designs, but it is hard to understand the treatment he received. He was allowed to purchase the Trinity of Bridgewater and to spend 5 weeks at Waterford waiting for a wind and lading a cargo of malt, wheat, beans, and 14 horses. The crew consisted of 28 men, English and Irish, except one Italian named Alessandro Fedeli. Only Fedeli and the pilot knew the ship's destination. A run of 5 days brought them to Vivero in Galicia, whence Stukely sent Fedeli and Raymond Digby to the king at Seville. Archbishop Fitzgibbon afterwards informed Philip that many of Stukely's company were in despair when they found themselves in Spain, not daring to go back to England or Ireland, and destitute of resources. He threatens them, in case they attempt to return to their country or go elsewhere, to put them in prison or something worse, that is, to throw them into the sea, for they are in his ship, as he treated others on a former occasion. Your Majesty can be well informed of all this by the same Irishmen who are here or in Galicia on this condition, that the same Thomas Stukely be never told who gave the information, for on other terms they will never tell the truth, fearing this man, who has always been most singularly revengeful in his wickedness. Stukely's messengers returned with 200 ducats, and Philip afterwards sent a pursuivant with 1,000 more to bring their leader to Madrid, where he or his son received a further sum of 3,000 ducats. Stukely was lodged at the king's cost, a Catalonian knight of the Calatrava, Don Francis de Merles, being assigned to him as companion. An emissary of Cecil's was from the first at work to sow dissension between Stukely and Archbishop Fitzgibbon, who was already disliked by the Duke of Feria. De Silva, the late ambassador in England, was consulted as to the nature of the Irish and Scotch, and he reported that both nations were beggarly, proud, and traitorous. Whatever value Philip may have attached to this opinion, he lavished favours on Stukely, knighted him, and gave him sums amounting to 21,000 ducats within a few months. 500 reals a day were allowed him for table money, and the king sent his son to Alcala to be educated in the Prince of Orange's company. Stukely now recalled himself Duke of Ireland, and made more show than any two dukes at the Spanish court. The Duke of Feria gave him horses and armour. He lived splendidly in his village near Madrid, and he was allowed to hope for a force of 10,000 men and the 26 ships which had brought Philip's queen to Spain. Some said that an expedition under the Duke of Medina Kelly was intended for Ireland, and that the whole island would rise as soon as his flag appeared on the coast. In France, too, the stir among the exiles was great. Emissaries from Alva spread a report at Paris that the Duke was going to do something in Scotland or Ireland about March 1571. Malicorne, who had represented France at the marriage of the King of Spain, returned with news that Julian Romero, an old soldier who had been wounded at St. Quentin, had actually been dispatched to Ireland with 3,000 men. Francis Walsingham, who was beginning his great career as ambassador at Paris, had a conversation with Charles IX, who told him that he hated the Guise faction, and that he supposed Queen Elizabeth did so too. Walsingham could only repeat what he heard, but he must have been reassured by the magnificent contempt with which his mistress treated all these rumours. She informed him that certain savage Irish rebels of no value had gone to Spain nominally for conscience' sake, whereas they were of no religion, but wholly given to bestiality. Stukely had joined them, and tried to make himself important by superfluously spending of other men's goods, he being in fact not worth a Marmaduke. She marvelled that the king or minister should be taken in by such a fellow, and could not believe in Julian Romero and his invasion. It had never been her practice to employ Protestant refugees, of which there were plenty in England, in intrigues against their lawful sovereign, the King of Spain. Walsingham was instructed to complain about the French captain who brought away Fitzmaurice's son, and he was not to be put off with evasive answers either from the French king or from the Spanish ambassador at Paris. The Spanish ambassador, with a proud and disdainful countenance, denied all knowledge of Stukely or Romero. They were no Spaniards who had that enterprise in hand. The French king promised to punish Mons de la Roche and the other officers who had meddled in Irish plots, but Walsingham believed neither of them, and advised the queen to revenge herself by giving trouble in Flanders. The Netherlanders indeed tied Philip's hands, for France was not yet a Spanish province with Guise for viceroy, and it was impossible to break conclusively with England until French influence in Flanders should be no longer feared. When Stukely arrived in Spain, Archbishop Fitzgibbon recommended him to Philip without knowing much about him. He said he was daring and clever, that he had a knowledge of Irish harbours and was accompanied by Irish mariners, and that he bitterly hated his own country, to which he could never hope to return. But Fitzgibbon, like Rinuccini in later times, found that there was an irreconcilable difference between English and Irish refugees. The former were quite ready to get rid of Elizabeth, and not to be too particular about the means. But then Mary Stuart must be their queen. Their Catholic England once established, they had no more idea than Mary Tudor had of suffering an independent Ireland, or an Ireland under foreign sovereignty. Philip knew enough about his late wife's dominions to see that the lesser island would be a most burdensome possession, and that no possible England would ever allow him to hold it quietly. He lavished favours on Stukely, who was no doubt amusing and might annoy his dear sister-in-law, but he professed ignorance as to the projector's plans, and perhaps never had any serious notion of employing him against Ireland. The island was poor, and the people barbarous, and no revenue could be expected. He had trouble enough already with the Flemings, who had long been pouring across the Channel rather than submit to Alva's tyranny, enriching England and draining his own exchequer. To invade Ireland would be to add an English fleet to his other troubles, and very possibly to cause a French occupation of Flanders. He is said to have contemplated seizing the Scilly Islands, which might have been valuable as a protection to Spanish trade, but this idea, if ever entertained, was abandoned for similar reasons. The Irish had offered their country to Philip to escape from England, in the belief, perhaps, that it might be left to themselves. Fitzgibbon saw clearly that this could never be. Had England remained Catholic, he would have preferred her rule. Now that Catholicism was proscribed, he was perforce for the Spaniard. Fitzgibbon told Philip Stukely's very unedifying history. At first he had recommended him as likely to be useful, but was now convinced that he was an impostor. I cannot, he said, believe that the Irish princes would wish to let a private English gentleman should have command in the slightest degree in their kingdom, while they with such obstinacy resist the Queen of England, who has so often offered them peace on good conditions. Therefore I consider his coming as an act of deception, or an act devoid of common sense, for, as far as I can understand, he has received no commission from the princes of Ireland for your majesty or any one else. The adventurer retorted with charges against the prelate's private character, which, whether true or false, had certainly some weight with Philip. Stukely may have cherished some mad idea of ruling Ireland as a Spanish viceroy. In any case, it is likely that he ill-treated the Irishmen who followed him, for they deserted to the Archbishop of Cashel, who refused to give them up. The court were divided into two parties, Ruy Gomez favouring the Archbishop, and the Duke of Feria, with his English wife, siding with Stukely. There was a further difficulty with the Pope, who considered Ireland his own property, and thought Philip but a lukewarm son of the Church. It was not so very long since Tivoli and Ostia had been occupied by Spanish troops, and the city saved by a sort of accident. Did not the Catholic king, the great-nephew of Catherine of Aragon, the grandson of the great Isabella, keep the peace with his sister-in-law, and bear patiently the many insults of that excommunicated heretic? Anne Boleyn's bastard daughter, the cardinal secretary, informed the zealous Irish priest that the Pope was much surprised at his presumption in moving in such matters without special license. He might easily have remembered that Ireland was a fief of the Church and inalienable without the will of the Lord. His Holiness would do nothing unless Philip would sue to him for a grant, and the cardinal secretary would merely venture to guess that such a suit would not be denied. He might with at least equal probability have guessed that it never would be made. Fitzgibbon was horrified at meeting opposition from Rome. He was a fugitive, and his flock was at the mercy of wolves. His pall had been carried off by the English heretics, and he besought the Pope to send him another. If Ireland thought His Holiness alone could have delivered her from the jaws of the English, she would have asked no other master. But other help was clearly necessary. France had none to give, and no state was more orthodox than Spain, which could alone relieve Irish Catholics. Only prompt help could avail, for the power of England increased daily, not only in Ireland, but in France, Flanders, Scotland, and Germany. Catholic interests, indeed, were threatened all over Europe. While Pius V hesitated and procrastinated, Stukely swaggered about in Spain and affected to take the interests of English Catholicism under his protection. A certain Oliver King, a soldier of fortune, was at Madrid and was accused by Stukely of heresy, but his daily attendance at Mass, where he knocked his breast devoutly, obtained for King the advocacy of Don Francisco de Merles, and his persecutor was unable to bring him before the Inquisition. He was, however, stripped and banished, and was fain to pass the Pyrenees in the snow, eluding the bravos whom Stukely had sent after him. When in safety he wrote to Cecil, giving an account of Stukely's proceedings, and praying God that he might not see England as he had seen France, the land waste and the women at the mercy of foreign hirelings. Traitors, he said, abounded, who gaped for Queen Elizabeth's death, and Stukely boasted that he would give Ireland to Philip. Some 4,000 desperadoes had been got together, rascally, for Elizabeth's death, and Stukely boasted that he would give Ireland to Philip. Some 4,000 desperadoes had been got together, rascally ill-armed Brisonians, but officered by old beaten men of war, such as Julian Romero. An expedition was expected to sail almost immediately from Vigo, and King, who had a knowledge of military matters and mining, eagerly offered his services, provided the Queen would pardon him. Another Englishman who had been in regular correspondence with Norris and Walsingham was imprisoned for 47 days on suspicion and nearly died of ill treatment. On being released, he was ordered to quit the kingdom. He agreed with King that a descent on Ireland would take place in March or April 1571, and added that Alva had a plan to occupy Caister and Yarmouth. Finding that no expedition left Vigo, and that the king trusted Stukely more than him, Fitzgibbon determined to see what he could do in France. At Bordeaux he was received with honour by the bishop, who gave him a horse to ride during his stay. On arriving at Paris he was at once waited on by Captain Thomas, a native of the Pale, in the French service, who offered him such courtesies as were in the English ambassador's power. He asked and received an introduction to the Cardinal of Lorraine, to whom he manifested his own importance and the weakness of Ireland. Thomas, who had access to the cardinal, let him know that Ireland was strong enough to resist a multitude, a statement which would have been hardly borne out by Sidney or Fitzwilliam. With better reason, the captain reminded his eminence that Fitzgibbon was a Geraldine, and that the heads of the house were in prison. The cardinal's demeanour then became cool, and the poor archbishop began to think that, after all, Queen Elizabeth might be his best card. A second Irish soldier was appointed to watch him and to report anything of importance that he might let fall. The Queen would not promise to restore him to his see, but was willing to pardon him and to give him as good a living in Ireland. If Walsingham thought him insincere, he was to pump every possible secret out of him, and then try to get him given up by the French king as a rebel. The archbishop's terms were a pardon under the Great Seal, restoration to his see, and license to go back to Ireland with 8 companions, in consideration of which he was ready to be a loyal subject and to let Her Majesty have all news. Being pressed to substitute secrets for news, he said he was very unwilling to do anything which might deprive him of a future asylum in Spain or elsewhere. Should the Queen think fit to restore him to his country and place, he said nothing about the lost Paul. He would show to Walsingham in writing both the names of the conspiracy and also the remedy, but Elizabeth would not hear of his returning to Ireland except by way of England, and he was far too wary for that. He sought an interview with Anjou, but here Captain Thomas was before him, and told the French prince that Ireland was poor and only an expense to the Queen, and that the archbishop was of small credit, having been banished for brawling. Monsieur then sent the exiled prelate 200 crowns, and said he was afraid he should not have time to see him. Fitzgibbon seemed for a moment inclined to go to England and sue for pardon, but sinister practices prevented this, if it had ever been seriously intended. The archbishop went off to Nantes, and afterwards found his way to Scotland, where he suffered imprisonment. Returning again to the continent, he continued to intrigue against Elizabeth, and died at Oporto in 1578 without having effected anything of importance. Captain Thomas continued to draw his 16 crowns per month from the French government, and received thanks from Queen Elizabeth, but she does not seem to have conferred those substantial rewards at which Walsingham hinted. She had conveniently discovered in the course of the intrigue that the archbishop was not of much importance, and that he was no relation to the Earl of Devon. End of chapter 28. Chapter 29, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1571 and 1572. Sidney was looked upon as the proper viceroy for stormy times, and to him money and troops were given grudgingly and of necessity, for he would not go to Ireland without them. Fitzwilliam was but a stopgap thrown into the place to serve a turn, as he bitterly expressed it. For God's sake, he cried, let me be rid of Ireland, or I perish. Arthur Lord Grey was chosen for the perilous post, but the appointment did not then take place because the Queen differed from him as to a sum of £2,000. It would all, said Fitzwilliam, have been spent in her service, and she would lose 10 times the sum by denying it. Of money, indeed, there was a most grievous want. The magazines were empty, the captains were almost openly mutinous, the men were in rags and ready to desert, being forced in the meantime to sell their arms for sheer want. The victuallers were unpaid and had struck work. The Lord Chancellor's salary was at least 2 years in arrears. Grey was taken seriously ill at the thought of being forced to go to Ireland on the Queen's terms, and Sidney positively refused to return. Fitzwilliam had therefore to remain and to make the best of it. He received the title of Lord Deputy, but neither more men nor more money than when he held the less exalted post of Lord Justice. After his failure at Castlemaine, Perrott said that the work of trotting the mountains was not suited to English soldiers. He had been promised 200 kern at 6d. a day, but had received neither the men nor the pay. He could not do without them, even if he had to keep them at his own cost. The only real way of restoring order was to be in 2 places at once, as governor and as general. That being impossible, he must have such a force as would bear dividing. To follow the kern from wood to wood, your lordship knows the soldiers are far unable. Therefore, if I should do any good here, I must have kern against kern, and gallowglass against gallowglass, and trained men to do what they may for the stand. Limerick, the garden of Munster, was too much impoverished to support an army, and the men were in dysentery from always eating beef without bread or vegetables, not 40 horsemen being fit for service. The Privy Council, who had promised 200 kern, now murmured at being asked for a bare 100, and the fiery President declared that he would never trust them nor do anything in their faith again. From Ormond alone, whom he ever loved and honoured, did he get any real help, and he was not always satisfied that even Ormond did his best to prosecute the rebels, for he urged him to divide his men into 4 divisions, and then to leave Fitzmaurice no resting place. But even while chiding the Earl for inaction, Perrott admitted that want of provisions was a fair excuse. In his extremity, Perrott was driven to ask that Sir John of Desmond might be sent over. In the absence of the Earl, Sir John would then be leader of the Geraldines, and would draw all away from James Fitzmaurice. The people of the poor, ruinous town of Kinsale, as they called themselves, begged for both brothers to help the President in saving them from the fate of Kilmallock. They of Youghal, who had yet to learn of what Desmond was capable, urged the same request. They complained of being shut up within their walls, in hourly fear of assault, and crushed by the cost of a garrison in which they had no confidence. They were worn with watching. No one could spend a night at home. Rich and poor were in the same plight, and the young would soon be as weak as the old already were. Their chance of food depended on the precarious herring fishery. Desmond and his brother, they said, in their time, did right well govern these parts, and their return would send James Fitzmaurice beyond the seas. For Sidney they longed no less than for Desmond. Perrott was entirely against the restoration of the Earl, thinking that his further detention in London would secure the good behaviour of his brother. He advised that the Earl and Countess, who were prisoners at large, should be shut up in the Tower for a year, so as to take away all hope of their return. This, he thought, would encourage the Geraldine chiefs to make separate terms. Sir John might then be safely sent over, security having been first taken for his good behaviour. "I hear," said Perrott, "he is a decent gentleman." Fitzwilliam, who saw Munster pretty much through Ormond's eyes, was equally against both. God keep both Sir John of Desmond and base money out of Ireland, yet are they both at the seaside to come over, if bruits be true. Most people who study the acts of Sir John Perrott will probably be of opinion that he was a wise and honest man, if not always prudent for himself, but he now indulged in such an act of folly as can hardly be matched even in the annals of Irish misgovernment. He could not catch James Fitzmaurice, and therefore he challenged him, resolving, if possible, to end the war at one blow. Had the weapons been those of the tilt-yard, the Queen's old champion might have been pretty sure of victory, but Fitzmaurice, who at first encouraged the President's idea, insisted upon sword and target and Irish trousers for both sides. Perrott agreed and provided a pair of scarlet trousers for himself. Then Fitzmaurice objected to single combat and proposed that there should be 50 a side. It was finally agreed that each party should consist of 12 horse and 12 foot, with different armor and weapon. Edward Butler was one of those picked on the President's side. Perrott wrote to Ormond to borrow his horse and begged him to attend with all his force, evidently thinking that there was a danger of foul play. I trust very shortly he's told the Earl to make end of this war, and to overthrow the rest of these Geraldines, which do so much annoy Her Majesty's subjects. My lord, I have promised that there shall be no hurt done unto him by any of your lordship's men, until such time as the day be past, and I have promised him peace, that no man shall hurt him, nor none of his, till this matter be tried. And so he likewise hath promised to do the like unto all Her Majesty's subjects. It is not surprising that Ormond was almost at his wit's end on receiving this extraordinary letter from his old brother-in-arms. The manner of the President's dealing herein is strange to me. I will stay his lordship, if I can by any means, from this attempt, and will with all my heart join with him myself and my company to fight against the traitor and his whole company, rather than he should so barely hazard himself with so few. God send us a good hour against these villains. He may have intended treachery and been foiled by Ormond's action, or he may have suspected treachery, but the message he sent by his Irish poet gave a very good reason for not coming. If I should kill Sir John Perrott, the Queen of England can send another president into this province, but if he do kill me, there is none other to succeed me, or to command as I do. Therefore I will not willingly fight with him, and so tell him from me. In the most disturbed times in modern Irish officials, even policemen have often been protected by the same consideration. Perrott, however, was very angry, and resolved to hunt the fox out of his hole, regretting, as well he might, that he had wasted so much time and played into the hands of his crafty foe. The failure of colonization projects in Munster did not prevent the Queen from listening to those who imagined that they could found private principalities in Ireland. The district of Ards, in what is now the county of Down, being almost surrounded by the sea, was by its position well suited for such an experiment. On the northwest, a land frontier of barely 10 miles might seem to require no great number of defenders. Various offers were made, those of Secretary Smith being accepted by Elizabeth. Tremaine, who foresaw the commotion that would be caused by any scheme of colonization, was in favor of a more extended experiment, but strongly advised that the Queen should appear as the patroness of a country already her own, and not as a conqueror. The people should be told that their rights would not be infringed, and this should be published everywhere in the Irish language. Had Sir Thomas Smith taken this advice, he would still have had many difficulties to encounter, but he did not take it, and the Ulster Irish had their first notice from a pamphlet written in English and published in London. Sir Thomas thought that the little book was evil done, but was induced to agree to its being put forth by his son, who was to have the actual direction of the business, and whom he was even content to lose in the glorious work of reconquering the Queen's land without burden to her or to the English state. The writer of the pamphlet, whether young Smith or another, set forth at length the historical reasons why the English power had waned in Ireland, and proposed to restore it by colonization. A permanent garrison was to be established, and every soldier to be made master of his own land, to him and his heirs for ever. It was supposed that 600 or 700 men would be enough, and that the penniless younger sons, who could no longer fall back on the decent idleness of the abbeys, would seize upon this golden opportunity. The examples chosen to prove how easily a small English force might overcome a larger body of Irish were singularly inapplicable to a plan of colonization. It was true that Gilbert, with 100 men, had driven the Munster rebels before him, that Collier was one company had discomfited 1,000 Redshanks, that Randolph with 300 had beaten 3,000 O'Neills before Derry. But it was equally true that the rebels were as strong as ever when Gilbert's back was turned, that Scots continued to pour in, and that the settlement at Derry was abandoned. It was argued that 300 horse and 400 foot would be enough to settle the Ards, and their pay would amount to £10,000 a year. For the first 3 years they were to pay no rent for their holdings, after which it was estimated that they would be self-supporting. How Sir Thomas Smith could imagine that private adventurers would lend £10,000 a year without interest for 3 years upon the security of Irish land still unconquered may well puzzle us, but sanguine hope was a characteristic of the 16th century. Many shall say, the candid pamphleteer admits, that they shall go into a place where they shall want meat, housing, and all things necessary, for that no prince yet hath been able to victual their army, that the soldier is always constrained to march through the bogs and rivers, and in the night to lodge upon the grass, without meat and fire. This is indeed a great misery, but consider the difference that is between the deputy's journey, who seeketh to apprehend the rebels' bodies, and his enterprise, who desireth the land only. Whatever English adventurers may have thought of Thomas Smith and his pamphlet, there was nothing in the movement which could possibly be pleasing to the Irish. The Norman family of Savage had from early times enjoyed dominion in the Ards, and their title to considerable estates in the southern half had been acknowledged in 1559. It was evidently not intended to interfere with them, and though pretty thoroughly Hibernicized, they seem on the whole to have favoured Smith's enterprise. Had the plan been strictly confined to the peninsula and adequately supported until the cultivation of wastes became profitable, a small English pale might have been created in Ulster. But Sir Brian MacPhelim O'Neill, chief of a clan which had long lorded it over the southern part of Antrim and the northern part of Down, took fright at once. Even in the Ards he claimed superiority, and he rightly guessed that Smith's operations would extend further. Captain Pearce at Carrickfergus promptly reminded the Lord Deputy that it was the nature of Irishmen to let land lie idle rather than to see others work, and that the clan boy O'Neills had been too long loose to brook the curb easily. Pearce circulated a letter purporting to be a copy of one sent by the Lord Deputy, and denying the whole story, but the truth, he added, will soon be known, in spite of my feigning. He advised Fitzwilliam to gain time by pretending that the intruders were brought in entirely against the Scots, and to take timely pledges from Sir Brian MacPhelim. He would do his best, but when all shifts were exhausted, the Irish would revolt, and the result was only too certain. Fitzwilliam himself reported that the immediate effect of the pamphlet had been to strengthen the Scots, whose alliance all the northern tribes now sought, and that a common danger had made O'Donnell's and O'Neill's friends. The expense of restoring peace was likely to be greater than any private interest could warrant. Sir Brian Macphelim pleaded his own cause with considerable force. He had served Sussex, Croft, and Sidney faithfully, and had lately borne the whole cost of victualling Carrickfergus, and the Queen, ignorant as he believed of his daily usefulness, was now about to give away his inheritance to Saxons. In her service he had spent more cows and horses than were in any one English county, and so it should always be while he was left in command. Clanboy had been in the hands of his family for 14 generations, and he now begged for a royal grant in consideration of faithful service from his childhood. Whatever may have been the Queen's actual intention towards Sir Brian Macphelim and the other Irish, it is clear that no good was intended them. Smith covenanted to suppress all rebels, not only in Ards, but in Clanboy, to divide the lands among the adventurers, and not to sell to any Irishman or Scot. English settlers were forbidden, except by royal license, to intermarry with Irish or Scots, and they were all bound to attend the deputy anywhere in Ulster for 40 days. Fitzwilliam vainly tried to explain away Smith's project. For all answer, the unlucky pamphlet was laid before him. Smith himself would fain have counteracted by a letter the mischief done by his book spread in print. He said he was not coming to rob Sir Phelim, but to help that loyal chief, and he was willing to have any points in which their interests might differ decided by a lawful judge rather than by an appeal to arms. As a beginner of friendship, he begged Sir Brian to be the protector of his people. The language was not ill chosen, and had it been followed by wise action, the scheme might yet have succeeded. The Queen also wrote to Sir Brian, promising, in language which gladdened him, that his lands should not be taken away. Had Sir Brian and his friends been frankly invited, as Tremaine advised, to cooperate with the Queen in a well-designed scheme for planting some thinly peopled districts within the earldom of Ulster, they might perhaps have been friendly, though even that is very doubtful. Managed as it was, the project was foredoomed to failure. Fitzwilliam did not cease to beg for his recall, or for men and money to do something worthy of the place which he was forced to fill. In his office of vice-treasurer he had incurred debt to the crown, and if only allowed to go back to England, he would sell Milton to pay them. In the meantime, Ireland lay at the mercy of a foreign enemy, led but 6,000 Spaniards. Land, and the loss would be as irrevocable as that of Calais, nor would the narrow seas be any longer safe. Fitzwilliam supposed that Sidney was his enemy at court, but the friendly tone of Leicester's letters makes this unlikely, and it is probable that the real difficulty was with the Queen. Still, the late and present deputies differed widely about the respective merits of Butlers and Geraldines. Ormond had often begged Elizabeth not to hear his accusers in his absence, and Sidney may have reported against him, for he was now sent for. This was too much for Fitzwilliam's endurance. The south, he said, always was tickly. Ormond only could manage it, and in short, he could not be spared. Ulster was greatly excited by colonization rumours, and multitudinous hordes of Scots, introduced by Turlough, Louis Neach, and his wife, or seeking settlement for themselves, kept the scanty English garrisons in constant alarm. Sorely Boy Macdonald, with 700 men, beset Carrickfergus. Captain Cheston, a brave and discreet soldier, sallied forth at the head of his company and discomfited his assailants, but received an arrow in his thigh. Such surgery as was available failing to extract it, he lingered 14 days and then died. This was the moment chosen by Elizabeth to reduce the army in Ireland. £9,400 was sent over with strict injunctions to discharge 166 men from the foot companies and 70 from the garrisons of Leighlin, Dungarvan, Maryborough, Bunratty, and Ballintober, and to hold 500 more in readiness to go as soon as the money arrived. The news spread fast over Ireland, causing general jollity and a universal belief that the days of Saxon rule were over, that an Irish nobleman would be viceroy, and that all late English settlers would soon be hurrying to the seaside. "When all be discharged," said the unfortunate deputy, "God send me some rid out of Ireland, for I look to see fire round about in every quarter. But I must confess this medicine is well taken away, for the disease did but putrefy under it without any heal. Among the men discharged were several who had been at Derry, and who received pensions since the abandonment of the post. One of these, Edmund Byrne, deserves passing notice. He had been in the service of Don Carlos, and on hearing a Spanish gentleman speak evil of Queen Elizabeth, had attacked him at the palace gates, though attended by 2 armed followers. Having killed his man and beaten off the 2 underlings, Byrne first took sanctuary and then fled to Portugal. There the same conduct provoked the same retort, and Byrne wounded the slanderer of his sovereign. This loyal Irishman afterwards received a pension of 4 shillings a day. The best excuse for Elizabeth's ill-judged parsimony was the great difficulty which she found in getting money at this time. The breach with Alva had destroyed the credit system of the Netherlands, and English finance had not yet become sufficient to itself. Moreover, the Queen took care that Spain should be fully occupied, and the capture of Brill, which coincided with the discharge of the troops in Ireland, made a Spanish descent on the country exceedingly improbable. Alva had never been able to replace the Genoese treasure detained in England, and it was pretty clear that there would be none to spare for less important services. But by the relaxation of English efforts in Ireland, nearly all that had been done there was neutralized, and it is impossible not to feel some pity for Fitzwilliam. The presidency of Connaught did not flourish greatly under Fitton's charge. Perhaps no one could have done anything there without a considerable army. He could indict O'Connor, Don, and Macdermot for high treason. He could lay whole baronies waste, and he could generally take castles, but he could not establish either peace or respect for the common law, and he dared not, while he remained in the province, leave the Brehon law in undisputed possession of the field. The civil and the canon law, as well as the law of England, all declared that a man should be held liable only for his own acts, but Irish custom extended the liability to descendants and to collaterals, and Fitton seems to have thought it possible to play fast and loose with the 2 systems, and to use their own customs against the Irish, though contrary, as he believed, to all law, human and divine. The Earl of Clanrickarde's 2 sons were in open rebellion, and he was bound to answer for them both by Irish law, of which he had accepted the liabilities, and by agreement under his own hand. The Earl was loyal enough, as his whole career showed, but he was unable to control his clan, and was perhaps not sorry to get out of a temporary difficulty by surrendering himself. There were frequent and very circumstantial reports of an intended Spanish descent, and he may well have dreaded the necessity either of joining or of opposing an invader who was under papal patronage. Fitton seems to have had no other case against the old lord than that he levied exactions like his ancestors, a charge which came with remarkably bad grace from the president. Fitzwilliam said openly that he could only be chastised by bringing in the Mayo Burkes, who had always been rebels, and he very justifiably shrank from such a miserable expedient. A more respectable plan was to send Thomond home and encourage him to earn a complete restoration by his service against the Clanrickarde rebels. On first arriving in Dublin, Clanrickarde had been shut up in the castle. After a month he was released on his own recognizance, and 3 months later he was again committed on Fitton preferring against him a formal charge of being the counsellor, comforter, and procurer of his son's doings. A few months before, Fitzwilliam had pronounced Fitton a wise and sober man, very conscientious, severely just, and not subject to gusts of passion. He now complained that the President had refused to reveal the charge against Clanrickarde at the council board. This the Lord Deputy considered a stain on his own loyalty, and he demanded an opportunity of clearing himself. The Earl's offence, if offence there was, fell far short of treason, and he could be very badly spared from his own country. The Queen rebuked Fitton severely for his secret ways, and for arresting the old Earl, who made his submission to the Lord President of Connaught, only asking that he might in future have the assistance of a counsellor to keep order. This was granted, and he was soon sent back to Connaught with a general commission to grant pardons at discretion, a wonderful end to a trial for high treason. The council patched up a truce between Fitton and Fitzwilliam, but the flames soon burst forth again. Clanricarde's detention in Dublin lasted about 6 months, and he never quite forgave Fitton. After being set at liberty, he said, "I did within 1 12-month hang my own son, my brother's son, my cousin German's son, and one of the captains of my gallows, besides 50 of my own followers that bear armour and weapons, which the Archbishop of Tuam, the Bishop of Clonfert, and the whole corporation of Galway may witness." End of chapter 29, part 1. Chapter 29, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1571 and 1572. When Fitton wrote to say that he expected soon to have no place in his power except Galway, Fitzwilliam sneeringly answered that he would be a very old man before the rebels came to seek him at Athlone. For a few weeks longer the President kept the field. Clare Galway was yielded at his approach, and a few kerne were shot here and there, but the young Burkes eluded him as completely as David eluded Saul. On one occasion they were close, and Ulick, taking an axe in his hand, declared that he would lead on, but the captain of Gallowglasses, wiser in his generation, advised a fitter opportunity. Lady Mary Burke escaped out of Galway and went to join her brothers. Then provisions ran short. The Mayo Burkes, whom Fitzwilliam had thought it possible to retain as allies, joined their namesake, and Fitton retired to Athlone, leaving the whole province free from any pretence of settled government. Fitton was only 3 months older when he saw his dismal prophecy fulfilled. Having demolished most of the castles in Clanricarde, lest they should offer a refuge to the English, the young Burkes, with a force estimated at from 500 to 2,000, and largely composed of Scots mercenaries, plundered the district between the Suck and Shannon, then crossed the great river, and burned all along the left bank as far as Athlone. James Fitzmaurice was with them, chiefly in the vain hope of relieving Castlemaine, before which Perrott had again sat down. Turning to the east, the wild bands harried Roscommon and Westmeath, burned Mullingar, Meelick, and other places, and then doubled back to Athlone, to which they set fire. In spite of the guns in the castle and the musketeers on the steeple of the church, they approached boldly from the north side, broke into the cloister with the help of masons, and being aided by a high wind, burned most of the malt and biscuits stored above. Of the 350 soldiers promised by Fitzwilliam, not one had arrived, and the President could only look on while the town burned. Meeting with no resistance, the rebels again crossed the Shannon and went to Galway. That town was too strong for them to attempt, but they killed an English captain in a skirmish, and on 2 separate occasions passed the walls without serious opposition, and penetrated into Connemara, where they chastised O'Flaherty's for their adherence to English rule. Fitton could do nothing but beg the Lord Deputy not to pardon the treason after the old fashion of Ireland. "It is comforted," he said, "and fostered from under your own elbows, I mean Dublin itself." Fitton lingered at Athlone for a few weeks, and then retired, first to Dublin and then to England. Fitzwilliam announced that Connaught would soon be quiet, for there would be no one left to resist the rebels. The unlucky president was not to be blamed, for he could not work miracles as Moses did. After one more attempt to give trouble, which was frustrated by Parrot's energy, Clanrickarde's sons, the Machiarlists, as they were called, saw that there was no fear of punishment, and that they might as well sue for mercy. They told the deputy that they were in a wretched and damnable state, and this was true, for they were very vicious young men. They knew not where to turn, and they offered to give themselves up and be good subjects for ever, if only they might be assured of the pardon which they feared to ask. Their father was powerless to control them, and he supported their petition on the ground that despair might make them follow young counsels. He himself was ready for any service, or even to go to prison, and would welcome any president that had no property in Connaught, excepting always Sir Edward Fitton, who sought my blood. A good salary, he added, fairly enough, would be the best defence against corruption. Believing that Fitton would induce him, he sent an agent to England to enter a cross case. The late president's prayer was so far heard that the young Burkes received no immediate pardon. In the meantime, Athlone was held by a scanty garrison. In one of the long nights, just after the New Year, Art Maguire, who had the watch, arranged with some of the O'Kellys to betray the castle. A ladder was planted, and 34 men scaled the walls unobserved, when a chance noise startled the guard. The assailants called out in English to make way for the Earl of Clanrickarde's sons, but they were worsted in the scuffle, and jumped off the battlements, several legs being broken. If the devils had not made great shifts, they had broken most of their necks. Fitzwilliam attributed the result entirely to God's providence. The Irish had been 2 hours inside the castle, and were probably waiting for reinforcements, very likely for the graceless young men in whose names they professed to act. Ormond was summoned to England at the beginning of 1572, and there were not wanting detractors to say that he was unwilling to go, and that he was playing a game of his own. Some thought him too merciful, and one of his followers asked Burghley to give him a private hint, inculcating severity, but neither Parrot nor Fitzwilliam could do without him, and he was certainly not idle. The pursuit of Fitzmaurice was but a wild goose chase, and every now and then some new Geraldine partisan arose and gave local trouble. Edward Butler, with 500 men, went to Aherlow, killed a few kern, and drove off some cattle which had been stolen from Kerry. But he never saw Fitzmaurice, though he reported that he was weak and might be easily attacked. The difficulty was to find him. Meanwhile, Rory McShane, with a small band, swept away what he could find in the meadows about Clonmel. The townsmen were disinclined to follow, but their sovereign threatened to denounce them as traitors, and they accompanied him into the hills near the town. The foolhardy sovereign, who had refused Ormond's offer of a garrison, allowed himself to be drawn into rough ground, and lost his life. Then came Edward Butler, who killed 21 of Rory's men. The solitary prisoner was promptly hanged, drawn, and quartered. Besides these services performed through his brother, Ormond was able at this time to make head against Rory O'More, while Kildare, with 600 kern of his own and 100 of the Queen's, pressed that chief from the north. At another time, Fitzmaurice threatened Youghal, but the Viscount of Decease sent timely aid. If to keep the Queen's peace was the object of government, it had very indifferent success. Yet Parrot did not despair. Wales and Northumbria had been settled by presidents, and why not Munster? Came it to perfection elsewhere in 1 year? No, not in 7. The Irish were subtle, fond of license, and ready for anything as long as it was not for their good. But he claimed to have laid a sound foundation. Munster was no longer governed by letters from Dublin, which no one obeyed. Before he came, no man could go a mile outside Cork, Limerick, Youghal, Kinsale, Kilmallock, Dingle, or Cashel. No one helped but Ormond, yet the country had become fairly safe, and English fishermen fished in peace. The rebels had dwindled from 1,000 to 50 poor kerne, and 10 or 12 bad horsemen. The decentralizing system might be carried much farther, and Perrott recommended a president for Ulster. The Lord Deputy might then spend some part of his time at Athlone. The advice was probably good, but the poverty of the crown hindered all comprehensive reforms. Early in June, Perrott besieged Castlemaine. Most of the McCarthys, O'Sullivans, and other West Munster clans furnished contingents, as well as the Barrys and Roaches and some of the walled towns. James Fitzmaurice having failed to bring the Scots from Connaught to its relief, the castle surrendered after a 3 months' blockade through the want of provisions, say the annalists, not at all for want of defence. This being the only place which resisted the English arms, and the most convenient spot for foreigners to land, the success was a considerable one, in spite of the time it had taken. When it was just too late, Fitzmaurice, with Ulick, Burke, and Shane MacOliver, passed the Shannon near Portumna with the help of the O'Maddens, and marched down the left bank towards Limerick, the fears or sympathies of the citizens again swelling their numbers to 1,000. The sheriff attempted to withstand them, was slain with the 30 of his men, and Perrott, who besides his own servants had only 160 English soldiers, at once proceeded in search of them. He was accompanied by several native lords and chiefs, but seems to have set but little store by their services. Fitzmaurice lurked in the wooded and boggy plain between Limerick and Pallas, and MacBrien Connaught sent word to Perrott that the Scots would certainly fight in the neighbourhood of Ballingard. The floods were out, and the president found his enemy, apparently about 600 strong, advantageously posted on ground inaccessible to cavalry and unapproachable even by foot soldiers, marching more than 2 abreast. Perrott threw forward a few musketeers to skirmish, and then, quitting the saddle, led the way on foot to encourage the Irish lords, the attack being covered by a body of musketeers. The Scots threw their spears at the skirmishers and seemed disposed to charge, but a second and better directed volley broke them, and they fled in disorder towards the glen of Aherlow, leaving a few dead on the field. Perrott followed through a frightful country, but could not get a second chance. Glencairn and Cormac MacCarthys, who in their soul hated the Desmonds, did good service, but the other allies were lukewarm. Perrott blamed Lord Roche for keeping aloof with the cavalry, but if the president's own description of the ground be true, his lordship had little choice. Ormond was in England, and his presence alone would have done as much as all his forces without him. But Sir Edmund Butler cooperated zealously enough with the president, and the penitent Edward exhorted him to fresh exertions. "Remember," he said, "my dear brother, that though you did never so much service, it is but your duty, and far less than her majesty deserved at our hands." On one occasion the Butlers brought in 50 heads, and Perrott allowed that they served most willingly in the field, though he does not seem to have had a high opinion of their actual achievements. There were rumours of a second invasion of Scots from Connaught, but they did not come, and Perrott was left free to follow those already in his province. The indefatigable man made such preparations as he could for a grand attack on Aherlow with the help of 2 butlers, and he set out from Kilmallock in advance of his army. When he had gone a few miles, the captains overtook him in hot haste to say that their men had mutinied and had returned to Kilmallock. The Irish auxiliaries were not bound to serve without English soldiers, and they immediately deserted the president, glad enough, no doubt, of the excuse. A few of the gentlemen remained, and Perrott retraced his steps to find his soldiers still under arms, clamouring for the Queen's pay, and complaining of the endless and thankless toil to which they were condemned. he reminded them that they had already offered some money on account that more was on the way, that they had but slender excuse for their insubordination, and that he had a mind to hang the ringleaders. The men answered firmly but respectfully that if he hanged one they would all swing together for company, and in the end he was forced to temporize. Crippled as a general, the president went off to hold assizes at Cork, where he found the people willing to prosecute and the juries ready to convict, so that the pleasures of hanging were not altogether denied him. The garrison of Kilmallock, in a fit of repentance, or persuaded by their officers, made a raid into Aherlow and killed some 30 of Fitzmaurice's men sleeping in their cabins. "I am ashamed to write of so few," said the Lord President, "but considering their cowardliness and the continual watch which they used to keep, it is accounted as much here to have the lives of so few as 1,000 in some other country. If I might have but one trusty gentleman of the Irishry, I would not doubt I should in short time bring the country to good quiet. That one trusty gentleman was not to be had, but Ormond's brothers did what they could to prove that they were not, and in spite of recent transgressions never had been Irish-free. Without any help from Perrott, they attacked Fitzmaurice in his camp near Tipperary, and killed 100 of his men. That was the last important success of the campaign, which had proved beyond doubt that the rebels had no chance in the field against English soldiers, or even against the Butler Gallowglasses, but it had also proved that they could not be followed with advantage, and that the problem of Irish government was as far from solution as ever. On one occasion, we are not told the date or place, the hunter nearly became a prey to his quarry. A pretended deserter brought news that Fitzmaurice was hard by with only 30 persons, and offered to be the president's guide, tendering his own life as security. With characteristic rashness, Perrott followed the man with about 30 soldiers, and at the break of day came upon Fitzmaurice, accompanied by 400 or 500 foot and 80 horse. Trubrig, the president's secretary, who rode in advance, charged the Irish and Scots with 3 or 4 men, and lost his own life and a purse containing 100 pounds, which served as a military chest. Nothing daunted, Perrott followed with the rest of his men. He jumped a bank and unhorsed one of the rebels. Another came behind him with his spear held by the middle as in an Indian boar hunt, and he was barely rescued by George Greme, afterwards famous in the Irish wars. Outnumbered by 10 or 12 to 1, the English soldiers were nearly overwhelmed when Captain Bowles, not much more prudent than his chief, galloped up with 3 or 4 fresh men. Supposing these to be the advance guard of a larger body, Fitzmaurice drew off. Even this lesson did not teach Perrott prudence. Fitzmaurice, being closely pursued, faced about near a bridge leading to a wood, and sent a man with a white cloth on the top of his spear. The Lord President allowed himself to be drawn into a parley, and while he wrangled about terms, Fitzmaurice got his men over the water and escaped. The incessant rumours of Spanish invasion led to nothing, but these foreign intrigues are worth following for the light which they throw upon Elizabeth's policy. Stukely, finding that the Archbishop of Cashel's party would not accept him as the champion of Irish Catholicism, went to Rome, where he walked bare-legged and barefooted about the churches and streets. Fitzwilliam derisively reported that the man who had given up the kingdom of Florida and the dukedom of Ireland only for holiness' sake was about to have a red hat, and that the superstitious people of Waterford really believed in his sanctity. Constant communication was kept up between Ireland, Spain, and the Low Countries, and there was scarcely a southern chief or lord who was not supposed to be in correspondence with Stukely or with some other of the exiles. Many probably sympathized with the idea of a Spanish invasion, though not to such an extent as the sanguine Fitzgibbon had represented, and others may have thought it prudent to make friends with the Mammon of unrighteousness. The adventurer, after his return from Rome, was attracted by the somewhat kindred spirit of Don John of Austria, and served under him either at Lepanto or in some smaller encounter with the Turks, after which he retired to Madrid, and for his many deeds became more of a favourite than ever. A pension of 1,000 ducats per week was thought a suitable entertainment for the Duke of Ireland, and one Cahir O'Rourke obtained the command of 40 men. The Bishop of Cadiz received orders from Philip to punish those who refused passages to the Irish refugees, friars, and others, and one Cormac, calling himself provincial of the Irish Dominicans, busied himself in seeing that the order was carried out. The French captains, under one pretence or other, refused to carry these emissaries, but the Portuguese were more subservient, and many Irishmen sailed from Lisbon as well as from the Spanish ports. Meanwhile, loyal Englishmen were subjected to every inconvenience. 5 ships were stopped at San Lucar, and 3 at Seville, and many of Elizabeth's subjects were closely imprisoned. The Inquisition worked harder than ever. Rumours of a fleet to be commanded by Stukely were again rife, and some talked of as many as 50 ships. Philip II's slow mind was quite unequal to the task of coping with such statesmen as Cecil and Walsingham, and they were able to watch every move. English merchants and sea captains, even Compostelo pilgrims, took a pride in thwarting the despot, who seldom travelled further than Aranjuez, and imagined that he could rule all mankind by making silly marginal notes on dispatches. Waterford having been recommended in 1569 as the best point for attacking Ireland, Philip, who apparently heard of the place for the first time, could only wonder in manuscript whether the Duke of Feria knew anything of that port. Considering that Philip had been King of England, this is a fine illustration of the aphorism as to the small amount of wisdom with which the world is governed. The day of St. Bartholomew could not but have its effect in Ireland. In Connaught and other Irish districts, the godly, as the few Protestants esteemed themselves, thought it prudent to hide. The rest of the people triumphed as though the kingdom of Antichrist were once again erected. There was talk of the Spanish Inquisition, but little or no actual violence is recorded to have been done. Suspicion filled the air, and the sudden appearance of innumerable friars seemed to bode some great foreign movement. They came out of Ulster and traversed Connaught in companies at 20 at a time. Cormac, the so-called provincial of the Dominicans, brought a budget of indulgences to Sligo and published them openly. Friars preached at Galway before the ex-mayor and other leading townsmen, and held councils at Adair, Galway, and Donegal. They came and went between Ireland and France, and Fitzwilliam's informant held that the preaching of Ulster friars must naturally tend to rebellion. Their evident desire, he thought, was to subvert the English government and set up their own wickedness. In Galway, the mendicants bore themselves like princes, so that the Pope might be thought King of England and Ireland. Clanricarde himself dared not say a word, and Limerick threatened to be soon as bad as Galway. Those parts of Ireland which were supposed to be tolerably well settled were pervaded by a sense of insecurity, and gave Fitzwilliam no help. King's County, under the wise government of Henry Cowley, noted by an eminent lawyer as being the only Englishman who ruled by law, was long an exception, but the Queen owed the constable near £2,000, and such disinterestedness could not be expected from every officer. Cowley had but 23 men, and though others praised him, he was himself dissatisfied with the state of his district. Cosby was less successful in the Queen's County, where Roy O'More still kept an armed remnant of his tribe together. Kildare and Ormond combined their forces, but could not catch him, and he refused to cross the Barrow except in the company of the former Earl, who accordingly brought him to his castle of Kilkea. Rory said he would make no war against the Queen, but must be assured of life and living before he would submit, nor would he disperse his men, who were his only protection against many enemies. After consulting with Cosby, the two earls gave him protection for a fortnight on his undertaking not to damage the corn. When Ormond went to England, Rory broke out again and found his neighbours willing enough to help him. Bands of 50 or 100 invaded the Pale nightly with music and torches, and Fitzwilliam bitterly observed, lest they should be heard or seen, yet he would not blame Cosby, for he had neither men nor money. In Wexford, a gentleman named Brown was murdered by the O'Byrnes, among whom Fiach MacHugh was rising into distinction as a guerrilla chief. A guard, the seneschal of Wicklow, took immediate vengeance on some of the mountaineers, and was then inclined to hold out hopes of mercy as the best chance of catching the most guilty parties, such as Matthew Furlong and others who had employed the O'Byrnes. But Nicholas White, the seneschal of Wexford, went thundering about, saying that the Queen would never pardon anyone who had a hand in Brown's murder. Fitzwilliam wished devoutly that White had stayed in England. The revenge already taken might have been severe enough even for White's taste. Led by a mountaineer whom he had captured, and whose life was the price of his service as guide, a guard entered the southwest corner of Wicklow, where he burned 16 villages, then passed through the valley of Imayle, where he killed a foster brother of James Eustace, afterwards the famous rebel Lord Baltinglass. A sister of Simon MacDavid's was captured, whom, if she do not stand me instead, I mean to execute. Had plunder been the main object of a very large number of cattle, might easily have been driven off, but the guide, who may have had a quarrel of his own to avenge, offered to take the soldiers where they might have some killing. Captain Hungerford and Lieutenant Parker preferred killing too kind, and went in at the head of Glendalough. They slew many churls, women, and children, brought away much kind, and lost 500 more while they were killing. Fiach MacHugh just escaped, but 2 of his sisters and 2 foster brothers were slain. Much blood was destined to be shed before the blood of Robert Brown should be finally expiated. Sometimes the English officers seem to have set a very indifferent example. Robert Hartpole, sheriff of Carlow and constable of the castle, and his sub-sheriff were accused upon oath of having seized a vast number of cattle on all sorts of pretences, of forcing labourers to work, and in general of every sort of violence and corruption. These misdeeds were said to have been committed by virtue of letters from the Earl of Ormond. In the following year, Hartpole was one of those licensed by the Lord Deputy to cess Ormond's lands for protection against the O'Moores and O'Connors. No particular notice seems to have been taken of the charges against him, for he remained in Carlow to found a family and to be remembered as a chief actor in one of the most horrible tragedies recorded even in Irish history. Fitzwilliam had reduced the army much against his will, and the disturbances which he had foreseen followed as a matter of course. He asked for reinforcements unless the Queen wished deliberately to leave the whole country to the native Irish. Her answer was that she marvelled at the stir in Ireland, and that she would not send the 800 soldiers he asked for. And she reminded him that Mr. Smith had been ready to bring over that number if Fitzwilliam had not opposed the enterprise. Smith was, however, now really coming, and might give some help. The poor deputy could only answer that the 800 men were much wanting, that double that number of Scots had landed in Connaught, and that Ormond, on whom alone he could depend, had been sent for to England. But to Burghley he passionately poured out his griefs. I pass over, he said, usual matters such as killing, burning, spoiling, though they pricked his conscience daily, and though he feared that God would demand the innocent blood at his hand. The English name was hateful, and he would rather die when Ireland was lost than live in England to bemoan it. He could but shake the scabbard, for he had no sword to draw, and yet military government was the only government possible for a people so long nursed in sensual immunity. The great men, all tooth and nail, whatsoever semblance they bear, do spur, kick, and practise against regular justice. The fear of Ormond kept some quiet, but in his absence their enforced frowns at the rebels were changed to winking. For himself he could bear all if the Queen would only give him credit for doing his best, instead of blaming him more and more for not doing what he had long since declared impossible. "A hard word of Prince," he said, "is a dart to a true subject, much more a nipping, a checking, and a taunting." End of chapter 29, part 2. Chapter 30, Part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1572 and 1573. The absence of Sir Thomas Smith in France and the lukewarm attitude of the Lord Deputy delayed the northern enterprise for some time, and when young Smith at last landed, the 800 of which the Queen spoke had dwindled to 100. He sailed from Liverpool on Friday, the sailor's unlucky day, and reached Locke Strangford on the morrow. He sent to Sir Brian Macphellam to say that he had no designs except on the spiritual lands. No designs as yet, he explained in writing to Burghley. But the chief would not see him, and roundly refused to part with 1 foot of ground. The adventurer hastened to the Lord Deputy, not to offer aid, but to beg for it. But Fitzwilliam, who had not been consulted, gave him little comfort, telling the Queen that a singular ignorance had been shown of the jealous Irish nature, and that the chance of success had been immeasurably lessened by sounding the trumpet so loudly beforehand. Others besides Smith talked loosely of all they were going to do in Ulster, one Chatterton boasting that he had a grant of O'Hanlon's country. Fitzwilliam bade him hold his foolish tongue, but he only talked the louder, and sent his brother to Newry to spread the mischief further, and to have 8 or 9 bullocks ostentatiously salted. To have rumours spread, said the deputy bitterly, and a few beeves salted to madmen with, and to have no men come to tame madmen with, I must think, or at least doubt, to be some practice to disturb quiet government. Turlough Lou Inich O'Neill wrote in a covertly threatening tone to Fitzwilliam, professing not to believe that Smith had really Her Majesty's authority to take his namesake's country, and advising him to let Sir Brian and Sorley Boy alone. Sir Brian emphasized this advice by invading the Ards, killing Henry Savage, burning the villages, and driving off all the cattle except what could be hurriedly conveyed across the Lough into Leccow. Fitzwilliam could only tell Sir Thomas Smith that he was sorry for his son's evil prospects, but that soldiers were very scarce, and that, though his goodwill was great in material resources, he had not enough to set out the main chance. Sir Thomas Smith perhaps hardly expected to get nothing but criticisms from the Lord Deputy. The reports complained of had been spread against his will, and he had no intention towards the Irish but to make them labour virtuously, and to leave robbing and stealing and killing one another. He suggested that as his son could evidently effect nothing for the present, Fitzwilliam should employ him in the Queen's pay to defend the northern frontier of the Pale. As Fitzwilliam could not pay even the few men he had, this was hardly a practical suggestion. The O'Neills played fast and loose with the unfortunate young man. Sometimes a minor chief would make friendly advances, and then, having seen the nakedness of the land, would run off again, while Turlough Lou Inich and Sir Brian Macphellam evidently understood each other. It was only just possible to defend Carrickfergus with the help of Captain Maltby, whose company had narrowly escaped discharge, and who generally lay in Leccow. From behind the walls of the fortress, Smith railed continually at the Lord Deputy, whose gloomy vaticinations had all been fulfilled. In writing to the Queen and to Smith's father, Fitzwilliam merely lamented that his power to help him was not equal to his will. But he told Burghley that he thought it very hard that his credit at court should be undermined by the interest of a vain young man. Maintenance and not stomach was what the adventurer required, and he wished Burghley could see the letters he wrote to the council. His impudent humour needed rather to be purged than fed. Maltby, a man of ability and discretion, fell to some extent under the influence of his sanguine comrade, and the two persuaded Fitzwilliam to give them command of the garrison at Newry, by way of operating against Sir Brian Macphellum. They prophesied great things, but did nothing, and Fitzwilliam, who had yielded to their importunity for fear of court slanders, cynically observed that he never supposed they would do anything. Sir Brian, on the contrary, burned Carrickfergus, and 100 men had to be sent in haste from Newry to protect the pier, the storehouse, and what little remained of the town. The enterprise of the Smiths, from which so much had been expected, and which had been so much advertised, had utterly collapsed in less than a year. After his last overthrow by Sir Edmund Butler, Fitzmaurice no longer attempted to make head, but sued for pardon and leave to serve Her Majesty in some other country, offering at the same time to disclose the chief instigators of this revolt. He had still Lady Kern with him, and found no difficulty in feeding his men either in Harlow or in the wild district between Macroon and Glengarriff. Barrett, who wished to hunt out rather than pardon him, watched the ports so carefully as to frustrate many attempts at evasion. At least one important emissary fell into the Lord President's hands, in the person of Edmund O'Donnell, a Jesuit who brought letters from Gregory XIII to Fitzmaurice, and who was afterwards hanged, drawn, and quartered at Cork. The pursuit of the arch-rebel himself failed for want of provisions. The President was very much against the established system of governing by entreaty, and his object was to make people fear him, so that they be not kept in servile fear. The Queen sent letters of thanks to Lords Clancaird, Barrymore, Fermoy, and Lixnaw, to Sir Thomas of Desmond, and to Sir Donnock and Sir Cormac MacTeague McCarthy. And in the end, fearing lest he should escape to Spain, Barrett thought it desirable to accept the submission of Fitzmaurice. He appeared accordingly at Kilmallock, the town which had suffered so much and so lately at his hands, accompanied by the seneschal of Killy and other chief rebels. The suppliants knelt on both knees, or according to one account even lay prostrate, and the President held the point of his naked sword at Fitzmaurice's breast. Holding their hands joined and cast upwards, and with countenances bewraying their great sorrow and fervent repentance for their former life, they confessed their sins in Irish. Fitzmaurice repeated the confession in English, owning himself the rankest traitor alive, and vowing to use his sword for ever after only in Her Majesty's service. As if to throw a shade of ridicule upon the whole thing, Fitzmaurice absurdly declared that he was allured by Clancaird and Sir Edmund Butler. But Barrett was forced to be content, and had similar ceremonies performed in other towns, the inferior traitors wearing halters round their necks. Fitzmaurice gave up one of his sons as a hostage, but it was arranged that he himself should be set at liberty in case the Queen refused to accept his submission. She was glad to find an excuse for saving money in Munster or anywhere else, and Barrett, with the strange inconsistency he sometimes showed, soon persuaded himself that Fitzmaurice had really seen the error of his ways and would prove a second St. Paul. The presidency had proved expensive, but Barrett could report that no armed bands were abroad, and that every corner of the province was safe for unarmed travellers. Gilbert had done nearly as much before, but it was clear that no permanent good could be done without sustained expenditure. The experiment of ruling the southern Geraldines without the Earl of Desmond was accordingly abandoned for the time, and in spite of the warnings of Barrett and Fitzwilliam, Elizabeth may really have thought that years of exile had tamed the Earl's unruly spirit. He had indeed endured many humiliations, arriving in London with his brother Sir John about Christmas 1567. He was allowed to frequent the court, in great want of money, but under no personal restraint. The brothers made humble submissions, surrendering their lands to the Queen and begging for the establishment of a President and Council in Munster, and the Earl gave a bond in £20,000 to observe the articles to which he was bound. But his rash talk, and perhaps the letters which he was known to write, gave offence, and both he and Sir John were sent to close prisoners to the Tower, where they were fain to beg £100 for necessaries, including clothes and shoes. They suffered from cold, and Sir John, who became seriously ill, had not wherewithal to pay the doctor and apothecary. Anything that they did cost was paid for by the Queen, nothing whatever being remitted from the Irish estates. Lady Desmond wrote to say Fitzmaurice had so wasted the country that she could not get as much as would pay for travelling charges. I pray God, she concluded, send us joyful meeting, or me short departure out of this world. If you make any provision for me, I beseech you let the same be in readiness in Bristol against my coming, and upon information thereof I will in all haste repair towards you. Your loving, miserable wife, Eleanor Desmond. Soon after this she joined her husband, and remained with him during the rest of his 2 years' confinement in the Tower. After that they were all handed over to the keeping of Sir Warham St. Leger, who hated Ormond, and might therefore be supposed a kind gaoler to his enemy. Sir Warham complained bitterly of the expense and trouble to which he was put, for besides the Earl and Countess and Sir John there were 13 or 14 servants, and they had not the price of a pair of shoes between them. Shut up in St. Leger's small house in Southwark, they all suffered in health and ran up a long bill for medicine. It was about this time that Lady Desmond gave birth to the unfortunate child whose dismal fate it was to know himself the last and weakest of his race, and to die young without ever having known youth. Sir Warham grew heartily tired of his guests, his kindness to whom brought suspicion on himself. He even asked to be imprisoned to save him from further danger. The restraints of the Desmonds were gradually relaxed, though St. Leger remained their custodian, and by the beginning of 1572 there was already much talk of sending them back to Ireland, Perrot being willing enough to receive St. John, but preferring that the Earl and Countess should have a year of the Tower, since they had been using their liberty to write letters encouraging Fitzmaurice to persevere in his rebellion. That Desmond should try to escape from England was but natural, and his choosing the time of the Paris massacre for an attempt probably shows that some deeper plotters than he were trying to make him a pawn in their game. There were many Irishmen about London, some of whom were known and others suspected as the bringers of treasonable letters, and Burghley had his counterplot ready. The famous sea captain Martin Frobisher, as loyal a subject as any Queen Elizabeth had, was probably directed to put himself in the Earl's way. Ormond, who came to London about this time, dined with Desmond and said he would try to get him dispatched for Ireland, and it may be conjectured, though not very charitably, that this was meant to lull him into a false security. Desmond was afraid to see Frobisher, who, however, contrived to let him know that he was willing to be bought, and that a ship of 100 tons and the island of Valencia might be a suitable price. Desmond was a bad horseman, unable indeed to mount without help, probably through the wound received at Affane, and was moreover afraid to ride into Kent lest he should meet Sir Warham's men. He preferred an oyster boat which would pass the Queen's ships at Gravesend without being searched, and Frobisher promised to help him to such a craft. So well was the farce acted that the one of Burghley's spies took credit for discovering the plot months after Frobisher had disclosed all, the captain's wife having been employed to lay a false scent and to implicate not only her husband but St. Leger, Jerome Brett, and others who were supposed to be seeking revenge for their failure in obtaining a grant of the Desmond territories in Munster. £20 in money or land was to be Frobisher's own reward for taking the whole party over to Stukely and for invading Ireland from Spain. Mrs. Frobisher, if she had any sense of humour, must have been amused at the great secrecy enjoined upon her by the spy whom she was hoodwinking. It is not unlikely that Burghley or some underling of his was trying to get evidence of treasonable designs, but if so, the plan was changed, and instead of sending Desmond to the Tower or to Tower Hill, it was resolved to let him go back to Ireland. He begged that Ormond might be sent with him, ostensibly because his arrival in Munster would be certain to drive the rebels out of his own country into Tipperary, really perhaps because he was afraid to leave the field clear for his rival at court. After much writing and talking, the terms of Desmond's return were at last settled. He accepted the Anglican religious establishment in the fullest manner, renouncing foreign jurisdictions and promising to assist all bishops, ministers, and preachers. He undertook to keep the Queen's peace generally, and in particular not to molest Lords Fitzmaurice of Kerry, Barrymore, Carsey, and Decies, or any of the McCarthys, O'Sullivans, and O'Callaghan's, and all dues properly chargeable to them were to be levied only by legal process. The Earl bound himself to put down Fitzmaurice's rebellion as soon as possible, to apprehend those who had fled to foreign countries, and to leave such castles in the Queen's hands as she might think necessary for the public interest. In general, he was to hold the same position as Kildare or Ormond, and he agreed not to exercise Palatinate jurisdiction which he claimed in Kerry until the claim should have been legally determined in his favour. He further promised to pay the debts he had incurred in England as soon as the money could possibly be scraped together. The Queen granted the brothers an interview before their departure, professed herself satisfied with the Earl's plain speech and good intentions, and to Sir John she gave a privy nip that as he hath a good wit, so he should hereafter use it well. He, like one not unwise nor unexpert, craved pardon if anything heretofore were amiss, all should be amended. Burghley lectured Sir John again, at greater length no doubt, and after a further delay of some weeks, caused probably by the Queen's dislike to do anything in Burghley's absence, the restored exiles were forwarded to Ireland in charge of Fitton, who had been appointed vice-treasurer, and the settlement of whose quarrel with Clanricarde was referred to the friendly offices of the Lord Deputy and Council. Fitzwilliam had directions to do nothing without consulting Perrott, and Perrott had been much averse to Desmond's return. Rejoicing in his freedom, Desmond slipped through Wales, and Fitton heard nothing of him till he reached Beaumar-Ree. Perhaps the released prisoner expected what actually happened, and had some half-formed plan of sailing before the vice-treasurer and reaching Munster without running the gauntlet of the Dublin politicians. Sir Thomas Smith had indeed given the sound advice that, seeing Her Majesty doth mind to tie the Earl to her service with a benefit, it should be ample liberaliter ex prolexi done, not maligne et pars, which doth so disgrace it, that for love many a time it leaveth a grudge beyond in heart of him which should receive it, that mars the whole benefit. But other counsels prevailed, and Desmond was detained for many months in Dublin, a proceeding by no means calculated to cause a lively sense of benefits conferred. Having desperately resolved to pacify Munster by sending Desmond home, the Queen made haste to create disturbance in Ulster by licensing private conquest on a large scale. Smith had evidently failed, but she persuaded herself that another might succeed if only he were adequately supported. It was an age when nothing seemed impossible to the brave, and all men's minds ran upon vague schemes of conquest beyond unfathomed seas and over unmeasured lands. A Raleigh and a Stukely differed widely in moral and intellectual stature, but they were not without such a generic likeness as a horse bears to a donkey or a lion to a cat. A vulgar projector like Chatterton and a rash speculator like young Smith could do much harm and could hardly do any good, but one of the most romantic and chivalrous of English nobles was now about to risk his all upon the fatal shore where Randolph had lost his life and Sussex had endangered his reputation. Walter Devereux, Viscount Hereford, having married Gladys, daughter of Sir F. Knollys, was first employed to prevent Mary Stuart's escape from Tutbury, but found a better opportunity of distinction in Northumberland's insurrection. He raised a troop of horse and acted as marshal of the royal army. Few or none of the old nobility had shown so much zeal, and the Queen rewarded him with a garter and with the earldom of Essex, a title which had been borne by his ancestors. He now offered to show his gratitude by conquering a province for Her Majesty at his own risk. As a preliminary step, he required a grant from the Crown in fee of the whole of what is now the county of Antrim, bounded by the sea from Belfast to Coleraine, and on the land side by the Bann and Loch Neagh, and including the island of Rathlin. The race of Hugh Boy O'Neill and the Scots claimants were not forgotten, but Essex asked for authority by martial law over the whole of them, as well as over his own followers. All fisheries, including those of the Bann and Loch Neagh, and all tithes and other spiritualities, were to be comprised in the grant, and a commercial monopoly, free of customs for 7 years, was to be secured to the settlers. Essex demanded the right to make galley slaves of all Irish and Scots convicted by martial law, as it seems, of treason or felony, to make war and peace, and to enact local laws. He was to have all wardships and marriages, and the Dublin government was to have no power of imposing any cess or tax. After some haggling, Essex received a grant of all Antrim except the lands belonging to the chartered townsmen of Carrickfergus, the town and castle, and 1,000 acres for their support. He was freed from all cesses for 7 years, and none of his tenants were to be obliged to serve in war beyond the limits of his grant. The grantee had unlimited power of alienation to men of English birth, and authority for 12 years to make new subdivisions or to rename old ones. He had all manorial rights except pleas of the Crown, and the freedom of all markets in Ireland for himself and his tenants. Free trade was granted with all lands in amity with the Queen for 7 years. The patentee had power to give leave of absence to English tenants for 12 years on the appointment of a substitute, and to admit 100 foreigners as denizens. The Queen agreed to furnish 200 horse and 400 foot, the Earl providing a like number, and each party was bound to keep those numbers up. Costs of fortification were to be divided in the same way. Among the few things not granted were gold and silver mines, and the right to coin money. The consideration offered for this enormous grant consisted of the service to be rendered and of property amounting to 800 marks, left him by the Earl of March's will, a will of which the validity was disputed. Unpromising as this scheme must have appeared to many of those who knew Ireland best, it was advocated by Burghley, Sussex, and Leicester, and when failure threatened, Elizabeth accused them of having persuaded her against her better judgment, for Sir Thomas Smith, in spite of his experience, was also in favour of the project. In spite of Fitzwilliam's efforts to keep it quiet, the intended expedition was talked of in Ireland almost as soon as in London. The Lord Deputy earnestly begged that action might follow quickly, since the interval would certainly be filled with lies and cavillings. One cause of delay was that Essex had no ready money. The Queen was, however, willing to lend £10,000 as first mortgage of his property in Bucks in Essex, worth £500 a year. Nor was the bargain a bad one. In less than 1 year, £1,000 was to be repaid, and in default, land worth £50 a year was to be forfeited. There was the same penalty for not paying second £1,000 within 2 years, and if the whole £10,000 were not repaid within 3 years, then the entire property pledged was to fall to the Queen. A further cause of delay was Burghley's desire for fuller information. Since the days of Henry VII, it had been the custom to send special commissioners in cases where the ordinary official reports were likely to be prejudiced or tainted, and Burghley now dispatched Edmund Tremaine with instructions to investigate necessary matters and to return quickly, leaving to Fitzwilliam all that could not be done in a hurry. Tremaine, who knew Ireland well, was strongly impressed with the advantages of speed and secrecy, but he saw that much delay was unavoidable, and advised that the Earl should put forth rumours of the plan being indefinitely postponed. He was particularly anxious that the whole force should come together, lest the Irish might be tempted to cut off isolated bands. A servant of Essex, who had brought letters to Maltby, Piers, and Smith, was sent back so as to give colour to the report of a postponement. But Lord Rich, with 100 men, Sir Peter Carew, and Sir Arthur Champernow, with 40 each, and other gentlemen with smaller companies, could hardly make their arrangements secretly, nor could much promptitude be expected from such a heterogeneous body. For the Earl himself there had been to be provided 6 pieces of artillery, much powder and match, stretching tools, 150 calivers, 60 muskets, 200 bows, and 2 surgeons at 16 shillings per month. I understand, wrote Sir John Perrott, who had a Pembrokeshire quarrel with the noble adventurer, that the Earl of Essex, with a great rout, intendeth the conquest of the north. For Her Majesty's service I wish him success, but for himself I care not what cometh thereof, and for he and his friends have sought as much to discredit me in my absence as in them lay. Neither Perrott nor Fitzwilliam were in love with the chivalric interloper, but they do not appear to have thwarted him. Indeed, the Queen especially thanked the former for his friendly tone. Her instinct note probably told her that men who had borne the burden and heat of the day with but little reward would hardly be prejudiced in favour of this courtly amateur. Confident in Burghley's support, Essex made light of opposition. The Lord Deputy he had ever loved and liked well of, though the conversation of his friends at court did not foreshadow his support. But the Queen was all smiles and promises, and advised the Earl to have consideration of the Irish there, which she thought had become her disobedient subjects rather because they have not been defended from the force of the Scots than for any other cause, and not to seek too hastily the conversion of a people who had been trained in another religion. He answered that he would not willingly imbrue his hands with more blood than the necessity of the cause requireth, and that when once the Irish had been brought to due obedience, they would be easily brought to be of good religion. He was not destined to find either task particularly easy. Some of the land between Belfast Lough and Lough Neagh may have been destined as a reserve for the O'Neills. An extant paper shows how it was proposed to quarter the gentlemen adventurers, and what was kept for the Queen and the Earl. Glenarm, Will Morgan of Pencoed, Red Bay, Lord Rich, Bunnygal, H. Knowles, Margarettown, Ballycastle, several Kenbane Castle not appointed, Dunseverick, Mr. Champernoun, Dunluce, Mr. Kelway, Portrush, Mr. Fitton, Coleraine, the Queen, James McHenry's Crannog, and Nislogan, reserved to keep the ford of the Ban, Ballymoney, Mr. Bouchier, Brian, Carrick's Crannog on the Ban, reserved for the Court ford, Castle Tomb, Geo Carlton, Masserine, not assigned, Belfast the Queen, the bottom beneath, the cave having 2 little piles, Messieurs Barclay and Brunker, Carrickfergus, the Queen, McGee's Island, and the mouth across the Queen. Olderfleet, Larne, the Queen. As a matter of fact, Essex never had a house of his own in Ulster. Having taken leave of Elizabeth on July 19th, 1573, Essex sailed from Liverpool on August 16, accompanied by Lords Rich and Darcy, and with enough men and stores to fill several vessels. They were blown down Channel, some as far as Cork, but the Earl managed to land on one of the Copeland Islands, whence he made his way to Carrickfergus. Here he was joined by Lord Rich, who, having got ashore at Kilcleef, near the mouth of Loch Strangford, travelled under Maltby Sexcourt by way of Belfast. Others were forced to the Isle of Man. A large part of the soldiers still lingered in England, waiting for wine and other supplies, and Essex found himself powerless to effect anything considerable. But he put on a bold face, told Turlough Luighnech that he was come to free the Irish from the tyranny of the Scots aliens, and that he might find grace by helping the work, but that otherwise he would waste him with fire and sword. The Earl advanced to the band without meeting an enemy, but the inherent disadvantage of making war by private contract soon became apparent. The Scots withdrew behind the river and reminded Essex of the fact that he had no military authority outside the bounds of his grant. The adventurous Earl's first impression was, however, favourable, for Sir Brian Macphellum wrote to say that, though he had never seen him, he knew of the forces which accompanied him and of those which were still to come. Sir Brian asked what terms he might expect if he returned to his allegiance, and Essex answered that he would make none, but that simple and immediate submission might give a first claim on Her Majesty's clemency. Sir Brian then sought an interview with Captain Pearce, and accompanied by that officer came into Carrickfergus, and in the most public part of the house did on his knees make his submission, alleging little for himself, but some unkindness towards Mr. Smith, and desiring oblivion and mercy in consideration of services to come. When I had somewhat aggravated to make Her Majesty's mercy the greater, I took him by hand as a sign of his restitution to Her Highness's service, with promise to commend any desert of his hereafter. Sir Brian's cattle were in the rout, the district between the bush and the ban, and the sole security for their owner's performance. Essex had them driven into the fields about Carrickfergus, where he supposed them to be in perfect safety. The chief talked pleasantly of his hostility to the Scots, and proposed to submit a plan for entrapping those who had sought to rebel in his company. The Irish generally professed great joy at the strict orders issued by the Earl against injuring them or taking their goods without full payment, and at being allowed not only to reap their own corn, but also what belonged to the Scots. On the whole, the natives appeared admirably disposed, and great praise was due to Captain Pearce and Captain Maltby for their ability and diligence. So things went on, and for more than a fortnight all was merry as a marriage bell, while Sir Brian had ample opportunities of measuring the invader's real weakness. Then someone hinted to Essex that cows were movable property, and that he had better be on his guard. Pearce was accordingly sent with 100 mounted men to drive the stock close together in the immediate neighbourhood of the castle, and he returned saying that all was fast, that at least 10,000 head were in sight, and that he had left trusty scouts who would find out what was going on, and give 12 hours' notice of any intended mischief. The Earl said that he had his suspicions, but either this was an afterthought or Pearce was the reverse of vigilant, for it was 3 o'clock next day before he found out that Sir Brian had withdrawn his horned hostages 12 or 14 hours before, having bribed the scouts to say nothing about it. 500 Scots had landed at Locke, Foyle, and Sir Brian hastened to join his forces to those of Turlough Luanich. Irish and Scots combined might hope to escape the common enemy. The Earl mounted at once and spurred after Sir Brian for 14 miles, when he was overtaken by night. The cattle reached the shelter of thick woods, and Essex returned to learn that many of the townsmen were in the plot. He imprisoned several, and regretted deeply that he had no power to execute them. In his rage and disappointment he professed to be glad that Sir Brian had thrown off the mask, for now I have no occasion to trust the Irish, whereby I might have been more abused than by open force I shall. My first action showed nothing but lenity, plainness, and an equal care of both nations. My next shall show more severity of justice abroad, and less trust at home. It needed but small experience of Irish life to turn a Quixote into something not very unlike a Pizarro, and Sir Peter Carew did not conceal his joy that the true nature of the natives was now manifest, and that the danger of their being overmuch trusted was at an end. End of Chapter 30, Part 1. Chapter 30, Part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1572 and 1573. The force collected at Carrickfergus consisted of 600 foot, 200 horse, 100 labourers, and 200 kern. The adventurers were nominally 400 strong, but most of them were still in England. 200 soldiers raised in Somersetshire arrived armed with white sticks, though it was said that Captain Berkeley had £400 for an outfit. The northern horse, under Captain Selby, complained that they were brought to a desert, and that they could not live on their pay, and the foot grumbled at having to give 4 sterling for rations. Provisions began to run short, and it became necessary to fight even for the free passage of cows out of Locke. The escorts sent to convoy them were attacked by Scots in the pass between Carrickfergus and Belfast, and after 4 hours skirmishing found the Lagan flooded and had to return. Had it not been for the intercession of Sussex, who remembered what he himself had endured in Ulster, it is probable that Essex would have had nothing but water and beef, and not too much of the latter, while the corn which he had at great expense provided was diverted by the Bristol traders to some more profitable use. Still he was master in the field, though he sought in vain for anything like a general engagement. Once Sir Brian ventured into the neighbourhood with his herds, which had eaten up the grass in northern Antrim, and Essex set upon them near Masserine with 300 or 400 horse. The Baron of Dungannon did good service. William Norris behaved with the utmost gallantry, and his brother John showed the qualities which afterwards made him famous. The result was a prey of 400 cows, and the slaughter of some 40 kern and cow herds. But if I had been well guided, said Essex, or if my footmen had been come unto me, who were then 3 miles from me, I had taken 10,000 of his kind, and caught Brian and his company at a great disadvantage. Much virtue in if he returned from this not very glorious foray to find that his precursor and ally, the unlucky Smith, had been slain that day by the revolting of certain Irishmen of his own household, to whom he overmuch trusted, whereof one being retained by a rebel did kill him with a shot. The remnant of his men were unable to hold out at Cumber, and sent to the Earl for help, but 200 of his kern took the opportunity to mutiny, and he could do nothing. A few days later Essex reached Locke Strangford, only to find Cumber in ashes. The friendly savages had led Smith's men into the peninsula of Ards. Sir Brian was fully avenged of the authors of those printed books which had filled him with such alarm. Smith's patent remained in force during Elizabeth's life, and gave some trouble, but nothing serious was ever attempted under it. Fidden and Desmond arrived in Dublin on Lady Day, and the Earl was first detained until the arrival of the Lord President. Perrott had always been against his leaving England, and being therefore in no hurry to reach Dublin, he proceeded leisurely to beat out the embers of rebellion before he should be practically superseded. The late insurgents professed much fear lest the Earl should mislike their yielding after standing out so long. The Lord President could, however, say the ways were safe, that towns were no longer straitly shut up, that Kilmallock was rebuilt, and that he had protected no rebel who had not first submitted. He had taken no provision at the Queen's price, but had bought all in a high market, greatly to his own loss, for no horseman could really support himself and 2 horses, and keep his arms and armour in order for 6 3/4 a day. There were complaints that he had interfered too much in Tipperary, although James Tobin, Ormond's sheriff, had contumeliously refused to execute his warrants for treason, a matter entirely outside the Palatinate jurisdiction. Tipperary was in consequence the most disordered part of Munster. 45 malefactors were executed at Limerick, and Perrott proposed to do the like at Cashel and Clonmel. At the latter place confining himself to offences committed outside Ormond's jurisdiction. Nor was much lost by such forbearance, for whatever may have been that Earl's faults, he had not been remiss in the way of executions. Independently of what Butlers had done, the Lord President could report that he had killed or hanged 800 persons, with the loss of only 18 Englishmen. The wonder is that between sword and halter there was any able-bodied man left in Munster. When Perrott had done his hanging, he went to Dublin and reported that Desmond was devoid of reason, and that nothing could be done with him. The Earl, however, declared that the unreasonableness was in the government, who demanded of him more than he had promised, and when he made fresh promises, refused to accept them. His right to Palatinate jurisdiction in Kerry was held void by the lawyers. He was ready to exercise it only according to Her Majesty's pleasure, and without ingrafting any Irish customs upon it. And he made no objection to the establishment of courts leet and courts baron. As to coin and livery, he would forego them for 6 months, pending the decision of his cause. He was more willing than able to abolish them permanently, but was quite ready to agree to such a reasonable composition as impartial commissioners might agree upon. On the other hand, he demanded immediate restoration to his country, and all castles which he claimed either as owner or mortgagee, except Castle Martyr and Castlemaine, which were reserved to the Queen. This was all very well, but Desmond gave out generally that there would be no more presidents after Christmas, and this was hardly the way to conciliate Perrott, who had a veto upon all Munster matters. Sir John Fitzgerald was more pliable or more politic than the Earl, and he risked little by loyal professions, for nothing that he did or said really committed the Geraldine connection. On promising to put down the Brehon law, to suffer no composition for felony, and to abstain from gathering rhymers and dicers about him, he was allowed to return into Munster, leaving his brother to endure an easy restraint for a little time. There was probably some vain hope that Sir John would remit enough money to pay the debts incurred in England, a subject about which there was much correspondence, and which seems to have been thought nearly as important as the state of Munster. Perrott went to Cork, where the sessions were well attended, and where he executed 60 more persons. This, though quite a matter of course, was recorded with satisfaction, but the Lord President took far greater pride in having forced the men to give up their glibes, and in having bullied or coaxed the gentlewomen into foregoing the great rolls which they wore on their heads. By wading into this further danger, he said, "I am assured to have no wife in these parts, and for England, when I re-embark, I look there to have none. For all my gains, here is for every white hair that I brought over with me 60, and a thin purse, how great soever the report went, things that came to my hand by the Marseillaise ship." This vessel, the Peter and Paul, belonging to Marseille, but laden at Lisbon with a rich cargo of pepper, ginger, cinnamon, nutmeg, soap, salad oil, sugar, grains, and cotton wool, arrived at Youghal in November 1572. She had 40 persons on board, chiefly Portuguese, but among them were an Englishman, a Neapolitan, and 2 French passengers. Fitzwilliam, upon some report of a general restraint of trade with Spain, which might include Portugal, sent a commission to Perrott to detain the ship and to sell the cargo. At Youghal it might have been impossible to protect her from Piper and Garrett, 2 of the many pirates who at this time infested British waters, and she was brought round it to Cork, where the men were billeted on the aldermen and allowed the run of the city. Perrott petitioned for a grant of the cargo, but the owners, who were wholly or partly French, complained to the Queen. Proceedings followed in the Admiralty, and the goods were not sold, but the ship was found to be rotten and had to be unladen. This was carefully done. Every article was scrupulously accounted for, and the foreigners certified that nothing had been extorted from them by way of ransom. It is the fate of every active provincial governor to have many detractors among the stay-at-homes, and Perrott's enemies raised a cry at court, accusing him of making away with the cargo. His defence was complete and perfectly satisfactory to the government, but he continued to be troubled about it for some time, and the voluminous correspondence extant shows how great was the commotion excited. As if Munster had not troubles enough, an attempt was made at this time to revive Sir Peter Carew's shadowy claim to a principality there, and some of the projectors renewed their offers to colonize parts of the province. Fitzwilliam referred to Perrott, who reported strongly against Carew. The mere disclosure of his title, he said, would rouse a nest of hornets, and he protested against a private adventurer being allowed to break the peace which he had established with great labour and tribulation. Sidney had 3 soldiers to Fitzwilliam's 1, yet it had taxed his resources severely to still Carew's first commotion. It would be cheaper for the Queen to buy him out than to let him meddle again. The people saw clearly that what affected one would affect all, and Sir Peter was obliged to promise not to stir further in the matter. The more Perrott saw of Desmond, the less he liked him. He had grumbled at his return. Had he known him better, he would have cried aloud. He now besought the Queen to have him taken back to England, for he would never learn manners in Dublin, and could do nothing but harm in Munster. To Burghley's Perrott wrote still more unrestrainedly that the Earl was fitter to keep Bedlam than to rule a newly reformed country. In Munster, wrote the President proudly, the plough already laughed the unbridled rogue to scorn, and daily improvement was visible. The poor prayed for the Queen. The clansmen had almost given up swearing by their lords' hands. The 8,000 or 9,000 men capable of bearing arms honoured Elizabeth's name, and their hands began to wax hard in labour as their feet once did in running to mischief. The revenue might soon be expected to increase if the kings of England, he said in language which must have appealed very strongly to Elizabeth, have any one thing heavier upon their souls than others, it is that they have not made a thorough conquest of this realm. The Queen gracefully thanked Perrott for his services, begged him not to leave his post on account of his health, and proposed to send over an English doctor who knew his constitution, but she did not recall Desmond, who complained loudly of his long detention and declared his good intentions. While admitting that he had made many rash speeches, it does not seem to have occurred to him that a man who could not rule his tongue was hardly fit to rule a province. In the meantime his officers left the land waste and seized Glyn Castle in defiance of the President, whose health obliged him to go suddenly to England without taking the vengeance he had threatened. The highest praise which can be given him for his government of Munster is to quote the words which the 4 masters used in derision. The department of the President was lamented by the poor, the widows, the feeble, and the unwarlike of the country. No sooner was his back turned than the Geraldines began to stir ominously. James Fitzmaurice reopened his intrigues with Spain. Finding that his wife had been writing amorous letters to Edward Butler, he divorced her summarily and married O'Connor Carey's widow, whose castle of Carrickfoyle, the strongest and beautifulest in Westminster, thus fell into his hands, and offered a ready harbour for Jack Spaniard. He conferred with Clanricarde's sons, a sage parliament in God's name, and to this Sir John was supposed to be privy. Fitzwilliam saw that mischief was in the wind, and meditated a journey to Munster when Desmond, whose tone had been gradually growing less submissive, cut the knot by escaping from Dublin. Being sent back to England was probably what Desmond really feared, for he afterwards said he had received letters from England hinting at such a thing. He complained of no harsh treatment in Dublin, where he was placed under the mayor's charge, but not closely confined. Either wishing for or dreading an escape, his jailer told the government that the Earl was welcome to his house and table, but that he would no longer answer for his safekeeping. Some say that he was allowed out on parole, which he kept for a fortnight, and then broke, telling the mayor that he was going out hunting, and that he would return at night. He went to Grange Gorman, and thence escaped by dint of riding into Munster. He was escorted through Kildare by Rory O'More and Piers Grace, both noted brigands or guerrillas, and received in the Queen's County by 400 O'Moores, and in Limerick by James Fitzmaurice. Of Locke, the Earl, and countless lost no time about showing themselves in Irish dress, and we cannot doubt that glibs and rolls at once became fashionable again. All the Geraldines hastened to arms, knowing no God, no prince but the Earl, no law but his behests. Desmond promptly gave out that he would allow no sheriffs, thus practically deciding the Palatinate question in his own favour. And to all appearances he was soon as powerful as any of his ancestors had been. Fitzwilliam wrote to warn the fugitive that he was in great danger of losing all, but to Burghley he confessed his fear of a great conspiracy. The lawyers were afraid to go circuit in Munster, and not a single counsellor could be got to go to Cork, where Perrott had lately done such execution. In a few days Castlemaine and Castlemartyr, which had taken so much pains to reduce, were again in Geraldine's hands, and there was soon nothing to show for Perrott's presidency but the gibbeted corpses of some malefactors, and the tears of the poor, the widows, the feeble, and the unwarlike. The general course of government was neither smooth nor glorious from the time when Elizabeth determined to restore Desmond to Ireland until he practically carried out her first intention by escaping from Dublin. Leaks and Offaly were almost as bad as they had ever been. In the former, Cosby was forced by his weakness to wink at disorder. In the latter, Henry Cowley, who was honourably distinguished as the only English officer who really tried to rule legally, had to go to Dublin to beg in vain for 100 men. Without them he hardly knew how to get back to Philipstown, outside which he could at the best scarcely stir. The general opinion was that the Queen meant to leave all to Irish government. The miserable town of Athenry had been plundered and left utterly desolate by Clanrickarde's sons, and an alderman danced attendance on Fitzwilliam and Fitton, begging for help which they could not give. Ormond's country in his absence was scarcely better than the rebel districts, and the Graces, who would have obeyed the Earl but no one else, carried off Sir Barnaby, Fitzpatrick's wife and daughter. Sir Barnaby pursued and recovered the young lady, but her mother, who was in delicate health, spent some miserable weeks in captivity in Tipperary and Kilkenny. King Edward's old companion poured forth his grief to Sidney, and signed himself your poor tormented friend. Tremaine, who had orders to make special inquiries about this outrage, reported that Fitzwilliam had followed it up well. But Fitzwilliam could really do very little, for old Cormac O'Connor was again at the head of a Scotch and Irish band who hovered between Leinster and Connaught. The force of the country would not serve against the old chief, nor do any damage to the native gentlemen, so that the whole brunt fell on the scanty garrison and yet more scanty settlers. Athlone Castle was actually entered by the rebels, and Connaught was left to its own devices. Tremaine reported that Clanrickarde was quite unable to restrain his graceless sons. Fitton thought his late subjects might, perhaps, by good management, be persuaded to stay quiet as long as they liked, which kind of quiet is no new thing in the politics of Ireland. Like everyone else, he attributed all to the Queen's ill-judged parsimony. Sparing too sparsely, I fear, will cost more spending. For most practical purposes, the two chief personages in the Irish government at this time were the Lord Deputy and Vice-Treasurer Fitton, the bearer of the sword and the bearer of the purse. The way in which they worked together was not edifying, nor calculated to impress the natives with a sense of dignity and power. Having inquired into the quarrel between Fitton and Clanrickarde, the Lord Deputy and Council decided that the former had made good his case, and they patched up a precarious friendship between them. But in the daily intercourse between hostile officials it was less easy to maintain a friendly appearance. Fitzwilliam was a man of hasty temper. Fitton was said to be vainglorious, and was certainly querulous and litigious. An opportunity for explosion was afforded by an affray between the Vice-Treasurer's servant Roden and a gentleman's son, with the expectation of 100 marks a year. He notes as if that had anything to do with it, and one Burnell, a follower of the clerk of the council and a friend of Captain Harrington, the Lord Deputy's nephew. Roden broke Burnell's head with his dagger, and Harrington threatened vengeance. According to Fitton's account, Harrington's servant, James Meade, met Roden in the street some days afterwards, and shouting, "Dead, villain!" immediately ran him through the body. The coroner's jury found that the deed was done in self-defence, but Meade was indicted for murder in the Queen's Bench, and the grand jury found a bill for manslaughter, whereupon the Lord Deputy granted a general pardon, and thus defeated both law and justice entirely. Fitton asked to see the record of pardon, which he retained as evidence, and refusing to restore it, was imprisoned in the common jail during the Lord Deputy's pleasure. Next day Fitzwilliam thought better of it and summoned the Vice-Treasurer to the Council Board, but he refused to take his seat, declaring that he had done nothing wrong, and that one who had been judged a contemner of authority was unworthy to act as a councillor. He pressed hard for a full inquiry, and the noise soon reached the Queen's ears, who, exonerated Fitton, told him to take his seat again fearlessly, and to repute it praise and honour that he had suffered for doing Her Majesty's good service. Fitzwilliam she rebuked sharply for giving a pardon which she herself would have feared to grant, unless the blood of slain men should cry vengeance upon the realm. It was generally said in England, she informed the Irish Council, that they were the Deputy's tools, and Fitton only a true councillor. The Vice-Treasurer was not likely to hide the letter addressed to himself, and the other soon got wind, in spite of every effort. To the Queen Fitzwilliam could say little but that he was undeservedly disgraced, and longed to be recalled, but he rated Fitton before 100 persons, impeaching his truth and honesty, and saying that if he kept away from the Council Board he was but one councillor the less. Having his cue from the Queen, Fitton dutifully attended next day, and must be allowed on the whole to have got much the best of it. Fitzwilliam had not the temper to conceal his feelings, though he dared not dispute Her Majesty's decision, for he told Burghley that the other was a deep dissembler and his professed enemy. Malicious, false, and cowardly, he had given him 2 deadly bites, and was to be distrusted forever. God send me into the earth, or to be tied into a dungeon, rather than to be coupled with such a venomous person. At this critical time, death deprived the Irish government of Lord Chancellor Weston's services. He had held the Great Seal for 6 years, respected by all the official world as a father to the Commonwealth, and the very Irishry lamented his loss. Weston was sincerely religious, not without a tinge of Puritanism, and was filled with anxiety at the condition of the Irish Church. Non-resident clergymen and desecrated churches were the rule, and he felt that he was giving a bad example by holding the temporalities of 2 deaneries, Will's in England and St. Patrick's in Ireland. It was thus that scanty salaries were eked out both before and after the Reformation. His conscientious scruples aggravated his naturally weak health, mainly caused, as he believed, by the damp climate, more probably by the want of vegetables, and by unskilful physicians. He left a widow who appears to have been worthy of him, and an equally virtuous daughter, who was married first to Brady, Bishop of Meath, and afterwards to Secretary Fenton. Catherine Fenton, the only daughter of this second marriage, whilst in her nurse's arms, consented in childish play to be the wife of Richard Boyle, afterward Earl of Cork. Many years later, Boyle, a widower of 4 years' standing, actually married the little lady with whom he had played in his bachelor days. That she inherited the virtues of her mother, grandmother, and grandfather may be inferred from the beautiful passage in which one of the most powerful and successful men of his time has recorded his debt to his second wife. I never, he says, demanded any marriage portion, neither had promise of any, if not being in my consideration. Yet her father, after my marriage, gave me 1,000 pounds in gold with her. But the gift of his daughter unto me I must ever thankfully acknowledge as the crown of all my blessings. For she was a most religious, virtuous, loving, and obedient wife unto me in all days of her life, and the happy mother of all my hopeful children, who with their posterity I beseech God to bless. Among the children were the famous Orrery and the yet more famous Robert Boyle. The relations of England, both with France and Spain, were at this time extremely strained, and Antonio de Gueres, the Spanish commissioner in London, thought the expedition of Essex might be turned to good purpose. The English refugees in Spain and the Low Countries kept pressing Philip to invade Ireland, and Roland Turner, calling himself Lord Audley, an English priest from Louvain, was sent to Ulster with letters from de Guerreras to Sir Brian MacPhelim. Essex, the Spaniard wrote, was about to land with 3,000 men and to exterminate the O'Neills. In order to frustrate his plan, Sir Brian was advised to put himself under the direction of Turner, a prudent, worthy, and faithful Catholic gentleman, with 500 splendidly armed men awaiting his orders in England. Turner, who had lately been in Spain, Scotland, and the Isle of Man, was well known to the English government, and his foolish boasts about hanging all Protestants were not likely to enhance his reputation for ability or discretion. Sir Brian, though very willingly to keep off Essex, had no idea of directly opposing Queen Elizabeth, nor of engaging in ecumenical plots for the extirpation of heresy. Like Archbishop Fitzgibbon, he feared that the English Catholics would make a tool of him and throw him away when a turn had been served. He received Turner very coldly, who bitterly complained that he was not believed, though an exile for God's sake and for that of the Irish. Captain Pearce hinted to Sir Brian that Turner's noble blood was fabulous, and the exile, which, insisting upon his own stainless pedigree, retorted that Pearce himself was the son of a scoundrel and unworthy of being believed on his oath. His language, indeed, though he wrote in Latin, was almost worthy of Marryat's boatswain. The Irish were wretched, beggarly paupers, the slaves of the English, who took their cattle and fished their waters without payment, and held all their country either by force or fraud. By listening to Turner, the natives might change all this and make the English their slaves forever, but they would not listen, and Turner shook the dust from his feet, though Essex thought he could trace the effects of his machinations. He was afterwards employed by Alva and received money from Philip, but he does not appear to have risked a second rebuff in Ireland. After Smith's death, Essex could do little but bemoan his hard fate and confess that the people, to increase their own plague, had refused Her Majesty's mercies. The causes of failure he thus sums up: 2 great disadvantages I find in this little time of my continuance here. The first by the adventurers, of whom the most part, not having forgotten the delicacies of England, and wanting resolute minds to endure the travail of a year or two in this waste country, have forsaken me, feigning excuses, to repair home, where I hear they give forth speeches in dislike of the enterprise to the discouragement of others. The second, that the common hired soldiers, both horsemen and footmen, mislike their pay, and allege that they were not pressed by commission but by persuasion, and therefore ought not to be detained in this service longer than they like to stay. This is not hidden from the Irish, who also are fully persuaded that this war is altogether mine, alleging that if it were your Majesty's, it should be executed by the Lord Deputy, being your chief general here. And therefore, thinking that I must be in a short time wearied with the charge, have confederated to stand in arms, which they would never do with your Majesty unless it were in respect of me, whereby I must acknowledge the weakness of myself, and so consequently of any subject that shall attempt any great service, and therein part with his prince either honour or profit. Therefore my humble petition is that, albeit the moiety of the charge be mine, according to my covenant with your Majesty, that yet some means may be devised that all the officers, soldiers, and dealers in this war may seem to be your Majesty's, the war yours, and the Reformation your Majesty's, and I only the instrument and executor of this service, whereby all men shall either put on better contentations and new courages, or else I with better warrant may punish the mutiny and the base ignobility of the soldiers' minds. The Devon and Somerset men under Captain Burrows showed a particular craven spirit, and began to desert as their prospect of active service. Essex hanged a few without much effect, for they preferred both starving and hanging to fighting. This is not surprising when we consider how they were recruited. The Privy Council directed the Western gentlemen to call for volunteers, and in default of a response, to press those whom the country could best bear. Of course, they sent all the greatest blackguards. Captain Thomas Wilsford, who saw clearly how matters stood, reported that the Irish were actuated by despair to farm any part of their lands. They affirm they are no rebels, for that they say it is not the Queen's wars, and that they do but defend their own lands and goods. The English, moreover, were unwarlike through the fat, delicate soil and long peace at home, and unable to cope with the Irish, who, while retaining their native hardiness, had become skilled in the use of weapons. The task was too great for any but the Queen, though Essex was one to go through with his undertaking even at the cost of his earldom. He shot not at the gain and revenue of the matter, but rather for the honour and credit of the cause. It is not in this poetic fashion that flourishing colonies have been founded, nor was the Earl himself sanguine, for he sent a trusty messenger to England with a detailed account of his troubles, and indeed nothing could be worse than the aspect of affairs, especially after the escape of Desmond had made it hopeless to expect help from the Pale. Essex could do nothing against the enemy, but some whom he considered lukewarm friends were more within his power. Piers, being accused of giving information to Sir Brian, was closely imprisoned and treated with excessive harshness, though there does not appear to have been any evidence against him. Nor was Fitzwilliam spared, for the Irish very reasonably held that if the war was the Queen's, the army should be led by the Queen's deputy, and it is probable that that experienced officer was of the same opinion himself. Essex professed readiness to serve under him as a private adventurer, but in the meantime accused him of encouraging libels against Burghley and himself. He could be contented to hear me ill spoken of openly in his chamber by his own servants, and he to show countenance as though he took pleasure in his man's words. He can be contented to sit in his chair and smile, and because I see further that all the Irish messengers of Ulster are daily with his lordship, and I no way made privy to their petitions or causes of their coming thither, I conclude that underhand many things may pass to my disadvantage, for already whatsoever I require at any Irishman's hands, he appealeth to the Lord Deputy. Captain Welsford thought that Ulster was about the quietest part of Ireland, and it is likely that Fitzwilliam, besides a not unnatural jealousy, thought it extremely unreasonable that with the scanty forces at his disposal he should be in any way called upon to advance the northern enterprise. The carrying off of Fitzpatrick's ladies had created much stir in the English court on account of the high position of the victims. That, however, was in a remote part of the country, and the captives were detained as hostages only. The story of an abduction of the day throws more light upon the state of society than any number of political disquisitions. Janet Marward, heiress and titular baroness of Skerne in Meath, a manor worth some £200 a year, was a loyal ward, and the Queen gave her wardship to Fitzwilliam, who sold it to her stepfather, Nicholas Nugent, second Baron of the Exchequer. Her mother, besides being married to a judge, was the daughter of a judge, John Plunkett, Chief Justice of the Queen's Bench. Nugent sold the unfortunate girl to his nephew, the Baron of Delvin's brother. Afterwards, by procurement of the mother, she, the maid being but 11 years old, was made to mislike of Nugent, and to like of the young Lord of Dunsany, being of the Plunketts, whereupon there fell great discord between the houses of Delvin and Dunsany, and the maid being by her mother and father-in-law brought into this city as the safest place to keep her, on Friday last at night, about 12 o'clock, the Baron of Delvin's brother, accompanied with a number of armed men, the watch being either negligent or corrupted, entered one of the postern gates of the city with 20 swords, and entered by sleight into the house where the maid lay, and forcibly carried her away, to the great terror of the mother and all of the rest. William Nugent married the heiress without her own consent or that of her friends, but we may hope that in time she got to like of lawless husband tolerably well, for when he was in prison for conspiracy 9 years after, it is recorded that she sent him some shirts. With such things going on under the very shadow of Dublin Castle, it is no wonder that Fitzwilliam should clamour for recall, or that he should regret the hard fate of his 3 marriageable daughters, who were losing their time in Ireland. Had they been heiresses and royal wards, their lot might have been still harder. End of chapter 30, part 2. Chapter 31, Part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1573 and 1574. The escape of Desmond had made a great difference in the state of Ireland, for no chief either in north or south could afford to neglect such a factor in insular politics. Clanricarde, being invited by him to a conference, informed the government that he would, if possible, persuade him to conformity. Desmond also sought Sir Edmund Butler, who was now sincerely loyal, and made to him a general denial of rebellious intentions. Butler advised him to go to the Lord Deputy and make his peace, but this he would not do. Sir Edmund Butler, he said, if you had known what extremity I'd suffered in England, you would never give me the like counsel. And to clench the argument, he exhibited the patched and pieced hose and shoes which he had been forced to wear continually in England. Sir Edmund answered that he had suffered much more, but was now at liberty by Her Majesty's grace. Desmond would not willingly confess himself disloyal, yet it is plain that he liked Queen Elizabeth best at a distance. With humble men, or with those whom he believed friendly, the Earl was less guarded, and made no secret of his intention to annoy the Butlers and their friends, and he said he would rather have an old mantle in Munster than a torn silk gown in England. He went about with a rabble of 800 or 900, so that peaceable folk wished they had accompanied Parrot to England or drowned themselves at his departure. The Barrys and Roches had to support his lawless train, though the influence of the Countess and others for a time prevented open plunder. But Desmond refused to reduce his followers, while Bouchier remained in garrison at Kilmallock. The townsmen were not to be trusted, and ladders were being prepared in the woods. Even Cork refused to support 9 soldiers, though a regular warrant was produced, and James for Fitzmaurice's attitude was very threatening, for he made little secret of hiring Scots, and Scots visitor ostentatiously donned Irish attire. But there was no lack of loyal professions. Before God, Mr. Walsh, he said, I do not intend it, nor will do harm to any man unless I am compelled. Another less noted partisan appeared before Castlemaine on Christmas Eve with 30 sword and target men. The porter, either corrupted or a sympathizer, had furnished the assailants with impressions of the keys and dough, and new keys had been made. The Geraldines entered quietly and found the garrison playing cards. They turned them out, taking back such as were willing to change masters. Desmond 3 days later reported that the castle had been taken without his orders and against his will, that he had put in warders of his own and arrested the adventurers who had seized the place. About the same time the seneschal of Ilmokilly took possession of Castle Martyr. Rumours of rebellion and foreign invasion filled the air, and merchants who had seen golden visions of Irish prosperity informed Burghley that the escape of Desmond had spoiled all. The importance of Desmond's escape was not lost on the English government, and it was resolved to send a semi-official messenger to remonstrate with him in a friendly way. The person chosen was Kildare's brother, Edward, lieutenant of the gentlemen pensioners, and no doubt it was supposed that his name and blood would recommend him to Desmond. There had probably been a close acquaintance between them in England. Fitzgerald had a regular commission from the Queen, but she desired him to write always to his wife or sister, so as to keep up the appearance of a private tour. The experienced courtier may have thought the matter too weighty for women, for he wrote all privately to Burghley. As a precaution, 300 men were ordered to Ireland, and others were held in readiness. Rather more than £6,000 was sent in money, with strict injunctions that it should be spent on the exigencies of the moment, and not on satisfying creditors. This new way of paying old debts was not found practicable. The money was quickly spent, and in less than 2 months the Irish government was asking for more. If Elizabeth really imagined that a lieutenant of pensioners who had been little, if at all, in Ireland since his childhood could travel as a private gentleman without attracting notice, the notion was quickly dispelled. The Irish government treated him in all respects as a royal commissioner, and furnished him with careful instructions. The Munster rivers were flooded, and there was a difficulty about corresponding with Desmond. He professed himself ready to meet his kinsman near Clonmel on the last day of January, but declined to go to Dublin, and stiffly maintained that he was ready to prove all that he had ever asserted against the Lord Deputy or Sir John Perrott. There was no want of information as to Desmond's evil intentions. Patrick Sherlock, Sheriff of Waterford, a stout old campaigner who had served the Emperor and the King of France, warned the English government that all malcontents north and south were banded together, and that they would soon have 3,000 men in the field. The Earl of Ormond and 1,000 English soldiers was Sherlock's prescription. Justice Walsh was much of the same opinion, and so was Maurice O'Brien, Bishop-elect of Killaloe, a Cambridge man who had become more English than the English, and who declared that it would be better to be a prisoner in England than a free man in Ireland. Mulroney O'Carroll informed the Seneschal of Queen's County that a messenger of Desmond's had been at his house, and after drinking much whisky had told him of letters sent by the Earl to O'Neill, Clanricarde, the O'Moores, O'Connors, and O'Byrnes. Shane Burke, with 600 Scots, was to harry the King's and Queen's counties. O'Carroll, who addressed Cosby as his father, admitted that the truth was obscure, and that servants often exceeded it in speaking of their masters, but he confirmed the man's story to some extent, and stated that a flood in the Shannon had alone prevented Desmond from meeting Clanricarde. Anxiety for this meeting was believed to be the cause of Desmond's delay in meeting Fitzgerald. All accounts agreed that there was to be a general attack on the English settlers, that Desmond would have no president or other English official resident if he could help it, and that he aspired to be rather a tributary sovereign than a subject. So far as any secrecy went, Edward Fitzgerald might as well have had his commission read with tuck of drum in every town and village. His unostentatious mode of travelling merely gave an excuse for not treating him with much respect. At Clonmel, the municipality refused him livery for his horses. He was obliged to forage for himself, and he had to wait long before Desmond would take the trouble to meet him. 7 articles founded upon the instructions of the Irish government were propounded to the Earl. His answers were not considered altogether dutiful, and by the advice of some English gentlemen in his company, Fitzgerald gave him an opportunity of amending them. Thus he at first refused to be judged in any way by the Lord Deputy or Lord President, they having a private grudge against him. On second thoughts he said nothing about Perrott and Fitzwilliam, but merely pleaded his poverty, his previous long detention, and his doubts as to indifference of hearing there as reasons for not visiting Dublin. But if such of the council as were indifferent would come to the borders of his country, he was ready to agree to anything reasonable. Of general professions of loyalty the Earl was lavish enough, but when it came to material guarantees there was less compliance. He was ready to give up castles to his cousin, Mr. Edward Fitzgerald, who had no warrant to take them and no means of holding them, but not to Captain Bouchier, who had both. And he expressly saved all the liberties to which he laid claim. James Fitzmaurice, Sir John of Desmond, and Andrew Skiddy, Judge of the Palatinate of Kerry, were among those who signed the Earl's amended answer. Fitzgerald reported that such of the Earl's blood and kindred as stand in danger of the law do persuade him that his state, by reason of his departure from Dublin, is most dangerous, and therefore they do advise the Earl for their safeguards to receive a general pardon for him and them, which if they may not procure, it seemeth they are bent to work what in them lieth to cause the Earl to stand upon terms. Desmond seemed to fear an invasion of his country, and his kinsman did what he could, which was very little, to persuade him that no such invasion was meant. The instinct of the Geraldines was truer than the courtier's smooth phrases, for on the very day fixed for the meeting, Elizabeth wrote to Fitzwilliam, blaming him sharply for lying still in Dublin and giving the Earl so much scope. She was about to send over Sir John Perrott with 300 men, and suggested that in the meantime the independent lords and gentlemen of Munster might be encouraged to make war against Desmond, and authorized to take coin and livery for the purpose. Perrott had already shown what his views were, and it was no doubt well known in Munster that Fitzwilliam had urgently besought his return. But either the Lord President excused himself on the ground of ill health, or the Queen's humour changed, for she accepted Desmond's answer, though not very graciously, and encouraged him to hope for pardon and favour. About the time that Essex was sending over Waterhouse, the attention of Elizabeth and her ministers seems suddenly to have been directed to Ulster. The Queen woke up to the fact that there was little hope of revenue and not much of military success. The discomfited adventurers had spread hostile reports, and intending colonists were reduced to the state of mind which the perusal of a famous novel may be supposed to have had upon many who had thought of seeking their fortunes upon the banks of the Mississippi. Essex was desired to send someone who could resolve the Queen's doubts, both as to the actual state of Ulster and as to its prospects for the future. 2 trusty messengers were accordingly sent, Essex not concealing his opinion that force alone could reduce the north. Sir Brian Macphelim might express contrition for his former conduct, but the natives generally were false of their word, and in the absence of a strong force nothing less than a general revolt was to be looked for. Owing perhaps to the exertions of Waterhouse, or possibly to some qualm of conscience in Her Majesty as to the ruin which was overtaking her faithful servant's private estate, positive orders were sent to the Irish government to treat him with more consideration, and to give him a commission as governor of Ulster, with authority quite equal to that of a president in other provinces. Fitzwilliam was also told to give out that the expedition was not intended against the natives but against the usurping Scots. In practice, of course, no such distinction was or could be observed. Fitzwilliam hastened to assure Walsingham, who had just become Secretary of State, that the rumour of his opposition to Essex was mere slander, and that he would embrace his enterprise heartily. The English ministry saw clearly enough that nothing could be made of the Ulster expedition without great expense. This the Queen was most unwilling to incur, and some proposed to make Essex Lord Deputy as the easiest way out of the difficulty. He was, they said, painful in watch, in travail, in wet and dry, in hunger and cold, and frank of his own purse in Her Majesty's service. The Queen's honour would be saved by withdrawing in this way from a hopeless enterprise, and the Earl's feelings would be spared by promoting instead of recalling him. But Elizabeth refused positively to make any one deputy who had a landed estate in Ireland, and the reason was good whether suggested by Leicester or not. Sir F. Knollys feared that if the Queen would neither make the Earl deputy nor take the enterprise into her own hands, the unlucky adventurer would be undone, to Her Majesty's great danger and dishonour. Lady Essex's father might have been well pleased to have her living in Dublin, but if Leicester, as is exceedingly probable, was already her lover, opposition would not be wanting. Yet all men, says Knollys significantly, outwardly do seem to favour my Lord Essex and his enterprise. Essex became governor of Ulster, and in less than a month longed to be rid of an office which he could not fill with credit. He was very willing to be Lord Deputy, for that might give him the means of reducing Ulster, but he feared that no deputy would ever brook a separate governor for the northern province. Having planned an expedition against Turlough Lu in each, he applied to Fitzwilliam for help, and the deputy, willing to show his goodwill, called upon the gentlemen of the Pale. but with the single exception of Lord Slane, they refused to go. Even the Louth people, who were on the borders of Ulster, would do nothing but complain that they were overtaxed. And they think, said Essex sarcastically, to have greater thanks for denial to go with me than for their forwardness in this service. They do so often and so openly exclaim and complain unto me, and I not able to redress it, as I am truly weary of myself. The treatment which the regular troops received was not such as to make the service popular. Fitzwilliam, or some of those about him, tried to husband the scanty resources of the Irish government by giving the victualler a hint that he need not exert himself too much in Ulster. The garrisons of Dundalk and Newry were consequently neglected, and universal desertion was only prevented by the timely arrival of 50 barrels of herrings, which one of the Earl's servants had bought at Carlingford. For 20 days, wrote the sorely tried governor, they had neither bread, drink, fish, nor flesh, but were forced to beg, and laid their arms, pieces, and garments engaged for to buy them food. The 300 men last sent over had been willingly diverted to Ulster by the Lord Deputy, who wanted the means to feed them, and there was no provision made for these men, neither yet for 80 horsemen and 260 footmen, and the victualler hath unto them delivered but only 30 pounds to make provision for these 600 and odd men. And the soldiers, because they in their extremity receive those herring from me, do think that the charge of their victualling is mine, and do lay the blame of their wants upon me, and do all fall to mutiny, and say that unless I will see that they shall be better victualled, they will do neither any service, nor yet abide there. For my part, said Essex with a noble obstinacy, I will not leave the enterprise as long as I have any foot of land in England unsold. But my land is so entangled to the Queen's Majesty for that money which I had of her towards this journey, as I cannot sell any land that I have for the one half of that which before I might have done. He was in the position of a borrower driving a risky trade, or of a would-be insurer who leads an unhealthy life. No one was willing to lend or to buy where the Queen was first mortgagee. He proposed 2 courses to her Majesty, if she would bear the charge of 100 horse and 600 foot, while he furnished 100 horse, and made a last effort with the adventurers. Then he engaged to make the north profitable to the Crown, either by rents from the natives or by English settlers. Let me bear both the blame and the shame, if I do not before Christmas Day make that part as quiet as any part in Ireland shall be. For himself he asked only a grant at a nominal rent of Island Magee, the long narrow peninsula which protects Loch Lorne from the fury of the northern sea, on condition of contributing 500 pounds towards any town which the Queen might think proper to build there. I find it more easier to bear the charges of 200 men than to bear the name of a general without wages. The other alternative was for the Queen to take 215 pounds a year in land in discharge of the 10,000 pounds which he owed her, and to free the third part of his estate from the claim of the Crown. He would then do his best to carry out the original scheme alone, but yet this way will neither please the adventurers nor encourage them to go forwards. The Queen had resolved to recall Essex as soon as he had lapped up all matters with Turlough, Lewanich, and Sir Brian upon the most decent terms possible, and to limit her efforts in Ulster to keeping a small garrison at Carrickfergus, and to wheedling a small tribute out of the chiefs. But after reading the letter last quoted, she changed her mind. Her heart was touched, and she resolved to give another chance to a subject whose loyalty no neglect could impair, and whose constancy no failure could overcome. In one of those letters which go far to explain her wonderful power, she thanked him heartily for his services, unsuccessful as they had hitherto been, acknowledging the same to have been grounded not upon gain, but upon honour, an argument of true nobility, and we cannot whatsoever issue the same hath had, but make account of you as of that noble man who, in respect of other service, hath rather chosen to suffer any intolerable toil in Ireland than yield to enjoy the delicacy of England. Which rare affection, if we should not cherish, we should show ourselves unworthy of so rare a servant. He had complained that his letters were not answered. She reminded him that they contained matters not fit for every secretary, to which our eyes and the fire only have been made privy. She accepted his surrender of Clanboy, and agreed for a time to maintain the required force, and she promised to grant him Island Magee. The Lord Deputy should resume the government, receiving at the same time strict and secret instructions to cooperate with him in his attempts to expel the Scots and to reduce Sir Brian Macphelim. But royal words, however sweet, could not conquer Ulster. Heroic as was his character in many ways, Essex had not the gifts which have been given to a few great generals. He could not infuse courage or endurance into wretched starvelings, nor had he administrative genius to conquer the shortcomings of his commissariat. Newry and Dundalk must have been evacuated but for a timely supply of herrings. The peculation was such that stores calculated to last 6 months did not last 4, and that the full supplies for near 600 men were expended on much less than half the number. The powder was 1/4 coal dust, and was not worth firing. The Carrickfergus garrison was reduced nearly 2/3 by desertion and disease, and was so completely isolated that a traveller going to Dublin might consider 100 horse but a scanty escort. The filth of the town was such as to make fever almost universal. The services of religion were neglected, for the belly-fed ministers who were induced to visit Ulster liked the danger, and hard fared no better than the gentlemen adventurers, whose service had consisted eating without paying. The reinforcements sent were of such quality as to be worse than useless. 100 were raw recruits from Oxfordshire and Berkshire, 200 were from Cheshire and Lancashire, and so bad, the Lancashire men especially, as to be scarce fit for field labour. As labourers, Essex had to keep them. For soldiers, he said, they will never be. 100 veterans promised from Berwick had been countermanded on a rumour of Desmond's submission. Captain Morris, who had the leading of the ragged regiment, was destined to lay his bones in Ireland. The fact was that Carrickfergus had such a bad name in England that every one who possibly could avoided service there. Waterhouse, who was at Chester in constant communication with Ireland, begged that the men might be sent to Carlingford. But routine seems to have been too strong for him, and they were dispatched to the old pest house. The wretched lads died like flies at the rate of 15 or 20 a day. 300 were sick at once, and none could hope to escape. Scarcely a man was fit even for sentry duty. Essex lay among his men, and there was not a night but 1, 2, or 3 died within 10 feet of him. The remonstrances of his officers against this heroic foolhardiness prevailed at last, and he was induced to withdraw the remains of the garrison. Out of some 600, only 200 more, dead than alive, reached the Pale, where he had to support them at his own expense. End of chapter 31, part 1. Chapter 31, Part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1573 and 1574. The Queen's gracious letter caused hope to spring once more in the Earl's breast, and with such men as he could muster, he resolved to chastise Sir Brian Macphelim. That chief was proclaimed traitor, and £200 was put upon his head. At first he despised such threats, and some skirmishing took place. having the worst in these encounters, and perhaps hearing exaggerated accounts of the reinforcement, Sir Brian thought it prudent to submit. Some thought that this was done only to gain time until the provisions were exhausted, but it is probable that Sir Brian looked upon war against the Queen's governor as different from war against the Earl of Essex in his capacity of private adventurer. So far as humility of language went, nothing could be said against him. He acknowledged that after many years' loyal service he had wandered into the wilderness like a blind beast without knowledge of good. By the good grace of Almighty God he had been called home, and his chief desire now was to see Her Majesty's face. Clanboy was the Queen's, and he was ready to pay a rent of 1,500 kine for the first year, and to increase it afterwards. At his earnest request, Essex interceded for his pardon, and was sanguine enough to express an opinion that it would be well deserved. It seems that Burghley wished to make Essex deputy, but the Earl, though he was accused of intriguing for it, had no wish to incur hatred and envy in that unfortunate office. Who shall serve the Queen and his country faithfully, he said, with an evident side-glance at Fitzwilliam, shall have his fair reward for his travail, but if he will respect his gain more than his prince, country, or honesty, then may he make his gain unmerciful. He was quite ready to serve under Sidney or any other settled governor, and such a one as is fit for Ireland, not Ireland for him. All the ill-disposed now rob and steal, hoping that the new governor will pardon all done before his time. This people wax proud, yea, the best might be amended, all need correction. The actual deputy declared that he fretted away his life in misery. Not only was he persistently, and according to himself quite unjustly, accused of trying to thwart the Ulster enterprise, but he found his credit everywhere depreciated. Edward Fitzgerald, who may be supposed to have been tolerably impartial, declared that he pitied his sad state. The evil feared him but a little. The Pale bore him no goodwill. The soldiers misliked him, while the captains complained, and the councillors cynically abstained from giving advice whenever he seemed inclined to do anything unpopular or capable of misrepresentation. He accused his old antagonist, Vice-Treasurer Fitton, of annoying him in every possible way, withholding his pay, disputing his requisitions, and refusing to follow him into the field. I would, said Fitzwilliam with evident sincerity, abide the pricking out of my eye or the stitching up of my lip, rather than let private feeling hinder public service. But he confessed that he could not help disliking a man who counterworked God's will by prejudicing the English government against his official superior, with no higher object than to gratify his own malicious vanity. Fitton was evidently a provoking person, but he solemnly declared he never gave Fitzwilliam a crabbed word, whereas the Lord Deputy's household was a hotbed of slander against him. Such, according to his own account, was the Vice-Treasurer's conscious innocence, that he magnanimously signed state papers which contained covert attacks upon his official conduct. The poor deputy could only testify against Fitton's vainglorious humour, and beg to be recalled from his tabouring. Had Fitzwilliam felt sure of his sovereign's favour, he might have laughed at his enemies, and even at his daughter's unwedded condition. But the Queen blamed him roundly for staying lazily in Dublin, while Desmond lorded it in Munster, and Essex struggled on unsupported in Ulster, and while Connaught scarcely preserved the semblance of the royal dominion. Fitzwilliam pleaded with perfect truth that to take the field without proper forces would be to risk Her Majesty's honour. His credit was at the lowest ebb. The commissariat was in a state of chaos, and though he had often and urgently asked for a victualler, none was sent, a most necessary minister, the toilsome care of whose charge doth trouble me more than half the government besides. To save appearances, he gave out that he expected his recall daily. Between these changes, said Essex, in words that apply now as well as then, is ever all the mischief in Ireland, and therefore it were good to make it surely known that he shall still remain, or else to send such a governor as you do determine on presently, for the expectation of a change maketh this man not to be obeyed nor cared for. The mission of Edward Fitzgerald in Munster having had no very favourable result, the Queen rebuked Fitzwilliam sharply for giving him orders, contrary to her instructions, to deal and negotiate with the Earl of Desmond, as sent from us, whereas, contrariwise, our meaning was that he privately, as a kinsman, should have repaired unto him by your license, not by our direction. For as the matter is now handled, we think ourselves touched in honour, for that the Earl may have cause to think that we should now seek upon him, a thing very unfitting for the place and quality we hold. The harassed deputy, who had himself the worst opinions of Desmond's intentions, lamented his hard fate, and sent Sir James Dowdall, second justice of the Queen's Bench, to remind the Earl that there was a government in Ireland. He had no force to coerce, though the Queen taunted him with his indolence, and there were constant rumours of invasion, requiring, in his opinion, the presence of men of war on the coasts of Cork and Kerry. Dowdall's letters remained long unanswered, and he lay idly at Clonmel, listening to reports which he knew were too vague to be worth forwarding. Justice Walsh, in whose single person the government or non-government of Munster for the moment centred, furnished Burghley with a long list of Desmond's misdeeds. He had spoiled the Sheriff of Limerick, and threatened to cut his tongue out for complaining. All sorts flocked to him, finding it easier and cheaper to rob than to work and be robbed. Desmond gave out that there should be no law but Brehon law between Geraldines. James Fitzmaurice was moving very suspiciously, and had been accepted as chief by the Ryans of Oney, a wild country bordering on the Shannon. The McShees, or Desmond Gallaglasses, had taken the mayor of Limerick, and kept him in pawn for one of their number who was the Queen's hostage. But the most daring act of all was the apprehension of Captain Bouchier, who was attacked on the high road near Kilmallock, and driven into a castle belonging to the Sheriff of Limerick. James Fitzmaurice hurried to the spot with a strong force, took him out, and gave him in custody to a personal enemy, Edmund Fitzdavy, who treated him so cruelly that he was ready to put an end to himself. An English resident at Waterford, who had held some sort of commission, lamented over Parrott's departure and the consequent revolt of Munster to her monstrous Irish fashion. He thought it would have been better for Desmond to suffer the decent restraints of enforced residence in Dublin than such liberty as he enjoyed in the south. Irish colts could only be bridled with a sharp English bit. Bellingham and Sidney Gilbert and Parrott being the fittest riders hereto, he said very truly that long impunity had introduced universal laxity, and had made conspiracy the most attractive of occupations. One pardoned malefactor bred 100 more. Every debtor ran off to the woods, and in his character of rebel soon received a pardon. Law-abiding had become a matter of indenture. The writer, who was learned, had a theory, probably derived from Greek history, that islanders were naturally turbulent, and cited Cicero and Aristotle as authorities for the argument that severity was the best cure for laxity, and that valiance was necessary for the government of barbarous nations. Another Englishman of less classical or more puritanical turn thought the Irish could be starved out by taking or destroying the herds upon whose milk they fed. He added that there could not be a greater sacrifice to God. Desmond had guns taken at Castlemaine, and it was feared that neither Cork, Galway, nor Kinsale were safe. The chiefs were supposed to have decided that if a president came, each would overthrow his own castle and take to the field. 500 ladders and a quantity of sapping tools had been collected within easy reach of Kilmallock. Stukely and Archbishop Fitzgibbon were in Brittany consulting with the Leaguers. Catholic intriguers were as busy as ever in Spain, and a servant in Desmond's livery had been seen at the Spanish court. Among some 30 English and Irish Catholics of note who were in Spain about this time were Stukely and Fitzgibbon, Rowland, Turner, William Walsh, Pipple, Bishop of Meath, and Dr. Nicholas Sanders, who was destined to play a greater part than any of them in Irish history. Philip lavished great sums upon them, and was besides said to spend 23,000 ducats a year in Flanders in the same way. Stung by the Queen's taunts, Fitzwilliam determined to undertake military operations in Munster with such forces as he could command, that is, with about 800 men, badly fed and paid. As a last chance of peace he resolved to consult Essex, who at once came to Dublin, whence he dispatched the following letter to Desmond. My lord, I understand my cousin George Bouchier, in his going to Kilmallock, where he is band lay, is by some of your men taken and hurt, stealthily and most straitly kept in prison. Sorry I am, my lord, that the gentleman should be so handled as I hear he is, but truly I am more sorry that you should give her Majesty cause to conceive so ill with you as this dealing of yours, I fear, will give her occasion. Let me reason, and as I think you have store of ill counsellors, who hiss you on to that which is evil, whom daily you hear, and I fear do too much credit unto, so hear withal the advice of those which wish the well-wishing of you, and the continuance of your house in honour, of which company I assure you I am one. What do you desire, or what is the mark you shoot at? Is it to the enjoyance of your inheritance and country that you seek? If it is that this may satisfy you, there is no seeking to put you from it. And if any contempt or fault of you hath in your own opinion brought it in question, her Majesty, as hath been written to you from thence, is content to pardon you. What should move you then to seek war, when in peace and with honour you may enjoy all that is your right? If you have in your head to catch at a further matter, think it is the very highway to make you with dishonour to lose that which, with honour in true serving of the prince your ancestors have gotten and long enjoyed. My lord, consider well of this, and look into the case deeply, and give care unto the sound and faithful counsel of your friends, and stop the ears from hearkening unto them which seek by their wicked counsel to destroy yourself and to overthrow your house. Let not the enemies have the occasion to triumph at your decay. Refuse not her Majesty's favour when she is content to grant it to you, lest you seek it when it will be denied. Surely, in my opinion, her Majesty had rather to erect many such houses as yours than to be the overthrow of yours, although it be through your own default and folly. And to procure this, her Majesty hath offered as much of her clemency to you, as with honour she might do to her subjects. I have shortly showed you my opinion of your case, and given my best advice. I pray you follow it. I will conclude with my earnest request to your lordship for the delivery of my cousin George Bouchier, so wishing that you follow good counsellors, and not flatter yourself with the opinion of your force, which to contend with her Majesty is nothing. I end and commit your lordship to God. 5 days later he wrote again in the same strain, and soon afterwards told Burghley that it was very hard that the deputy should have precise orders to make war without being furnished with means. This does not look like intriguing for the viceroyalty, of which Fitzwilliam evidently suspected him. In consequence of what he heard from Desmond, Essex declared himself willing to try his hand at deciphering him, and at the request of the whole council started with that object. Fitzwilliam privately sneering at his tardy offers of service, Desmond appointed Kilmacthomas in the county of Waterford as the place of meeting, and professed perfect confidence in the Earl and readiness to be guided by him. On his arrival at Waterford, on the eve of the appointed day, Essex received a message from Desmond to say that he was at Kilmacthomas. That place being considered rather remote, Desmond, accompanied by Fitzmaurice and about 60 horse, advanced to a bridge 3 miles from the city, where he was met by Kildare, who brought him to a heath just outside the walls. After some parley, Essex handed him a protection under the Great Seal for himself and all his followers for 20 days. Having delivered the paper to one of his men, he then rode into the town, where the Countess soon afterwards joined him. At a private conference, at which only the 3 earls and Lady Desmond were present, he said that he would do anything that could be required of any nobleman in England or Ireland. Essex was satisfied with this, and within 3 days Desmond went to Dublin with only 4 or 5 attendants, having first given orders for Captain Bouchier's release. Oddly enough, if she wished him to succeed, the Queen had not done Essex the honour of having him made a member of the Irish Council, and he had no part in the abortive negotiations which followed. Being called upon to perform the articles concluded in England, Desmond said that he would take no advantage of these having been extorted from him under restraint, and that he was willing to be bound, but only as part of a general settlement. Otherwise he would be the one unarmed man in Leinster, Munster, and Connaught, and with all his loyalty he had no mind to be the common sport and prey of the 3 provinces. Being asked to restore the castles which were in the Queen's hands before his escape, and to give up any others when required, he refused to hold his all at Her Majesty's pleasure, and could not believe that she herself desired it. Pardon he was ready to receive thankfully, but would not repair into England to be a spectacle of poverty to all the world, and he asked the council to pity his long misery there. He was ready to perform presently all his promises, but would not give pledges beyond what he had before agreed to. His only son was in England, so was Sir James, one of his 2 legitimate brothers. If neither my son being mine or only son, nor my brother whom I love, nor the possession of mine inheritance, as before is granted, can suffice, then to the justice of God and the Queen I appeal upon you all. Desmond's answers were not considered satisfactory, and he refused to remain on protection, either with Kildare or Essex, till the Queen's pleasure should be known. A proclamation was prepared, declaring him a traitor, and offering £500 for his head, and £1,000, and a pension to any who would bring him in alive. In my judgment, said Essex, the war is unseasonably begun, because the rest of the realm standeth in so ill terms, and the manner of Desmond's answer might with honour have suffered a toleration until Ulster had been fully established. The mischief is without remedy, for I am bound with the Earl of Kildare by our words and honours to safe conduct Desmond to the confines of Munster, which will take 10 days at least, in which mean the bruit of the war will be public in all places. I can hope for none other than a general stir in all parts at once. They set out accordingly, and met Ormond at Kilkenny, whence the 4 earls travelled southward together for some miles. Ormond riding by the side of his ancient enemy, and telling him that he was rushing to destruction. No apparent impression was made, Desmond making no secret of his plan, which was to defend a few castles and raise the others, and to keep the bulk of his force in the field till the arrival of foreign aid. Lords Gormanston and Delvin refused to sign the proclamation of treason, which no doubt would not be popular in Ireland. They relied entirely on the technical ground that they were not members of the council, but the plea was not accepted in England, and they were obliged to make some sort of excuse. Just at the time when Essex was undertaking to decipher Desmond, the Queen wrote one of those stinging dispatches which terrified men more than her father's axe or her sister's faggots. She accused the Lord Deputy and Council of want of judgment, and of truckling to a rebel while such a faithful subject as Captain Bouchier was severely imprisoned, and other faithful subjects were sorely oppressed. They should have proclaimed Desmond traitor, and proceeded against him without delay. Her honour was touched, and there were as many troops as have sufficed for others that have supplied your place to have prosecuted like rebels of greater strength and force than we perceive he is of. Since Parrott's departure, Fitzwilliam had frequently complained of the want of a high military officer in whom he could confide. Such an express gentleman, as the Queen designated him, was now sent in the person of Sir William Drury. Fitzwilliam was to consult him in all martial affairs, and to place him in such authority as befitted so gallant a soldier and so experienced a servant. 5 days later the Privy Council warned Fitzwilliam that if he once entered Munster, he would be bound in honour to exact an unconditional submission from Desmond, but that he would do well to wink at the misdeeds of smaller offenders, provided they yielded themselves by a fixed day. There were troops enough ready in the west of England to come to the rescue should an invasion of Ireland really take place. With Ormond's warning voice still in his ears, the infatuated Geraldine chief called together certain of his followers and asked their advice. The result was a document afterwards famous as Desmond's Combination, in which some 20 gentlemen declared that he had done all that he could be fairly required of him, and advised him not to yield to the last articles, nor to give hostages, even if the Lord Deputy should assert his authority by force of arms. We, the persons underwritten, the paper concludes, do advise and counsel the said Earl to defend himself from the violence of the said Lord Deputy. We renounce God if we do spare life, lands, and goods to maintain and defend this our advice against the Lord Deputy or any other that will covet the said Earl's inheritance. Desmond's brother John was one of the signataries, but James Fitzmaurice's name is absent. It was in contemplation at this time to buy them both off with some portion of the Earl's lands. Letter after letter came from the Queen, upbraiding her representatives in action, and Fitzwilliam at last fixed a day for beginning a campaign, though he had no money and was in want of everything. Then there was another postponement, and Ormond undertook to negotiate in the meantime, Desmond fencing a good deal and avoiding a direct answer. Matters were brought to a crisis by attacking Darrenlower, a castle on the Suir, which belonged to Sir Thomas Butler of Cahir, and which had been treacherously taken some months before by Rory MacCraig, one of Desmond's most notorious partisans. It interrupted the traffic between Clonmel and Waterford. Fitzwilliam and Ormond took 3 or 4 days to run a mine under the walls, and were almost ready to spring it when the garrison, after the manner of Irish garrisons, tried to escape. They were intercepted and all killed. This tragedy had an immediate effect on Desmond, who saw that he could not hope to hold any fortress against the government, and he came to Clonmel and made a humble submission, which was repeated at Cork after service in the cathedral in the presence of the Munster nobility. Castlemaine was surrendered to Captain Apsley, as well as the castles in Kenry, which had been the chief matter in dispute, and it was agreed that there should be oblivion as to other causes of difference. That Desmond only yielded to superior force and did not abandon his designs may be inferred from what he did as soon as the deputy's back was turned. he made over all his lands in Ireland to Lord Dunboyne, Lord Power, and John Fitzedmund Fitzgerald of Cloyne in trust for himself and his wife during their joint lives, with provision for his daughters and final remainder to his son. The object, no doubt, was to preserve the property in case of unsuccessful rebellion, but against a victorious sovereign such paper defences were ever in vain. 2 days later both Lord and Lady Desmond wrote to the Queen in very humble strain, the former praying for one drop of grace to assuage the flame of his tormented mind. Finding Desmond unlikely to give immediate trouble, the Queen thought she saw her way to helping Essex without increasing her expenses. £26,000 a year and 2,000 men was what he asked for, and to show that the project was not hopeless, he determined to attempt some immediate service. Drawing the bulk of his forces out of Clanboy to Newry and Dundalk, he began operations by attacking an island near Banbridge, whence 3 of Turlough, Locke, O'Neill's sons, plundered Magennis and the Baron of Dungannon. Phelim O'Neill and his cousin were taken, and all the band killed, except 5 or 6 who escaped by swimming. Essex then went to Dublin, consulted the council, and summoned Turlough Linna each to meet him near Benburb on the Blackwater. But in spite of every promise of safe conduct, Turlough refused to come to any point where the river was fordable, and Tyrone was accordingly invaded. There had been a bountiful harvest, and the corn stacks were burned from Benburb to Clocker. Here Essex halted and sent a party into Fermanagh, who drove off 400 cows, and thus secured Maguire's neutrality. Turlough Luna each, with 200 horse and 600 Scots, attempted a night attack on the camp, but this failed, and the Earl continued his march to Lifford, burning and spoiling, but seeing no enemy. At Strabane, O'Donnell made his appearance with 200 horse and 500 gallowglasses, and Con O'Donnell, who held Lifford Castle in spite of him, also crossed into Tyrone. Provision ships lay at a point halfway between Lifford and Derry, and while the victualling proceeded, Essex explained the political situation to O'Donnell, O'Doherty, and other chief men of Tyrconnell. O'Donnell, who saw an opportunity of regaining Lifford Castle, and those who depended on him, declared themselves ready to do all that the governor wished. But Con, who had married Turlough Linnaeach's daughter, said bluntly and very truly that it was a dangerous matter to enter into war, and that for his own part he would know how he should be maintained before he should work himself trouble for any respect. He added that he had rather live as a felon or a rebel than adventure his undoing for the Queen. Lifford Castle was accordingly taken and handed over to O'Donnell, materials for coming being found in it. Con was arrested, escaped, was recaptured, and sent a prisoner to Dublin. The Irish annalists say that this arrest was treacherous, but it does not appear that he had any safe conduct. Before leaving Lifford, Essex commissioned O'Donnell to seize upon all O'Neill's cattle which had crossed the Foyle, to be under Con's protection, but under no circumstances to allow his nephew's own herds to be touched. The O'Donnells disregarded the latter injunction, but laid hold on them, and, as their manner is, every man carried his booty home. 1,400 head only out of a much larger number being brought into the English camp. In consideration of what his followers had gained, Essex bound the chief to have an extra force of 600 men, and swore him to fight with Turlough Linnaeach as long as Her Majesty did. On his road home he carefully burned all O'Neill's corn, and boasted that the value was not less than £5,000, a mode of making war which was certainly not calculated to advance the civilization of Ulster. Turlough's strength was practically unbroken, and it is evident that few thought Essex capable of doing anything great. He had, he complained, in all his journeys to the north, had no help from the Pale but 15 pack horses on one occasion and 7 on another. Provisions were never given, but at such extreme pennyworths as hath not been heard of in this country. To his sanguine mind it still seemed easy, if the Lord Deputy would only cooperate cordially, to establish the country as it may be ever preserved from rebellion hereafter. Fitzwilliam, who had no illusions left, thought differently, and there can be little doubt that he was right. The Earl himself had privately told Burghley that the Queen was nothing benefited by former pacifications of the north, and that only a permanent garrison could make permanent work. There was little hope of revenue. Every captain in Ulster was, he thought, ready to take an estate of inheritance and give up Irish customs. Many said they had offered as much and had been refused, and yet they allege that they have ever paid more than would maintain a good garrison, which hath been put in some of their purses, which governed here. The crown was in fact too poor to pay its servants, and so they paid themselves. Under such circumstances it is not surprising that expeditions into Ulster were like the fortresses which children build upon the beach. The unresisting sand is easily moulded. The architect's pride is great, but the next flood washes all the work away. The Queen, who seems to have had a certain admiration for Essex, was pleased with his last service and inclined to favour his plans for the permanent plantation of the north. But her counsel, as she was careful to point out, required more information. Did he propose that the colonists in Clanboy and between the Blackwater and the Pale should be English or Irish, or a mixture of both? Were his towns to be walled with stone or earth, or with a mixture of both? Had Maguire, Magennis, and MacMahon agreed to contribute towards the maintenance of 100 horse and 200 foot? What arrangements could be made for provisions, for maintaining garrisons, for labour and material? To resolve these doubts, which came rather late in the day, Essex was summoned to appear at court as soon as he could leave his post. The choice being left to him, he decided not to go, and expressed an opinion that the conditional order came either of her Majesty's misliking of the cause, or of me as unable to execute the thing, and so make stay of me there, either by disallowing the work as not feasible, or else to essay as the honour of it should be reaped by another. End of chapter 31, part 2. Chapter 32, part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Fitzwilliam, 1574 and 1575, and reappointment of Sidney. If violence were vigour, and a readiness to act on rumour decision, then the next exploit of Essex would entitle him to a high place among the leaders of men. There is no difficulty in believing that Sir Brian Macphelim had been plotting with Turlough, Lewinich, and other enemies of English rule, and it is quite possible that he or his followers had committed some barbarous outrages. He had all along been hostile to the Earl's enterprise, and it is not surprising that he should have sought to frustrate it. But he came to meet Essex at Belfast in friendly guise, and he brought his wife and other relations with him. It is plain from this that he intended no immediate treachery, but Essex, who was getting soured, could only see evidence of dissimulation. He proposed to arrest his visitors, and his officers made no opposition. The O'Neills defended their chief, and much blood was shed. I have, Essex wrote to the Privy Council, apprehended Sir Brian, his half-brother Roy Oge, and Macquillan, Brian's wife, and certain of the principal persons, and put others to the sword, to the number of 200 in all places, where 40 of his best horsemen. Sir Brian, his wife, and other prisoners were sent to Dublin, and Essex announced that they would be tried according to law. It is only certain that they were executed. There was, be it observed, no state of war between O'Neill and the Earl. The chieftain was not a proclaimed traitor, and there was no warrant against him, and even if it be granted that he was technically guilty of treason, could his wife be considered equally guilty? The Earl's own account does not justify him, while the Irish annalists charge him with the blackest treachery. Peace, sociality, and friendship, say the Four Masters, were established between Brian, the son of Phelim Pecock O'Neill, and the Earl of Essex, and a feast was afterwards prepared by Brian, to which the Earl and the chiefs of his people were invited, and they passed 3 nights and days together pleasantly and cheerfully. At the expiration of this time, as they were agreeably drinking and making merry, Brian and his brother and his wife were seized upon by the Earl, and all his people put unsparingly to the sword, men, women, youths, and maidens, in Brian's own presence. Brian was afterwards sent to Dublin, together with his wife and brother, where they were cut in quarters. Such was the end of their feast. This unexpected massacre, this wicked and treacherous murder of the lord of the race of Hugh Boy O'Neill, the head and the senior of the race of Owen, son of Niall, of the 9 hostages, and of all the Gaels, a few only excepted, was a sufficient cause of hatred and disgust of the English to the Irish. Some praised the Earl's conduct, and there seems to have been no official blame, but Ormond hinted his dislike of what had been done. Essex meant well, he said, God send it so. I am loath to speak of the North, which has cost her Majesty much, but I pray God a worse come not in Sir Brian's place. The Earl himself boasted that this little execution hath broken the faction and made them all afeard, and that 2 of Sir Brian's kinsmen were competitors for his inheritance, and had applied to Captain Norris, each offering to live in peace. The knight-errant, who had started with visions of creating an Eden in Ulster, now thought it a triumph to make men of 2 minds in an house. Essex believed that 2,000 soldiers would suffice for Ireland, 1,300 of them being stationed in Ulster, while permanent fortified posts were being built and garrisoned, and that when the building was done 500 men would easily hold the province. To this arrangement the Queen, with much hesitation, agreed. Garrisons cost money, as she knew by the experience of Maryborough and Philipstown, and like them they might after all be but very moderately successful. As soon as Fitzwilliam knew that he was expected to represent the Crown and to furnish all garrisons in the 3 southern provinces with 700 men, he at once declined the task. The force actually in Ireland was about 3,000, and in case of the proposed scheme not taking effect, it was to be reduced by 1/2. All was made dependent on perfect accord between the deputy and the governor of Ulster, and in fact they had never been on really cordial terms. Nor did Elizabeth herself speak with any confidence, and it is plain that personal regard and admiration for Essex were struggling in her mind with the desire to throw away no more money upon Ulster. It was in Elizabeth's nature to vacillate, and the tendency may have been increased by Burghley's illness, to keep Essex in Ireland, and at the same time to secure his failure there may have been Leicester's policy. That some sinister influence was at work may be inferred from the Earl's complaint to Burghley that many letters sent to him were intercepted, and that he could trust no messenger but his own servants. Fitzwilliam's refusal to incur the responsibility of government without proper forces was reasonable enough, but his manner of proceeding shows how deep his feeling against Essex really was. He summarily discharged all men above 2,000, and the Earl, as he himself expressed it, having no longer soldiers to govern, resigned the government of Ulster. Being now, he said, altogether private, I do desire your Majesty's good license so to live in a corner of Ulster, which I hire for my money, where, though I may seem to pass my time somewhat obscurely, a life my case considered fittest for me, yet shall not be without some stay in these parts, and comfort to such as hope to be rid from the tyranny of the rebels. In the meantime his men were unpaid and unfed, for the Vice-Treasurer had orders from the Deputy to give them nothing without the Queen's special directions, and the victualler feared that he might not have sufficient warrant. Essex, who complained bitterly that he had not even 10 days' notice, appealed to the Council, and both Fitton and Loftus sided with him. For the prospect of having 1,500 disbanded soldiers let loose upon the Pale was not a pleasant one. To you, Essex Stolbergley, I am content to be beholden, yet to be generally bound to all men as I have been in this action is to my nature such a misery as I confess all the wretchedness that I have found in Ireland hath not been comparable to this. And now, since my good deserts here, if they were any, be extinguished with dishonour, I pray you let my small sins be also forgotten. I suffer pain enough, increase not my misery with your ill opinion. Fitzwilliam, as on some other occasions, showed a lamentable want of dignity, and if we are to believe the Governor of Ulster, he dismissed the troops with indecent haste, and with no more responsible advice than that of his wife. My lady, as I am most credibly informed, kept her Majesty's letters 3 days and quoted every line of it, and in the end gave her final judgment that I and all my soldiers should be cast. And it was no sooner done, but here was such a general joy conceived by some about him, as though some great victory had been obtained, and indeed it agreed well with his former report, for not 6 weeks since he said there were 2 deputies in Ireland, and named me for one, and added that either he would have all, or I should have all. Turlock Luanich, or perhaps his astute wife, knew how to profit by these dissensions, for no sooner was it known that Essex had resigned his province than he thanked Fitzwilliam for not invading his country unjustly, as the Earl had done. He professed great readiness to treat with the Lord Deputy. His loyalty to the Queen only had prevented him from accusing Essex several times. His only desire was peace, and he had no wish to injure any person in the English districts. Elizabeth had not bargained for being so promptly taken at her word. We did never, she said, think that upon such a sudden either you or our deputy would have refused to take that your charge with those numbers, or you, the Earl, have given over your government of Ulster. To the one she was willing to allow 700 men in addition to garrisons, hinting at the same time that she had evidently been paying for imaginary soldiers. To the other she said that the enterprise was not abandoned, and Maltby was authorized to use encouraging language. Munitions were sent, and even some money, and Sir Peter Carew was ordered to Ulster as a valuable lieutenant, and probably also a pleasant companion for the Earl. All this was open and official, but to the Earl she wrote a private letter, which to one of his romantic temper was probably more consoling than a Lord Lieutenant's commission with unlimited warrant to raise and pay troops. She could not but feel that he had failed, but her heart was touched, and she addressed him thus: For your more satisfaction, we have thought good to signify unto you that by all your actions, your wise behaviour, and constancy in them, your pains and travels, sustained by yourself bodily, the great charge that you have been at in your private expenses, and consuming of your revenues and patrimony in our service, and for the attaining of honour by virtue and travail, we have great cause to think you a rare treasure of our realm, and a principal ornament of our nobility. We wish daily unto God we had many such and are sorry that in anything you should be discouraged. What success soever your enterprise shall have, we must needs have a great good opinion of you, as a thankful prince ought to have, whereof you may be bold to assure yourself, and all such your friends as would be glad thereof, which be you may be bold for your rare virtues and noble courage, a great number. In his delight at this letter, and notwithstanding the doubtful tenor of Maltby's instructions, Essex sought a reconciliation with Fitzwilliam. Both professed to bear no personal resentment, and to have quarrelled only on public grounds, but others could see that their animosity was of long standing and proportionately difficult to appease. The Earl was sanguine that now at last he was on the high road to success. I would not, he confessed, blame the Queen if she were weary of Ireland. It is certain her Highness has spent £600,000 in her time here, and the realm never the better. But, trust me, sir, reformation was never thoroughly intended until now, as I think. Full of hope, he set forward towards the Blackwater, having already employed 600 labourers to cut passes through the woods bordering on Tyrone, where the people, since his devastating raid in the previous autumn, had been living altogether on flesh. They have been occupied with raids and incursions this sowing time, and their next harvest shall be by all likelihood twice as urgent, and therefore it is certain that they must either starve or obey very shortly. When Essex started once more for the north, Maltby was able to say that he and the deputy were very good friends, and that the country generally was pretty quiet, but for the ordinary uncertainty of the Irish, quo natura debet, the Scots had gone home, and Turlough Luinich, who saw that mischief was intended, sent his wife to Newry to sue for peace. She held out for the old rights of O'Neill, but offered to pay a tribute in consideration of his superiority over Maguire and MacMahon, being acknowledged by the Crown. 10 days were given to Turlough to consider the matter further, and Essex withdrew to Drogheda, where he received a letter from the Queen which put an end to all his hopes. She allowed that he might well be surprised at this sudden change, but that she had no meaning that he should proceed in the service otherwise than we thought it necessary for a time, in respect of the danger he had laid before her of a general revolt. The political horizon was troubled, and on full consideration she had made up her mind that the Ulster project could not be made to pay and must be abandoned. Direct the course of proceeding, she said, in such sort as the enterprise may yet be so given over as our honour may best be salved, and the quiet of Ireland provided for. How all this might best be done was referred to the discretion of Essex, who was to consult the Lord Deputy and Council. Turlough Luinich was to be made, if possible, to relinquish his claim to the Urrochs, to content himself with the modern county of Tyrone, and to join in expelling the Scots. A fort at the Blackwater would be most desirable if it could be built cheaply with the help of those who would be protected by it from O'Neill's tyranny. Essex bowed loyally to Her Majesty's will, spoke much of her good nature and little of his own disappointment, and only begged that she would have some regard for his ruined fortunes. But he gently reproached the Privy Council with unkindness for not warning him before he spent his substance and his health in an action which, as it now appears, was never intended to be performed. With a heavy heart he set out for the Blackwater, and began building a fort there. Turlough Luinich, who had 1,900 of his own followers and 1,400 Scots with him, sent to say that he was ready to make peace and to abjure Sorley Boy and his Scots if the building operations were suspended. Essex consenting to a parley, Turlough supposed that he had gained his point, and insisted on Sorley being a party. "This storm is over," he said to his Scotch ally, "and the Earl shall neither build nor make war." Finding that the work went on, he proposed to attack before the defences should be tenable, but sorely refused, saying that good watch was kept at night, and that he would only fight if Tyrone were invaded. The O'Neills had no mind to do all themselves, and Turlough, supported neither by clansmen nor auxiliaries, said that he would trust the English. Essex crossed the river, cut off 1,200 kine, and drove O'Neill into the bogs, following him so close that he had to leave his horse and his mantle behind. A bridge with stone piers and timber superstructure was finished, earthen bridge heads were thrown up, and an entrenched enclosure constructed to hold 200 men, and tenable by 50. The Baron of Dungannon agreeing to find victuals for the latter number. Essex had perhaps no great skill as an engineer, for Sidney visited the fort 4 months later, and found it imperfect, not worth the charge of the keeping if there be peaceable proceeding, the bridge and gate to guard it not half reared. Turlough having sued for peace, Essex was now in a position to make it on such tolerable terms as might salve the Queen's honour, his principle being to acknowledge none of the O'Neills' claims, but to wink at their practical assertion. Turlough agreed to confine himself in general to Tyrone, to give up his claim to superiority over his neighbours, to keep the peace towards O'Donnell and other subjects of the Queen, and to furnish his contingent to all hostings. On the other hand, he was excused from coming to any governor against his will, was to have a share in the customs of Locke, and might have 300 Scots in pay, provided they belonged to the Campbell and not to the Macdonald connection. His claim to tribute from O'Doherty would be acknowledged whenever he could prove his title. These terms were considered reasonable by so good a judge as Maltby, but Fitzwilliam had lately taken the precaution to inform the Queen that Turlough Looney each might easily be dealt with without any of the fuss which Essex thought proper to make about the matter. The deputy had seen so much of Ireland that he had ceased to have any very high standard. Waterhouse, the devoted partisan of Essex, also thought it possible to save the point of honour and to avoid war by a composition with the Irish, but he did not deceive himself about the real nature of a peace so made. All this, he said, will be but patches, and according to your country proverb, make much work for the tinker. If this plot which here hath good allowance, and there is thought probable, take not place, nor some better form of reformation devised, then it were good to persuade that all soldiers were cast, and leave here in Dublin some bad justice for a shadow of her Majesty's possession, and let all go as it will to the devil, and never let it suck up the riches of England to be vainly spent to no purpose. So would it come to pass that within 2 or 3 years there would be 20 kings, and every one consume other in continual murders, which tragedy were far better than the remedies that have been practised here these 100 years past. You may take this for a Christmas game, but if profit be preferred before honour, then there may be somewhat said in this behalf. While the English government played fast and loose with the Ulster expedition, it was possible to report that no open rebellion existed in any part of Ireland, and that the doubtful were, as a rule, bound on pledges. But burning and spoiling in a small way went on merrily. The high universally oppressed the low, and some were hanged or killed here and there every day. Still, as a rule, it was not necessary to keep watch, and cattle, at least in the Pale, could generally be left out at night. Rumours reached Ireland that Sidney had been finding fault, but Fitzwilliam asserted that Ireland was in a better state than when the late Lord Deputy left it. End of chapter 32, part 1. Chapter 32, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Fitzwilliam, 1574 and 1575. and reappointment of Sidney. Want of money was the main reason that the government was weak, and corruption, while it enriched individuals, woefully impoverished the state. Registers and records were tampered with, a very old complaint in Ireland. Merchants defrauded the revenue, and custom-house officers winked at their roguery. Victuallers, not being sure of payment, had little credit, failed to perform their contracts, and were tempted into doubtful courses. The courts of law were distrusted, at least by English residents, one of whom gives the following account of the Irish bench and bar. Mr. Lucas Dillon and one or two more accepted. The rest of the champering lawyers, whereof there be no small number, are little better to be accounted than junior barristers in the Court of Chancery, who, having read a little of Littleton's Natura Brevium, within a few years think themselves sufficient to plead at any bar, and must, as the room falleth void, be Her Majesty's servants, attorney, or else solicitor, and so they babble and brag out matters, right or wrong, at their pleasure, without controlment, especially if the cause toucheth one of their cousins. Desmond was quiet for the time, but the head of the other great Geraldine family was now suspected in his turn. In 1574 Kildare had been in great apparent favour with the Lord Deputy. He had offered Desmond £500 in ready money to assume a submissive attitude, and it was thought that the best way to secure the pail was to place him in command on the south and west borders, on condition that he should discharge his own followers and trust entirely to 100 horse and 300 foot in the Queen's pay. Fitzwilliam, who admitted that he only accepted the Earl's service for want of a better, had soon reason to believe that he had treasonable or at least dangerous intentions. John Allen, an hereditary enemy, was the first accuser, and when it became known that complaints would be listened to, there was no want of secret information. Some of the accusations were probably true, others almost certainly false. It is very likely that Kildare gave secret intelligence to Rory O'More, but incredible that he should have plotted with him the abduction of Lady Fitzwilliam and her family from Kilmainham. He evidently had frequent communications with the O'Tooles and O'Byrnes, and it was sworn that one of his messengers offered to lead a party to burn Athy, where the government had large stores. The witness objecting that the Earl would be a loser by this, the other answered, "It is the Earl's own device." Much evidence reaching back to 1572 was offered as to Kildare's plots to obtain the government as his ancestors had it, and of outrages committed at his instance, but no one dared speak openly. Sir Peter Carew's opinion that the Earls were dangerous men to be dealt with was probably generally accepted in Ireland. Suspicions were soon aroused, and the Queen very promptly censured Fitzwilliam for trusting such matters to a secretary. His own or the Archbishop's hand might have sufficed to encourage witness. It was resolved to arrest Kildare, but the intention became known beforehand, and all important documents were made away with. After much hesitation, the duty was assigned to Essex, who had no difficulty in making the arrest, but had his doubts about its policy. "You must," he said, "take heed that you transfer not the greatness of some to make it trouble in some other. So were the second error worse than the first." Short as was his confinement in Dublin Castle, Kildare managed to have interviews there with Edmund Boy, who was one of his chief accusers, and so worked upon his feelings that he made his escape. Richard Fitzgerald, another important witness, was hanged by Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne. On arriving in London a few days later, Kildare was placed in seclusion under the charge of Lord Keeper Bacon. "His cause," said Ormond, "will make the Earl of Desmond a melancholy man." The Irish government believed that there would be no evidence until Cardell was fairly in the Tower. Fitzwilliam's constant prayers for a recall had not been unheard. but it was difficult to find a successor for him, since it had been resolved that Essex should not be Lord Deputy. Sidney had been expected as early as July 1574, but he was in no hurry to start. Waterhouse had gone from Ulster to England towards the end of 1573, and had laid before the Privy Council the requests of Essex, especially as to the necessity of erecting fortifications and providing property for provisioning the troops. A lack of good foresight in high quarters was the fault which Waterhouse saw most clearly, and he complained that it was hard to get attention for the most necessary business. Statesmen pleaded that they were too busy with Desmond to mind anything else, wherein they travel so far southward that they have lost sight of the North Pole. Various schemes were discussed. Some were for leaving Fitzwilliam at his post and giving him for a time the assistance of a military officer of high rank, who might pacify the country and then leave it to the deputy. Others were for at least 3 presidents, independent of the chief governor, to breed a certain virtuous envy in these monarchs, who should do Her Majesty best service. Others again were for trusting Irish lords, such as Ormond and Kildare, leaving only matters of law and justice to the Lord Deputy. The prevailing opinion was that there should be presidents, and that they should be appointed simultaneously with the new deputy. Waterhouse's advice being asked, he said that if Essex were rejected, there were but 2 persons available, Leicester and Sidney. The former could scarcely be spared, and he therefore advised the choice of the latter, whose secretary he had been. Sidney was reluctant, and Elizabeth undecided, and more than a year and a half slipped by without the change being actually made. "For God's sake, dispatch him," said Fitzwilliam. "This uncertainty is a hell of unquietness to me, and so increases mine infirmities of shoulder, arm, side, and stomach, that I look shortly to become serviceable for nothing else but the worms of this land." He could not hope to be in England before October, too late for Bath, and leaving him no resource but physicians, in whom he did not believe. The government of Ireland, from April 1, 1573 to September 30, 1575, cost the Queen more than £130,000 in ready money sent from England, besides the Irish revenue and debts incurred but not discharged. It was a principal part of Sidney's instructions to devise some means of checking this outflow. The Ulster account being almost closed, it was supposed that he would be able to manage with £5,000 a quarter regularly paid, and that by improving the Irish revenue even that sum might in good time be reduced. Sidney was not likely to indulge in such golden dreams, and he undertook the government of Ireland for the 3rd time with little expectation either of honour or profit. Leaving the Queen at Dudley Castle, August 1, a loathsome disease and dreadful malady, say the Four Masters, arose from this heat, namely the plague, which raged violently among the English and Irish in Dublin, Naas, Ardee, Mullingar, and Athboy. Between those places many a castle was left without a guard, many a flock without a shepherd, and many a noble corpse without burial. The whole Pale being infected, it was difficult to find a safe resting place. The well-to-do citizens of Dublin fled to Drogheda, where they were grudgingly admitted, and whither they probably brought the pestilence. For deaths occurred in the town soon after the arrival of Essex, and of the old and new deputies, who all reached it on the same day. Immobility was the fault for which Fitzwilliam had been most blamed, and his successor by starting immediately for Carrickfergus no doubt meant to show that he was as capable as ever of those rapid movements which had bewildered and charmed the Irish mind. A blow had just been struck in Ulster, which for the time made resistance little to be feared. The terror of Sidney's name might do the rest. After his treaty with Turlough Luath Essex had pressed on in pursuit of the Scots from the Antrim side, the people of the country generally showing themselves friendly. Sorley Boy appeared in force at the Bann, on the banks of which river an encounter took place. The Scots were worsted and driven into Tyrone. Clanboy was for the moment cleared of the intruders, and Essex, as far as in him lay, handed it over to Brian Airtoch O'Neill, who said that his people were few, his cattle less, and that in striving to defend his country from the Earl, his husbandmen were starved, dead, or run out of the country, which he left to the disposal of the man who had reduced it to this condition. Such, so far as the scheme of a settlement went, was the total result of the grant to Essex, who was, however, so deficient in humour as to boast that no man in Clanboy claimeth property in anything, whereby your majesty may see what this people are when they are roughly handled. His provisions failing, the Earl was obliged to quit the field, leaving 300 foot and 850 horse at Carrickfergus under the charge of John Norris, who had secret orders to undertake a combined naval and military expedition against Rathlin. With the soldiers under Norris and 3 frigates under Francis Drake, captain of the Falcon, it is not surprising that the affair was completely successful. All the boats of Carrickfergus were taken up, and in spite of the winds, the whole force reached the island together, and landed notwithstanding a vigorous resistance. The Scots retired in spite of the winds, whose force reached the island together, and landed notwithstanding a vigorous resistance. The Scots retired into their castle, which Norris proceeded to batter with 2 heavy guns brought from the ship. A breach was soon made, but the first assault was repulsed owing to the strength of the inner defences, which were probably erected by an Italian officer who was at this time in Sorley Boy's service. The same night, however, the garrison, seeing that they could not hold out, offered to surrender for their lives and their goods and to be put into Scotland, which request Captain Norris refused, offering them as slenderly as they did largely require, viz., to the aforesaid constable, his life and his wife, and his child's. The soldiers being moved and much stirred with the loss of their fellows that were slain, and desirous of revenge, made request, or rather pressed, to have the killing of them, which they did all, saving the persons to whom life was promised. There were slain that came out of the castle of all sorts 200, they be occupied still in killing, and have slain that they have found hidden in caves and in the cliffs of the sea, to the number of 300 or 400 more. 11 Scottish galleys were burned, 300 kine, 3,000 sheep, and 100 brood mares, and enough bear to feed 300 men for a year, were found in the island. A spy, moreover, informed Essex that Sorley put most of his plate, most of his children, and the children of most part of his gentlemen, with their wives, into the Rathlin, with all his pledges, which be taken and executed as the spy, and in all up to the number of 600 Sorley, then 600. Sorley then also stood upon the mainland of the glens, and saw the taking of the island, and was like to run mad for sorrow, as the spy saith, turning and tormenting himself, and saying that he then lost all that ever he had. Essex had nothing but praise for all concerned, which indeed they deserved, if barbarity is to incur no blame, but no one seems to have wasted a thought on such considerations, and Queen Elizabeth vouchsafed her unqualified thanks. Essex wished to found a permanent fortified post in Rathlin. Norris remained behind to reap the harvest and to hold the island until Sidney's pleasure should be known. In the meantime, Sorley Boy, though he had lost his children, had not lost heart. He chose his time and swept away all the cattle from Carrickfergus. The garrison pursued him, got into difficult ground, and were disgracefully beaten, owing to one of those panics to which regular troops were always subject in their encounters with Highlanders. Some attributed all to the prevailing dissipation, and yet Carrickfergus was hardly a Capua. About 40 Scots put the English to flight, and killed 60 of them, including Captain Baker and his lieutenant. When Sidney came to Carrickfergus a month later, he found it much decayed and impoverished, no plough going at all, where before were many, cattle few or none left. Churches and houses were, save castles, burned. The inhabitants fled, not above 6 householders of any countenance left remaining. Said that their miserable state and servile fear were to be pitied. Of so little use had the Rathlin massacre been that the Lord Deputy found the Scots very haughty and proud by reason of their late victories, and against our men, finding the baseness of their courage. The coast from Larne to Bann was full of corn and cattle, and in the undisputed possession of Sorley, who was willing enough to come to terms, but very suspicious and afraid of the opinion of his own followers. Sidney abandoned Rathlin at once, saying that it was easy at any time to take, but very expensive and useless to keep. There was a scarcity of water about the fort, and the race of Rathlin is one of the stormiest pieces of sea on our coast. The soldiers brought thence, being 40 in number, they confessed that in this small time of their continuance there, they were driven to kill their horses and eat them, and to feed on them and young colts' flesh 1 month before they came away. Such was the real value of a position where, in the opinion of Essex, 100 men would do her Majesty more service, both against the Scots and Irish, than 300 can do in any place within the north parts. Sidney thought that the glens might be handed over to Sorley Boy, no better claimant appearing, but that the route ought to be given back to the Macquillans, having been lost only because their late chief was a dissolute and loose fellow, feeble both of wit and force. Lady Agnes O'Neill, a true Campbell, met Sidney and asked for a grant of the glens for her son by James MacDonald, offering to defend it against Sorley Boy, and to pay a higher rent to the crown. But this did not recommend itself to the Lord Deputy, wise as he thought the lady, and much as he admired her manners and address. The northern part of Armagh, under the Baron of Dungannon, Sidney found all waste, and the cathedral in ruins. The southern part had been granted by the Queen to the brothers Chatterton, who were totally unable to manage the country, and were rapidly losing all. They wrestle and work, said Sidney, and go to the worse. Tall and honest gentlemen, who have lost in that enterprise all that ever they had, and all that anybody else would trust them with, and their blood and limbs too. The O'Hanlons would not come to Sidney on protection, lest they should be cajoled into acknowledging the Chatterton's title. The Cale in Down, which was Kildare's property, had been partially, but only partially, peopled by the exertions of Essex. Ards was a little better, less owing to Sir Thomas Smith than to the natural tendencies of its old English inhabitants, whose chief, Edmund Savage, was received into protection. Kinnalarty, or MacCartan's country, was all desolate and waste, full of thieves, outlaws, and unreclaimed people. None of the old owners dared occupy the land, because it hath pleased her Majesty to bestow the same upon Captain Nicholas Maltby, tied nevertheless to such observation of covenant and condition as Chatterton had his. Maltby deserved a much better provision, but could do no good with this one either or to himself or to anyone else. He could only make a country altogether abandoned of inhabitants. It was absolutely necessary for the Queen's service that both Chatterton and Maltby's grants should be revoked. Dufferin, long the property of the White family, was all waste and desolate, used as they of Clanboy's list. Neil MacBride, Urtagh, whom Essex had acknowledged as captain, made some show of opposition at the ford of Belfast. We passed over, said Sidney, without loss of man or horse, yet by reason of the tide's extraordinary return, our horses swam, and the footmen in the passage waded very deep. Clanboy found utterly disinhabited. The captain refused to have conference with me, and answered that Con MacNeil Og was captain, and not he, who, being appointed to be delivered to the marshal by negligence of his keepers, made an escape in his coming from Dublin, where before he remained prisoner. It cannot be said that the slaughter of Sir Brian MacPhellum and his family had done much for the civilization of eastern Ulster, or that the system of private conquest was any great improvement upon native usages. Sidney did not visit Tyrone, Tyrconnell, Monaghan, or Fermanagh on this occasion, but Macmahon came to Armagh begging to be relieved from the tyranny of O'Neill on condition of paying the Queen rent, and O'Donnell and Maguire wrote to the same effect. As to Tulloch Looney each, who came to Armagh without hesitation or condition, Sidney advised that his messenger should be graciously received at court, and that his petition should be granted, except the authority which he claimed over his neighbours, and that he should be made Earl of Clan O'Neill for life. Considering his age, wounded and in a perfect body, his ill diet and continual surfeit, he cannot be of long life. Magennis, whose country of Iveach had improved much since Sidney first freed it from the O'Neills, could do little owing to the want of a title. He might receive a full grant and the rank of baron. The Lord Deputy's plan was to make all look to the crown without accepting O'Neill. Advantage might be taken of the fact that Lady Agnes longed to have her husband like a good subject and to have him nobilitated. With prophetic clearness he showed what the result of his policy must be, the taking from O'Neill all these captains of countries that heretofore have depended upon him and the predecessors of his name, and contenting him with the title of Earl. It will be the dissipation of his force and strength that these lords and captains of the countries should hold absolutely of the Queen, and of none else. In half an age his posterity shall not be of power to do any harm, which will breed quiet in the north, which country hath heretofore from time to time been so troublesome. Amid the general failure of the English settlers in Ulster, Newry, in the hands of the Marshal Sir Nicholas Bagwell, made a gratifying contrast. The town was well built and increasing fast, the lands well cultivated, and he is much to be commended, as well that he useth his tenants to live so wealthily under him as his own bounty and large hospitality and housekeeping, so able and willing to give entertainment to so many, and chiefly to all those who that have occasion to travel to or fro northwards. His house lying in the open highway to their passage. Essex had lately complained that Bagwell would not lend him his house, but it must be admitted that the building was well employed. End of Chapter 32, Part 2. Chapter 33, Part 1 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Sidney, 1575 to 1577. Fitzwilliam had always maintained that Ormond's presence was the best guarantee for the peace of the south of Ireland, and most of the Dublin officials were of the same opinion, but Sidney disliked him both as too powerful for a subject and as a professed enemy of Leicester. All those who hoped for favour from the latter, and all those who favoured the Geraldine faction, were willing enough to take advantage of these rivalries and jealousies. Even Sir Barnaby Fitzpatrick, which good knight was brought up to have known his duty better, but who had many causes of quarrel with his great neighbour, took advantage of the fact that every rebellious and disorderly person wreaked his fury upon Ormond's property, which was so much scattered as not to be easily protected. As between the Fitzpatricks and Butlers, Fitzwilliam seems to have thought that there was not much to choose, and that both chiefs were loyal enough. But others spread reports against Sir Edmund Butler and his brother Piers, saying that they refused to go to the deputy in spite of Ormond's promise that they should go when sent for. It seems that Piers went at once, and that Edward, who did good service as Sheriff of Tipperary, was never sent for. But some of the English council, acting apparently under Leicester's influence, obtained an order from the Queen that Edward should come in without any protection, which he immediately did. The letter, which gave great offence to Ormond, was signed by Leicester, Knollys, Crofts, Smith, and Walsingham, but not by Burghley and Sussex, though they also were present at Kenilworth. There were some who did not spare Ormond's reputation any more than his property. In times of danger he always bore the brunt of the storm. Who's so happy, he said, as the most wicked? Who's so unhappy as the best servant? When Kildare was arrested, many whispered that as good a case might be made against Ormond. He defied all detractors in the most uncompromising way. They were liars and slanderers, and he only wished he knew their names. If the charges against Kildare, he said, be treasons, as I hope they are not, I defy him and pronounce him a false villain that spake them, if he meant them for me. For as I never was traitor, no more was I friend of traitor, nor maintainer of traitors. If any can charge me, as some I know would if they could, let them say their worst. I defy them, and will answer to defend my honour in my short shirt, or any way shall become a gentleman. He added that as he was no traitor, so was he no procurer of murders, no receiver of stolen goods, no practiser to keep stores for private gain. On the contrary, he had subdued scoundrels of all sorts, persuaded ill subjects to reform, opposed Scottish enemies, spent his living in her Majesty's service, as my house has ever been, which some perhaps may envy. He was accused of seeking revenge against those that robbed him and burned his villages, and against those who harboured felons. My lord, he pleaded, when my neighbours be lawless, not coming to assizes or sessions, what amends may I have by justice, though by that means I seek mine own? He complained that his enemies at court remembered him better than his friends, but he was all along secure in the Queen's personal favour, even if his great services had proved a weak defence. She took care to tell him privately that she believed no stories against him, and commanded him to write often. Yet one thing, she added, you seem to have forgotten, and wherefore we have some cause to be displeased with you, as though of anything that you write to ourself any person living should be made privy but ourself alone. It is hard to guess what the matter was which Ormond was afraid to trust to paper, and which Elizabeth wished to be so profound a secret, but the passage quoted shows what very great favour he enjoyed. Sir Peter Carew, the original cause of the quarrel which had made the Butlers rebels for once, left the scene soon after Sidney's return to Ireland. He was again preparing to prosecute his claims in Munster, and Hooker had been at Cork making overtures to the chiefs living west of the city, many of whom promised to accept Carew as their landlord and to pay him rent. 3,000 cows worth as many marks were offered in discharge of all arrears. Desmond and others promised to make him welcome. Houses were taken for him both at Cork and Kinsale, and arrangements were made for provisions. But Sir Peter fell ill and died unexpectedly at New Ross, his Munster projects dying with him. He left his Idrone property to his nephew and namesake, who was also continued in the government of Leighlin. Sir Peter Carew was a good specimen of the Tudor adventurer, loyal, brave, chivalrous, and generous to lavishness, with large ideas and great energy, but capable of actions which will not bear minute inspection. Sincerely religious, though no theologian, it was noted that he never broke bread or prepared himself for sleep without saying some prayer, and he gave substantial help to Protestants wherever he found them. He had his imperfections, says his friend and biographer, yet was he not known to be wrapped in the dissolute net of Venus, nor imbrued with the cup of Bacchus. He was not carried with the blind covetousness of Plutus, nor yet subject to malice, envy, or any notorious crime. Without regular education, he had picked up a thorough knowledge of French and Italian, had read a good deal in both languages, and had that intelligent love of architecture which was somewhat characteristic of the time. He had much of the many-sidedness distinguishing the Elizabethan era, and seldom seen in this age of specialists. On his deathbed, though he suffered greatly, he was as steadfast as of old when he supported Sir John Cheke's fainting spirit, yielding himself wholly to the goodwill and pleasure of God, before whom he poured out continually his prayers, and in praying did gasp out his last breath and yield up his spirit. Only a few months before his death, the Queen praised his experience, wisdom, and courage, and when he was dead she granted the prayer of his many friends in carrying out the wishes of this trusty and true Englishman. He was buried at Waterford with great pomp, and a stately cenotaph, raised by the piety of Hooker, commemorates him in Exeter Cathedral. When his corpse was being lowered into the grave, Sidney, who happened to be at Waterford, pronounced the following eulogium: "Here lieth now in his last rest a most worthy and noble gentle knight, whose faith to his prince was never yet stained, his truth to his country never spotted, and his valiantness in service never doubted. A better subject the prince never had." It was not Sidney's way to let the grass grow under his feet, and he had no sooner returned from Ulster than he started on another journey. Louth he found greatly impoverished by the constant passage of soldiers north and south, and the towns of Dundalk and Ardee were miserable enough. Drogheda had profited somewhat by Essex's profuse expenditure. Bagenal's settlement was strong enough to defend the north border of the Pale, except on the side of Fernie, which was granted to Essex, but where he had not yet done anything. Meath, the Lord Deputy, found cursedly scorched on the outside, and the O'Morloys, who were equally bad neighbours when in open rebellion and when under protection. O'Reilly, on the contrary, used the Pale well, and he himself was the justest Irishman, and is the best ruled Irish country by an Irishman, that is, in all Ireland. Westmeath suffered much from anarchy and from Irish neighbours, but there was good hope of reformation through the activity and discretion of Lord Delvin. The O'Farrells had consented to have Longford made a shire. They had taken estates of inheritance and promised speedily to pay their quid rents, which had been in arrears since Sidney's last visit. On the borders of Dublin and what is now Wicklow, cattle lifting went on merrily by night and day under the superintendence of Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne, who was just rising into celebrity. Kildare was impoverished, more especially the Earl's own property, by the incursion of the O'Moores, and old Henry Cowley, with tears in his eyes, told the Lord Deputy that the barony of Carberry was £3,000 poorer than when they had last met. Carlow was more than half waste through outlaws of various kinds, some living under Sir Edmund Butler, and it was to be feared that Sir Peter Carew's place would be ill supplied by his young kinsman. The site of Wexford, which bordered on Carlow and Kilkenny, was also in very evil case. Wicklow was quiet, with the exception of Fiach MacHugh, but Ardguard, the seneschal, was away in England, and his absence threatened to be dangerous. The Kavanaghs were tolerably quiet, and though much in arrears of rent, yet pay it they will and shall. The settlement of the King's and Queen's counties threatened to succumb to the race and offspring of the old native inhabitants, which grow great and increase in number, and the English tenants decay, and let their lands to Irish tenants. 200 men at the least in the prince's pay lie there to defend them. The revenue of both countries countervails not the 20th part of the charge, so that the purchase of that plot is and hath been very dear, yet now not to be given over in any wise. Sidney advised caution in undertaking any more enterprises of the kind. Rory O'More hath the possession and settling place in the Queen's county, whether the tenants will or no, as he occupieth what he listeth and wasteth what he will. Upper Ossory, under Sir Barnaby Fitzpatrick, now a baron, was in good order, and needed only to be joined to some shire. O'Dunn's country was in good case, the lord of it a valiant and honest man, after this country manner. Sidney made the Baron lieutenant over both King's and Queen's counties, and found every reason to be satisfied with the appointment. Kilkenny, the sink and receptacle of stolen goods, was not found to have profited much by the continuance of coin and livery, which yet was done by order and for the avoidance of a greater, or at least a more present evil. Ormond, though he had no love for Sidney, entertained him very handsomely, and gave his word to Roy Oge, who accordingly came in and solemnly in the cathedral submitted and promised amendment. The Earl was made lieutenant of Tipperary and Kilkenny, and he then escorted Sidney to Waterford, where the citizens feasted him with shows and rejoicings, both by land and water. From Waterford Sidney went to stay at Curragh Moor with Lord Power, and found his country comparable with the best ordered county in the English Pale, whereby a manifest and most certain proof may be conceived what benefit it riseth both to the prince, mesne, lord, and inferior subject, by suppressing of coin and livery. Lord Power's neighbour, Sir James Fitzgerald, who had succeeded his brother Sir Maurice, but without the title of Viscount de Cise, ruled a district 4 times as large, with the result of making it so waste as it is not able to find competent food for a mean family in good order. Yet are there harboured and live more idle vagabonds than good cattle bred. The smaller country gentlemen, as well as the citizens who held mortgages, were anxious to live quietly and pay their taxes. Desmond himself came to Sidney at Dungarvan, and very humbly offered any service that he was able to do to her Majesty. The town was half ruined by the late rebellion of James Fitzmaurice, but Henry Davils, the constable, was labouring with some success to restore it and to punish malefactors. The people of Youghal pleaded that they had suffered too much by the rebellion to bear the cost of a viceregal reception, and Sidney passed by Castle Martyr to Barry's Court, and thence to Cork. Kinsale, which the deputy visited a little later, he found much decayed, the castle and pier both so ruinous that the townsmen were almost defenceless against both pirates and gales. But they were loyal and willing to help themselves, and Sidney gave them a small sum to spend in wages, on condition that they should supply everything else, and not rest till both castle and pier were again serviceable. He was much struck by the advantages of the old head for a fortified post. The citizens of Cork received the Lord Deputy with manifestations of joy, and willingly allowed the troops quarters for 6 weeks. The soldiers paid half their wages for board, lodging, and fire, and this arrangement satisfied all parties. The Earls of Desmond, Thomond, and Clancair, the Archbishop of Cashel, the Bishops of Cork and Cloyne, and of Ross, Viscounts Barry and Roche, and Lords Kelsey, Lixnaw, Dunboyne, Power, and Barry Oge attended Sidney the whole time of his stay, as did also Lord Louth, who, only to do me honour, came out of the English Pale to that city, and did great good among great ones, for being of this country birth, and of their language, and well understanding their conditions and manners, did by example of himself, being but a mean man of lands in respect of their large patrimonies, and living both at home and abroad, live more commendably than they did or were able to do, which did much persuade them to leave their barbarity, and to be ashamed of their wilful misery. McCarthy Riach and McCarthy of Muskerry were also present, and made a good impression on Sidney. They seemed to him, both for their possessions and their law-abiding disposition, to be worthy of baronies at least. The latter especially, well known in Irish history as Sir Cormac MacTeague, was, he thought, the rarest man that ever was born in the Irishry. Of him I intend to write specially, for truly he is a special man. O'Mahon came from the shores of Dunmanus Bay, and O'Donoghue from the lakes of Killarney, and there was scarcely an important chief, whether English or Irish, who was not present. Sir John of Desmond and his brother James, and Sir Thomas Roe, being particularly assiduous in their attendance. There came also many of the ruined relics of the ancient English inhabitants of this province, as the Arundels, Rochefords, Barretts, Flemings, Lombards, Thierrys, and many others whose ancestors, as it may appear by monuments as well in writing as of building, were able and did live like gentlemen and knights, and now all in misery, either banished from their own or oppressed upon their own. As representatives of the Celtic order, to which that of the Anglo-Normans had given place, came 5 McSwineys, captains of gallow-glasses, originally from Donegal, but maintained by the Desmonds and others as condottieri. They had no lands, but were of as much power and consequence as any landowners, the greatest being both in fear of them and glad of their friendship. Finally, Sidney records that most of the chiefs brought their wives, who truly kept very honourable, at least very plentiful houses, and there were many widows of consideration, including some dowager countesses. Sidney knew too much about Ireland to be sanguine, but he hoped that the Munster lords would consent to support 100 English foot and 50 English horse free of charge to the Queen. They generally professed themselves ready to do this from May 1, 1576, though the sincerity of one or two great ones was doubtful. But a cloud was gathering in the distance. James Fitzmaurice, having fled to France early in 1575 with his wife and children and several companions, of whom the most important were the Seneschal of Imokilly, a son of the Knight of Glyn, and Edmund Fitzgibbon, eldest surviving son of the late White Knight, and claiming that dignity in spite of his father's attainder. Fitzmaurice maintained that his object was to make interest abroad for the Queen's pardon, and both he and the White Knight asked Ormond to intercede for them. To Englishmen in France he said that he had been driven from Ireland by Desmond's unkindness, who had refused to give him the means of living, and that he had been forced to bring his wife and children with him because he had no house of his own in Ireland. This tallies with the statements of the family historians, one of whom attributes Desmond's conduct to the influence of his wife, who could not bear to see her only son deprived of any portion of his vast heritage. A ship of war followed the fugitives to France, and Captain Thornton gave an interesting account of their proceedings. Sailing from Glyn in the Shannon on board La Argonis of St. Malo, whose master, Michael Garrett, was no doubt a fellow clansman, the Geraldine party landed at a village in Brittany. They brought £1,000 worth of plate with them, and had therefore no difficulty in exchanging their Irish costume for French clothes. While the tailors were still at work, they received visits from the chief townsman of St. Malo, and when the transformation was complete, they all repaired to the town. The governor and other principal people with their wives met them on the sands and brought them to their lodgings at Captain Garrett's house. Here Mrs. Fitzmaurice and her family remained, but Fitzmaurice with half a dozen companions went on to Nantes, and from thence to Paris. He received money and good words, and it was officially given out that his object was to gain a pardon from Queen Elizabeth through French intercession. Latin versions of letters purporting to be written by Henry III to the Queen and to de la Motte Fenelon were shown in Ireland by Geraldine partisans. The report circulated at St. Malo was that Fitzmaurice came to seek help against Desmond, but Mrs. Fitzmaurice made no secret of her proclivities, for she refused an invitation to dine on board a Bordeaux vessel because Englishmen, her enemies, were to be there. Nor were the better informed ignorant that the whole enterprise was directed against England. A Devonshire merchant talked with a French officer who, in ignorance of his nationality, said that the king would have no peace with the wicked English, that St. Malo had furnished ships against Rochelle, which would have been attacked long ago, but for fear of the English naval power, and that a war with England was the one thing needful to unite all parties. After his visit to the French court, Fitzmaurice returned again to St. Malo, and in the early days of 1576 Sidney thus reported concerning him: "He keepeth a great port, himself and family well apparelled and full of money. He hath oft intelligence from Rome and out of Spain, not much relief from the French king, as I can perceive, yet oft visited by men of good countenance. This much I know of certain report by special of mine own from St. Malo, the man subtle, malicious, and hardy, a papist in extremity, and well esteemed and of good credit among the people. If he come and be not wholly dealt withal at the first, as without an English commander, I know he shall not. All the loose people of Munster will flock unto him. Yea, the lords, though they would do their best, shall not be able to keep them from him. So if he come while I am in the north, he may do what he will with Kinsale, Cork, Youghal, Kilmallock, and haply Limerick too, before I shall be able to come to the rescue thereof." From St. Malo, Fitzmaurice wrote to the general of the Jesuits for a confessor, offering to pay all his travelling expenses and to support him liberally. After a time he might, if it were thought desirable, be sent into Ireland as a missionary to the rude and unlearned people. After his tour in Munster, Sidney proceeded from Limerick to take a like survey of Connaught and Thomond. He was attended by the Earl of Thomond and the other chiefs of the O'Briens, of one surname, and so near kinsmen as they descend of one grandfather, and yet no one of them friend to another. The east and west, McNamaras, McMahon, O'Loughlin, and many other gentlemen. Few as the people were, the Lord Deputy found the country too poor to feed them, if they were not of a more spare diet than others are. He spent his first night comfortably enough in the dissolved friary of Quin, the beautiful ruins of which still remain. The second at Kilmacduck, which is also interesting to the antiquarian, but which must have been a poor cathedral city at its best. Here Clanricarde met him, and he passed by Gort to Galway, whither all the principal men of Thomond repaired to him. He found that there had been no lack of murders, rapes, burnings, and sacrileges. So hard was the swearing that the injuries to property might be esteemed infinite in number, immeasurable in quantity, until the legal acumen of Sir Lucas Dillon reduced them within reasonable bounds. On examination it appeared that the greatest harm had arisen from the feud between Thomond and his cousin Teague MacMurrough, and they were required to enter into heavy recognizance. Sir Donald O'Brien, the Earl's brother, was made Sheriff of the county of Clare, a shire of Sidney's own creation. Connaught was now divided into 4 counties, Galway, Mayo, Roscommon, and Sligo. From Mayo came 7 men to represent the 7 septs of Clandonals, the hereditary Gallowglasses of northwest Connaught, and in effect the tyrants of the country. They agreed without difficulty to hold their lands of the Queen, and so did William Ider himself, who communicated with the Lord Deputy in Latin and made a very favourable impression. William agreed to pay 250 marks yearly and to support 200 soldiers for 2 months in each year, and an English sheriff was established in Mayo at his request. Besides the various septs of Burkes, Sidney enumerates 5 great English families who had taken Celtic names and who now followed MacWilliam's lead, as did O'Malley, an original Irishman strong in galleys and seamen. The 5 chiefs of English race claimed to be barons of Parliament, and they had land enough, but so barbarous barons are they now that they have not 3 hackneys to carry them and their train home. Galway itself was much decayed through the outrage of Clanricarde's sons, and the townsmen so much disheartened as to be almost ready to abandon their post. Sidney's presence revived them, and all men hastened to pay their respects, among them the Archbishop of Tuam, the bishops of Clonfert and Kilmacduck, and Birmingham, Baron of Athenry, as poor a baron as liveth, and yet agreed on to be the ancientest baron in this land. O'Flaherty, O'Madden, O'Kelly, and other Celts also appeared, as well as the heads of several septs of Clanricarde Burkes, each with his appropriate Irish name. The Earl's sons came into church on Sunday, surrendered at discretion, and were brought prisoners to Dublin. Galway itself was much decayed through the outrage of Clanricarde's sons, and the townsmen so much disheartened as to be almost ready to abandon their post. Sidney's presence revived them, and all men hastened to pay their respects, among them the Archbishop of Tuam, the Bishop of Clonfert, and Kilmacduagh, and Birmingham, Baron of Athenry, as poor baron as liveth, and yet agreed on to be the ancientest baron in this land. O'Flaherty, O'Madden, O'Kelly, and other Celts also appeared, as well as the heads of several septs of Clanricarde Burkes, each with his appropriate Irish name. The Earl's sons came into church on Sunday, surrendered at discretion, and were brought prisoners to Dublin. After spending 3 weeks at Galway, during which the hangman was not idle, Sidney went to Athenry, which he found in ashes, the very church not being spared by the young Burkes, though the mother of one of them was buried there. To rebuild the town, a tax, according to a principle not yet forgotten in Ireland, was assessed upon the country, and the work was immediately begun. The castles of Ballinasloe and Clare, Galway, were garrisoned for the Queen, and Sidney then went by Roscommon to Athlone. On his way he noted that Clanricarde's vassals were well enough off, but that all else was ruinous. O'Connor, Donn, and MacDermot and others here paid their respects. From the newly made county of Longford, the gentlemen came willingly enough to Roscommon and Athlone, and promised to clear off the 200 marks of revenue, which was 4 or 5 years in arrear. Part of the money was actually paid. On his return to Dublin, Sidney insisted strongly upon the necessity of 2 presidents. Sir William Denny was already named for Munster, and he proposed Essex or Sir Edmund Montague for Connaught. English lawyers he must have, or no justice could be done. A standing army of 1,000 men he must have, or no peace could be kept. 2 or 3 good officials, men like Tremaine, were much wanted if the revenue was to be increased, and then, above all, the church must be reformed, for so deformed and overthrown a church there is not, I'm sure, in any region where Christ is professed, and preposterous it seemeth to me to begin reformation of the politic part and to neglect the religious. The facts as to the religious state of Ireland were laid by Sidney before the Queen herself, and go far to explain the comparative failure of Anglicanism in Ireland. Hugh Brady, Bishop of Meath, a native of his diocese and a man of Irish race, though a sincere Protestant, had lately made a parochial visitation of his own diocese. Brady, who was the Lord Deputy's companion during part of his western journey, is described by him as honest, zealous, and godly. To such a man the state of the churches under his charge must have given the gravest anxiety. There were 224 parish churches, of which 105 were impropriated to manors or possessed by the holders of monasteries which had come into the hands of the crown. In not one of these cases was there a resident parson or vicar, and of the very simple and sorry curates usually appointed to do duty, only 18 could speak English, the rest being Irish priests, or rather Irish rogues. Having very little Latin, less learning or civility, they gained a precarious living from the offertory, and in no single case was there a dwelling house. Many of the churches were down altogether, the great majority without roofs. 52 churches were ill served by vicars, and 52 more in the hands of private patrons were in somewhat better but still poor case. We are left to infer that only 13 out of 224 parishes were in such a state as the bishop could approve. Meath was the best peopled and richest diocese in Ireland, and Sidney, not to tire the Queen with too many details, left her to guess what the Dry Tree was like. Your Majesty may believe that upon the face of the earth where Christ is professed there is not a church in so miserable a case. with ruinous churches, want of labourers for the vineyard, and want of means to pay them, Sidney had no difficulty in believing that the very sacrament of baptism had fallen into disuse. The remedies proposed were that the churches should be repaired out of the profits of the land, either by the crown or by the tenants, as equity might dictate, that Irish-speaking ministers should be sought at the universities or borrow from the Regent of Scotland, and that some of the English bishops should be forced to visit Ireland with their own eyes and at their own expense to see the spiritual nakedness of the land and to prescribe a cure. They be rich enough, he added, and if either they be thankful to your majesty for the immense bounty done to them, or zealous to increase the Christian flock, they will not refuse this honourable and religious travel, and I will undertake their guiding and guarding honourably and safely from place to place. The great desire that I have to have such from thence is for that hope I hope to find them not only grave in judgment but void of affection. After his return from Connaught, Sidney busied himself with the revenue and general administration. He did not conceal from himself that for every penny of rent she received it cost the Queen a shilling to hold her own. Yet he said, I will never consent that the country should be abandoned in any sort, for held it shall be. But only hereby to note unto you by the way what a dear purchase this is and hath been to the crown, and by the example of this you may judge of the rest that are of this nature. Sir William Drury, the new President of Munster, and William Gerard, the new Chancellor, were promised in April, but did not come till midsummer, and in the meantime the southern like the dog, the northern like the hog, mentioned in the Holy Book, were ready to revolt to their innate and corrupt vility. End of chapter 33, part 1. Chapter 33, part 2 of Ireland under the Tudors, volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Administration of Sidney, 1575 to 1577. O'Rourke, whom Sidney notes as the proudest man he ever saw in Ireland, came to Dublin and produced a patent of Henry VIII, which proved genuine. £20 Irish was the rent reserved, but Sidney held out for £200 sterling, and O'Rourke agreed to submit his cause to commissioners. O'Donnell also agreed to pay the 200 marks or 300 beeves, which he had long since promised, asking only time for arrears. Sidney inquired into the very old dispute as to the tenure by which O'Connor held Sligo. O'Donnell said that 300 marks sterling had been paid to him and his ancestors since St. Patrick's time. This was dismissed as fabulous, but a prescription of some generations was shown, while O'Connor convinced Sidney that the payment had never been made, without violence, offering to give 100 marks a year to be quit of O'Donnell, and to receive a sheriff, peaceably a foreigner, being preferred to an inhabitant of the country. Many other chiefs came to Dublin and were ready to pay some yearly sum, all for justice. It is to be rejoiced that they so do, but more to be lamented that they have it not near to them. The Lord Deputy thought it very hard that he should have to do his own work, and that of the President also. And indeed his post was no sinecure, for during the 9 months that he had been in Ireland, 400 men had been executed by commission ordinary and extraordinary, and by slaughter in defence of the poor husbandmen. The delay in appointing a president for Connaught, and the impossibility of the viceroy being in 2 places at once, soon restored their courage to the Earl of Clanrickarde's sons. Such English officers as were in Connaught, Fitton described as mean men, and as meek as mice to the Earl and his sons, and yet mean as they were too much for the young men. They suddenly crossed the Shannon and cast off their English clothes with the remark, "Lie there for 1 year at least." The old Earl wrote to say that he would prevent them doing harm till he heard from the deputy, to whom he scarcely offered any excuse. Writing to Ormond and Lord Upper Ossory, he said that the £6,000 which the rebuilding of Athenry would cost was too much for his country to bear, and that he himself could not raise £500. The young men, paying but little attention to promises made in their names, destroyed the few houses which had been restored in the ill-fated town, killed or dispersed the labourers, burned the new gate, and sought for the stone with the royal arms, that they might break it, swearing that no such stone should stand in any wall there. Fearing for the safety of Galway, Sidney prepared to chastise the rebels in person. The Lord Deputy only received the news on Tuesday, and on Friday he was at Athlone with a few officers, the bulk of his forces following as they could. Clanricarde came in on protection, which was granted unwillingly, and surrendered Locke as a material guarantee. Kneeling at Sidney's feet, the Earl besought pardon for himself and his sons, still maintaining that excessive taxation was the only cause of the rebellion. The deputy sternly reminded him that the county had agreed to the rates imposed, and gave him leave to depart unscathed within 3 days. This was on Friday, and on the following Sunday Clanricarde came into the parish church and made submission on his knees, confessing the treason of his sons, and submitting himself and his cause to Her Majesty's pleasure. Sidney professed himself glad to gain an earl and his castles instead of 2 beggarly bastard boys, but tacitly admitted their power to annoy by pressing once more for a president. Without a sufficient man in that office, he said, I shall but trindle Sisyphus' stone, and bring it to the brim of the bank, and then force to turn both head and hand, and so happily break either back or neck, but that is the least matter. In the meantime the Queen shall lose both honour and treasure, and her people lack both distribution of justice among them, surety of their lives, and saving of their goods. Having secured Galway and Athlone, Sidney went to Limerick, where he settled Sir William Drury in his presidency. Drury was a native of Suffolk, who had served England well by sea and land, at home and abroad. He had been governor of Berwick, and had superintended the siege of Edinburgh Castle, where, in spite of Grange's chivalry and Maitland's guile, that last fortress of a falling cause had surrendered to Queen Elizabeth's ally. He was now to try what skill and courage could effect in the service which had been and was to be fatal to the fortunes of so many eminent Englishmen. Meanwhile the young Burkes, the Mac-I-Arlis, as they were called, held the open country with 2,000 Scots, besides their usual rabble. Captains Collier and Strange were besieged in Lough Reach, but Sidney thought the place practically impregnable by such a force, and prepared at his leisure to strike a well-aimed blow. Early in September he entered Connaught again, accompanied by Maltby, who had been appointed military governor of the province by a number of Ormond's men under the command of Edward Butler, and by his own son Philip, whose sufficiency, honesty, virtue, and zeal made him remarkable even in his 22nd year. Maltby and Butler chased John Burke and his rabble up and down the country, but could never come up with them. On Sidney drawing towards the borders of Mayo, the Scots, fearing to have their retreat cut off, fled precipitately into Ulster. All the English officers were agreed that the state of Connaught was owing to the lawlessness and ambition of the Earl and his sons, 2 cursed young men who would brook no superior. The people would gladly be rid of their tyranny, and had been taught by experience that great culprits generally escaped justice and returned to plague those who had ventured to withstand them. No help though much passive sympathy could therefore be hoped for by viceroy or provincial governor. Sir William Drury found plenty to do in his new government, though the county was free from any great disturbance. At Cork assizes 42 persons were hanged and one pressed to death, a chief of the McSwiney gallows-glasses, who had displayed a banner while driving cattle from under the walls of Cork, being among the sufferers. In derision, the same banner was borne before the culprit to the place of execution. Nearly as many more were dispatched at Limerick, the President's object being to strike down the local ringleaders as much as possible. They ride, he said, all one horse, and the head of the salmon is worth a many small fishes. Like every other English governor, Drury complained of the number of idle men retained by territorial magnates. All he could do was to procure that registers should be kept, showing on whom each kern or gallows-glass was dependent, thus making the gentleman responsible. After the massacre of Rathlin, Essex determined to lead a private life. No place near Dublin was free from the prevailing infection, and he withdrew to Waterford to wait upon events. He had half ruined himself, and had failed entirely to do what he had proposed. "I've wasted no hour in Ireland," he told the Queen. "Why should I wear out my youth in an obscure place without assurance of your good opinion, and should but increase the light of another man's sun, and sit in the shadow myself? I'm no way carried with inconstancy, but loath to drown my service, without certainty of friends and good opinion." In this temper he asked for leave to visit England. It was granted, and at the end of October 1575 he landed near his own house at Lanfee in Pembrokeshire. Even during the passage his ill fortune pursued him. Vessels carrying his servants and baggage were dispersed by a storm, and the rough weather told upon his enfeebled frame. He was accompanied by Maltby, who was for the moment unemployed, and who thoroughly sympathized with him. But his health was so bad that Walsingham cautioned him not to travel too fast towards London. When he did arrive there, he had still to complain of neglect, and of the expense to which he was put in dancing attendance on Queen and ministers. Burghley found it necessary to humiliate the style of the Earl's letters before showing them to Her Majesty, and he then wrote in a more submissive strain. It was this, probably, which elicited from the Queen one of those letters with which she well knew how to whistle back her disgusted servants. She congratulated him on his perfect conquest over his passions, which she attributed to the lessons of patience learned in the Irish service. And though she said, "You may think that it has been a dear conquest unto you in respect of the great care of mind, toil of body, and the intolerable charges you have sustained to the consumption of some good portion of your patrimony, yet if the great reputation you have gained be weighed in the balance of just value, or tried at the touchstone of true desert, it shall then appear that neither your mind's care, your body's toil, nor purse's charge was unprofitably employed. For by the decay of those things that are subject to corruption and mortality, you have, as it were, invested yourself with immortal renown, the true mark that every honourable mind ought to shoot at. We think your demands made upon us were grounded both upon the respect of your own benefit and of our service, interpreting as we do the word benefit not to import that servile gain that base-minded men hunt after, but a desire to live in action and to make proof of your virtue, and being made of the metal you are, not unprofitably, or rather reproachfully, to fester in the delights of English Egypt, when the most part of those that are bred in that soil take great delight in holding their noses over their beef pots. In the end, Essex received a grant of the barony of Farney in Monaghan, of the peninsula called Ireland, Magee in Antrim, and of the office of Earl Marshal in Ireland for life, having made his will and such other arrangements as were possible for the settlement of his estate, he returned to Ireland after an absence of about 9 months. The leading of 300 men, for which he had asked, and which Sidney recommended, would probably have been granted had not death cut his career short. He reached Dublin on July 23, 1576, and on August 30 was attacked by dysentery, which carried him off in 3 weeks. In his lifetime, Essex did many things which history must condemn, though he seems not in any way to have accused himself. On his deathbed he showed himself a hero, if patience under suffering and faith without worldly hope are to be considered heroic attributes. 2 days before his death he wrote to Elizabeth, besought her forgiveness for any offence he might have given, and begged her to be a mother to his children. He reminded her that his son would be poor through his debts to the crown, and that she would be no loser by remitting them, since the minor's wardship would amount to as much or more. In another letter he recommended his son to the care of Burghley and Sussex, to the end that he might frame himself to the example of my lords of Sussex in all the actions of his life, tending either to the wars or to the institution of a noble man, so he might also reverence your lordship for your wisdom and gravity, and lay up your counsels and advice in the treasury of his heart. He sent his love to Philip Sidney, and wished him so well that if God do move both their hearts, I wish that he might match with my daughter. I call him son, he so wise, so virtuous and godly, and if he go on in the course he hath begun, he will be as famous and worthy a gentleman as ever England bred. As regards Sidney, he spoke prophetically, and it is but reasonable to suppose that had Penelope Devereux become his wife, she would have been the glory instead of the scandal of her age. With almost his last words he sang a hymn which he had composed, and at the end he strove to praise even when his voice could not be heard. When it failed altogether, Mr. Waterhouse, his faithful friend, always holding him by the hands, bade him give a sign if he understood the prayers. And at the name of Jesus he held up both his hands, and with that fell asleep in Christ as meekly as a lamb. The Jesuit parsons accused Leicester of poisoning Essex, and he was probably not incapable of such a deed. The charge was made at the time, but Sidney's contemporary account fully disposes of what he calls a false and malicious brute, and the accusation was not made by any of those who were about the sick bed, nor was it believed by the dying man himself. But if Leicester is to be acquitted of poisoning the man whose widow he married, it is not so easy to clear him of having gained her affections clandestinely, while using his political influence to keep her husband at a distance. In one letter Leicester hints that Essex does not expose his own person enough, and speaks somewhat slightingly of his abilities. Nevertheless, he was angry with Sidney for not doing more to facilitate his return to Ireland. On the other hand, it would appear that Essex was on friendly terms with Leicester. What seems really clear is that Essex did not care much for his wife. His will contains no loving mention of her, and his last letter to the Queen speaks of the burden which dowries would lay upon his son's inheritance. On his deathbed he spoke much of his daughters, lamenting the time which is so frail and ungodly, considering the frailness of woman. While asking Elizabeth to be a mother to his sons, he abstained from saying a word about that son's natural mother, and it is evident that he cared little for his wife's society, for after the failure of his great enterprise he was ready to live, altogether private, in a corner of Ulster, rather than return home. The facts seem to exonerate Leicester from the charge of poisoning, but tally very well with the common report that he kept the Earl in Ireland while he made love to the Countess. The Queen continually upbraided Sidney with the expense of his government. He, on the contrary, maintained that there was no waste, and that the cost of supporting an army, without which government was impossible, grew greater every day. There had been a rise in prices unaccompanied by any increase in revenue, and the soldier found it hard to live without being burdensome to the country. The gentlemen of the Pale now took the high ground that no tax could be imposed except by Parliament or a Grand Council. Though the cess was a customary payment, which in one form or another had been exacted since Henry IV's time, Sidney stood upon the prerogative, in this case strengthened by custom and not limited by Magna Charta, nor found in Littleton's tenures, nor written in the Book of Assizes, but registered in the remembrance of Her Majesty's Exchequer, and remaining in the rolls of records of the Tower as Her Majesty's treasure. It was this Elizabethan way of looking at things that brought Charles I to the scaffold, but in Sidney's time no one thought such language strange. The theory that there should be no taxation without consent of Parliament was beginning to be advanced, but few were as yet so bold as to openly propose limits to the royal power. The efficiency of ill-paid soldiers is generally small, and many landlords said they could defend themselves better and more cheaply. The Lords of the Pale were usually called to the council board, and had ample opportunities of protesting against the cess. They admitted that it had been regularly imposed for 30 years for victualling the army, and more lately for the viceregal household. The old Queen's prices were not far from the real value, but they had crystallized into fixed rates while the market had steadily risen, and was now about 150% higher. No doubt it was difficult to assess payments in the kind. The country, said Lord Chancellor Gerard, set down notes falsifying the victualler's proportion, because they varied in the weight of every beef and the number of loaves which every peck of corn would make. I played the butcher and baker on several market days, and weighed of the best, meanest, and worst sort of beeves, and also weighed the peck of corn, and received the same by weight in loaves, containing the weight of 3 pounds every loaf of bread, and found the same neither too weighty as the country set down, nor too light as the victuallers alleged, etc. The country, he said, paid a penny where the Queen paid a shilling. The gentlemen, he adds significantly, by their own confession, never lived so civilly and able in diet, clothing, and household as at this day. Mary, the poor churl, never so beggarly. The Lords of the Pale, however, sent 3 lawyers to London to plead their cause, and in the meantime refused to commit themselves by arguing. The advocates selected were men of family and thoroughly acquainted with their views, but not agreeable to Sidney. Barnaby Skurlock he allowed to be a man of credit and influence, but he had lately indulged in undecent and undutiful speech. He had made a fortune as Attorney General, but Sussex had dismissed him for negligence. Richard Netterville was a seditious, mutinous person who sowed discord and promoted causes against the government, in fact an agitator who had bred more unquiet and discontent among the people than any one man had done in Ireland these many years. As to Henry Burnell, Recorder of Dublin, whom Fitzwilliam had formerly described as one of the best spoken and most learned men in Ireland, but a perverse papist, Sidney could only wish he would mind his practice at the bar, which had made him rich, and not meddle with Her Majesty's prerogative. He was, he says, the least honest of the 3, and yet he trusted to see the English government withdrawn. Sidney's high prerogative doctrines somewhat warped his mind. He condescended to say that Netterville was son of a second and mean justice of one of the benches, as if that could possibly prejudice his advocacy. He praised the Chancellor for acting as a partisan, though no doubt he was fair enough about prices. He hath in public places both learnedly, discreetly, wisely, and stoutly dealt in the matter of cess, and rather like a counsellor at the bar than a judge on the bench. After all, this is very doubtful praise, though Gerard was not acting in his judicial capacity. Before their emissaries started for England, the gentlemen of the Pale procured a bill to be brought before a Meath grand jury, of which the first clause contains these words: "We find Sir Henry Sidney, Lord Deputy of Her Majesty's realm of Ireland, Sir Lucas Dillon, etc., all the council, gave commission to Thomas Cusack of Gerardiston, Sheriff of Meath, to charge cess, corn, beef, butter, etc., and carts and carriages, £1,800 or thereabouts, said sheriff has levied. Sir Robert Trestlin, Chief Justice of England, was put to death for misconstruing the laws in Richard's time. Further clauses indict the inferior ministers occupied about the cess. By advice of the presiding judge, the charge against the officers of state was erased, but the rest of the bill was presented and justified, and Burnell was openly in the court of Star Chamber that he would have carried the case through, but that it would have delayed his journey to England. The details of the question at issue between Sidney and the Lords of the Pale are extremely obscure, and for a variety of reasons. Thus, when they complained that the exaction amounted to £9 per ploughland, he offered to take £3 6 8 but they refused, ostensibly from unwillingness to burden their heirs. One explanation is that the ploughland was a very uncertain measure, though generally reckoned at 120 Irish acres, and that the acreage had always been very much understated. It was feared that Sidney would measure the land more carefully and reduce the ploughlands to a uniform size, thus extracting much more money than might be supposed from his apparently liberal offer. Many lands had been exempted by favour or custom, and such exemptions tended to multiply. It was feared that Sidney might extinguish them. Grass lands had perhaps not been taxed at all, for Sidney only allowed 700 ploughlands in Meath, Westmeath, Kildare, and Dublin. The surface of those counties, without including Wicklow, contains nearly 11,000 ploughlands, of 120 Irish acres each. On inquiry, Sidney found that the charge at existing prices came nearly to £8 a ploughland for ease, of which, by making the burden to be borne more universally, I by proclamation dissolve all freedoms that had not had their continuance time out of the memory of man, whereof there were many, the most by a statute pretending thereby an increase of military men, which God knoweth and I are of little worth. The statute is expired. Many repined, but it was proved that they had no real reason to do so. Netterville and his colleagues admitted that 1 shilling per acre, Irish, or 8 sterling, was the rent of land in most, or at least in many places within the Pale. They allowed that a foot soldier could not live on 8 a day, nor a horseman 9, and they said roundly that there was no way but to increase these sums, declaring, and we may well believe declaring truly, that the Queen already lost more by the jobbing consequent on insufficient pay than she could lose by giving the extra 1 a day, which the soldiers asked for. That so small an increase would content them reasonably, they inferred from the fact that it had often been accepted by them in lieu of cess. The Pale was willing to victual soldiers maintained for its defence, provided a fair price was paid for it, Netterville and his colleagues pledging themselves to use all their influence to obtain the Queen's supplies, if only she would seek them constitutionally from Parliament. On the arrival of the 3 Irish lawyers in London, Walsingham assured Sidney that nothing should be done to prejudice his authority. The Privy Council received the strangers coldly, and Leicester took occasion to ruffle that seditious knave Netterville in a style which pleased his brother-in-law greatly. The contention that cess was altogether illegal did not recommend itself to the Queen or her ministers. Kildare and Ormond, Gormanston and Dunsany were in London, and being called before the council, admitted that the cess was customary, and only begged that consideration might be showed to the Pale in time of scarcity. The triumvirate, as Waterhouse calls them, were accordingly committed close prisoners to the Fleet, and Sidney was greatly cautioned to shear his sheep and not to flay them. He confessed, indeed, that he held a straighter hand in the matter of cess, the rather to bring them to a certain rent for the release of the same. Netterville had seen this clearly enough, and therefore the Lord Deputy writes him down as seditious a varlet, and as great an impugner of English government as any Ireland beareth. In all official letters from the Queen and the Privy Council, Much indignation was expressed at the idea of the royal prerogative being called in question. Sidney was instructed to deal sharply with the gentleman who had deputed Netterville and his colleagues, and stiffly to assert the principle of the cess, failing, after repeated arguments, to yield the point at issue until the result of their agent's mission was known, and standing in the meantime on high constitutional ground, Lords Baltinglass, Delvin, Trimleston, and Howth, with many others of the best gentlemen in the Pale, were committed to the castle. This was strictly in accordance with the Queen's orders, but in writing directly to Sidney she reprimanded him for choosing so bad a time to raise the question of the cess, and for drawing an inconvenient amount of public attention to undeniable grievances. At court, Philip Sidney accused Ormond of thwarting his father, and contemptuously held his tongue when the Earl addressed him. Ormond refused to quarrel, saying magnanimously that the young man was bound to take his father's part, and that he was endowed with many virtues. Indeed, nothing could be said against Ormond, but that he was a general defender of the Irish cause, like all the rest of his countrymen at court. He hated Leicester, and did not like Sidney, but as the latter himself expressed it, love and loving offices are matters of favour, not of justice. How little sympathy there was between them may be judged from the passage in which the Lord Deputy defends himself against the Queen's private strictures on his conduct. "I'm condemned, I find," he writes to Leicester, "for lack of policy, in that in this broken time, and dread of foreign invasion, I should commit such personages as I detain in the castle. While I am in office, I ought to be credited as soon as another, and this is my opinion. If James Fitzmaurice were to land tomorrow, I'd rather a good many of them now in the castle should still remain than be abroad." The envoys, after tasting the hospitalities of the Tower, submitted humbly enough in form, but did not abandon their case, and the Queen, though she spoke boldly about prerogative, had evidently some sympathy with them. The prisoners in Dublin also submitted, and the Crown having thus saved its credit, a composition was arrived at, which seems to have been substantially Burnell's work, and to which Ormond, Kildare, and Dunsany, who were in London, gave a preliminary adhesion. The counties of Dublin, Meath, Westmeath, Louth, Kildare, Carlow, Wexford, and Kilkenny acknowledged themselves bound to victual as many as of the 1,000 soldiers and officers as the Lord Deputy should appoint, and to pay 1 shilling a day for each man of that number, whether present or no, deducting that sum in the case of those men whom they were required to victual fully. They were to furnish 9,000 packs of oats to the horsemen at 10 pence sterling, and to sell fresh provisions to the Lord Deputy at reasonable prices for ready money. The Queen consented thoroughly to repair the old storehouses, but not to build new ones, and no other charge of any kind was to be made against her, except for damage by sea or fire. But she promised that purveyors should be punished if they abused their power. To this arrangement the cess-payers submitted with a tolerable grace, but officials complained that the Queen had made a very bad bargain. End of Chapter 33, Part 2. Chapter 34 of Ireland under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Last years of Sidney's administration, 1577 and 1578. The letters of Lord Chancellor Gerard give a vivid picture of the state of the Pale during the controversy about cess. He divides the inhabitants into 3 classes: gentlemen, idlemen, and churls. Every gentleman kept a number of idle hangers-on, who sponged upon the poor cultivators, and robbed openly when refused free quarters. Their nominal master gave them neither food nor clothes, but merely countenance, in return for which they were always ready to avenge his real or fancied injuries. These locusts ate up all the scanty surplus which was left to the poor cultivator. Remonstrance was vain, and perhaps the landowners had really not much choice. I will not put away my thieves, a gentleman would argue, for then such a one's thieves would rob me. Let him put away his, and I will put away mine. The vicious circle was hard to break, for the government was not strong or steady enough to repress all impartially. The judges went circuit with little effect, for the juries more regard whether any of the parties are of kin or allied to the justice, or of the sept of the justice or counsellor, than to the matter, and that way commonly passeth the verdict. Nor was there much outward magnificence to hide the inherent defects in such a judicial system. At Trim the court of assize was like an English cattle pen. There was no crier, no trumpeters or javelinmen to hedge the sheriff's dignity, and no competent officer to see that indictments were properly drawn or prisoners duly arraigned. That a desire for justice existed was shown by the conduct of a Meath grand jury, whose members were of very humble position, but who took heart at the Chancellor's visit, and believing that right would at last be done, found bills against above 100 of the local oppressors for retaining idle followers. Important causes, in Gerard's opinion, were better removed into the Chancery or Star Chamber, but the thieves might be dealt with by the hangman, provided the assizes were a little better conducted. English judges were much wanted to secure something like impartiality. Gerard had 16 years' Welsh experience, and he saw no reason why the policy which had succeeded there should not succeed in Ireland. The Lord Deputy should endeavour to keep the Irish from actual rebellion, and to persuade them to make some contribution to the revenue. Afterwards, on the borders of each county, English judges might deliver justice with such severity as the poor fleas may have yearly comfort to be delivered from the webs and oppression of the great spiders, and so by little and little to stretch the pale further, thereby to hit the mark long shot at, and hitherto missed, which is to save the revenue of England and bring somewhat from hence. Hitherto the prevailing policy had been to keep English and Irish from hurting each other, and the more successful it had been, the more harm it had done. The peasants of the Pale were all Irish. They propagated their species with perfect recklessness, and it was therefore useless to expect any increased civilization. Even in Dublin, people of English race delighted in talking Irish, and habits and feelings always followed the language. It might be possible to civilize some of the Irish. The rest should be extirpated, and English farmers with good leases and moderate rents substituted for them. From this nucleus the Celtic wilderness might be gradually reclaimed. In the meantime the prisons were few and insecure. There were no pounds. The mountains everywhere harboured thieves, and they came within 4 miles of Dublin. Cattle were not safe in the fields, even at the very gates, but it had once been no better in Montgomery and Radnor, in Brecknock and Monmouth. There also it had been necessary to fold the flocks securely at night until the 26th year of Henry VIII, when Wales was fully reduced to shire ground, and the Presidency Court made a reality by hanging the mountain thieves instead of allowing the Lord Marchers to traffic in pardons. Dublin county might be made as quiet as Monmouthshire if compositions for crimes were sternly abolished, and if successive Lord Deputies would work hanging instead of agreeing to recompense felonious offences. White, the Master of the Rolls, who hated Sidney and did not like English officials generally, and who ostentatiously put his trust in Burghley rather than in Walsingham, reported that Munster was quiet, but that the Lord President gained little love by burdening the people with cess. Drury argued that this quiet was owing entirely to the just severity with which he ruled, having, as he oddly expresses it, executed divers malefactors of good account. As for the cess, money must be had somehow, for he had been forced to spend largely on the repair of Limerick Castle. Cork was without stores, and a foreign invasion might be expected at any moment, for the intrigues of James Fitzmaurice were no secret. Lord Barry compounded for an annual payment of £150, and McCarthy Reuch for £250, but in many cases no agreement could be come to, and the uncertainty of all titles made financial reform almost desperate. Rents were as uncertain as titles, and landlords and tenants distrusted each other profoundly, but firmness had its usual effect, and the stout old soldier saw signs of increasing conformity among his subjects of all ranks. Desmond, the common oppressor of all, complained loudly that the soldiers ill-treated his tenants, and exacted cess both in money and in kind, that he and his were much poorer, and that the Queen was never a penny the richer. This complaint was made directly to Burghley, without complaining to the Lord President, a breach of decorum for which the Earl received a rebuke. The English Council, with becoming gravity, told Drury to make strict inquiry, but they knew, and every officer in Ireland knew, that ill-paid soldiers could not be kept in proper order. A loan of £500 for the Munster service was refused by the Queen, and the President warned her that she would be put to greater expense by her refusal. He begged for a galley to cruise on the coast, and like the stout-hearted man he was, he went on doing his best with scanty means and not very much thanks. Sir John of Desmond, being suspected of complicity with the Connaught rebels, was arrested, whereupon the Earl retired into Kerry, refused to go to the Deputy or President, ordered his dependents to pay no taxes, and collected a force which soon swelled to 1,000 men. Professing all the time to consider his own life in danger, Sir James, with 200 foot and some horse, levied contributions in Duhallow, while Drury, besides his own servants, had but 100 available troopers. The summer passed away thus, and the winter was half over before Desmond made up his mind that he was in no danger. He agreed to disperse all his forces except 20 horsemen, and to pay something towards the expenses of the province. Having several times refused to come to the President, he came to Kilkenny at Sidney's first summons, was reconciled to Drury, with whom he had not been on speaking terms, and promised to support him as the Queen's chief officer should be supported. Sidney knew his mistress, and he advised the acceptance of these terms. Drury was forced to submit, very much against his own judgment, for Desmond, in his view, was the one great obstacle to law and order. The habit, he said, of easily pardoning great offenders, which both now and heretofore being used have been the common gall to the good government of the province, and the greatest encouragement that may be to such as transgress, which kind of precarium imperium is, in my judgment, the unfittest way to a perfect reformation. That there had been intrigues between the Desmonds and the Connaught rebels was probably true enough. An alliance was even contemplated between Lady Barry, Burke, and Sir John of Desmond. Both were already married, but matrimonial ties were lightly regarded in the Clanricarde family, and Sir John was not the man to let principle stand in the way of interest. By keeping the government constantly occupied, the Western gentlemen hoped to prevent administrative reform, and there was always the off chance of a foreign invasion, which might restore their waning importance. Religion went for something, but probably not yet for much. In order to cut off communications between Connaught and Munster, Drury paid particular attention to Thomond, where the Earl, a vain and vacillating man, who could do little harm and might be of some use, made loyal professions and received nearly all the privileges he asked for, though he afterwards complained that a new tax was nevertheless imposed on his country. His experience of foreign courts had not been so pleasant as to tempt him to fresh adventures. Very different treatment was awarded to Murroch O'Brien, noted as the best horseman in Ireland, a great favourite with Desmond and other disorderly persons, and proportionately feared by the lovers of peace. He had been engaged in Fitzmaurice's old rebellion, and was suspected of plotting a new one. His outrages were many, and a verdict was easily obtained at Limerick. £300 was offered for his life, and more would have been given, but £3,000 would not have saved him. His death was far better than his life, and he confessed he had deserved death. While Drury was occupied, Maltby, much to Sidney's satisfaction, had taken up the military command of Connaught. Clanricarde was already a prisoner. O'Connor Roe yielded at the first summons, and there were only the Earl's 2 sons to deal with. They were given 8 days to consider whether they would submit absolutely or no. When that time had elapsed, they asked for further delay, which Maltby granted, partly because his own preparations were not made. The rebels made loyal professions, taking God to witness that they had no intent to do anything more that should purchase Her Majesty's further indignation. This was done only to put the governor off his guard, and a treacherous attack was made on one of his detachments, in which a few men were killed and 2 officers captured. The rest escaped to the castles of some well-affected gentlemen, and Maltby lost no time in entering the mountains. John Burke's district was the first attacked. All houses and corn were burned, and every human being the soldiers met was killed. I spared, says Maltby, neither old nor young. Ulick's district was then visited, and a strong castle reduced after 2 days' sap. I put them to the misericordia of the soldiers who had lost their lieutenant. They were all slain, to the number of 22, all tall men who were at the murder of the horsemen. Another fruitless attempt was then made at negotiation, but Maltby saw the object was to gain time, and Ulick's followers were treated like John's. Everything that would burn was burned, both in plain and mountain, and every person met with was killed. Protection for 5 weeks was afterwards granted, that the crops might be sown. How seed was obtained it is not easy to understand. After this tremendous lesson, Connaught was quiet, and Maltby was free for a time to practice the Roman theory of government as expounded by Virgil. By Sidney's order he had a conference with Drury, and they agreed that with a little trouble the 2 provinces, being ragged countries as we found them, might be brought into order. The greatest obstacle was the uncertainty prevailing as to Clanricarde's fate, and it was evident that John Burke would break out again whenever he had the power. In the meantime, strict military discipline was maintained, and Maltby found that his soldiers, who were chiefly Irishmen and but lately open enemies, became nearly as good as a general could desire. Travailed industry and plain dealing, he said, doth prevail over the people. He that will not hazard some limbs in these services, or that standeth doubtful of everything, shall prevail little in this land. To do good among this rude nation they must be applied well, and plausible dealing doth prevail much in some of them, and in others rigour doth no hurt, so as every of them must be used in their conditions. They be a people that do now seek much unto the administration of justice, and do greatly seem to covet it, which, God willing, they shall not want it with the best advice I can give them. They are grown into a great good liking of the government, and do use more familiarity towards us than they were wont to do, for commonly I do never stay in any of them that cometh unto me, be he good or bad, but such of them as are taken by officers, if they be found faulty, to cast off the same, and few of them do escape my hands, the rest do very well allow of it. During his last term of office, Sidney had much trouble with Rory O'More, who still claimed the ancient chiefry of Leix. In 1571 and 1572, Rory had been at the head of a band which fluctuated between 80 and 240 swords, and had succeeded in defying all Fitzwilliam's efforts. Arrangements were made to surround him. Kildare and Ormond were commissioned to hunt him with all their forces, and the latter delayed a journey to England rather than leave the task unfinished. O'More was brought to make a formal and somewhat humble submission, and to give hostages, of which Fiach MacHugh O'Byrne was one, but Fitzwilliam, who knew Ireland too well to be sanguine, was of opinion that the hanging of a pledge or 2 would not prevent Irishmen from breaking out whenever it happened to suit them. Rory was spoiling the pale again within 4 months, and in the spring of 1573 the Lord Deputy pronounced him worse than ever. He submitted again the same year, and a few days afterwards gave important help to Desmond in his escape from Dublin. When that turbulent personage found himself safe in Munster, Rory was one of the outlaws whom he adjured to stand firm. Kildare was also accused of plotting with him, and this charge was never fully cleared up. The arrival of Sidney in Ireland was always understood by the Irish as a sign of what modern politicians call vigour, and Rory Oge, among others, thought it wise to make his peace. He came unto me, wrote Sidney on the Earl of Ormond's word, and in the Cathedral of Kilkenny submitted himself, repenting, as he said, his former faults, and promising hereafter to live in better sort, for worse than he hath been he cannot be, for by him and his the greatest spoil and disorders have been committed upon the Queen's county and the Pale. I accepted him upon treaty and trial of amendment till my return. I've given him warning, and will keep touch with him if I can. For a year or more Rory seems to have kept pretty quiet, but the rumour of a Spanish invasion at the exhortations of John Burke were too much for his prudence, and the dispute about the cess laid the Pale unusually open to attack. Allying himself as of old with Conor MacCormac, who stood in the same relation to the remnant of the O'Connors as he himself did to the O'Moores, he was soon at the head of 140 men and boys. On the night of March 3, 1577, Rory and his ally brought their band to Naas, and entered the town, which they found unprepared. Their men had no muskets, but were armed with torches stuck upon the long poles, with which, like hags and furies of hell, they rushed through the street, setting fire to the low thatched houses on either side, and they were gone again within half an hour. The night was windy, the March weather had dried the thatch, and the whole place was burned to the ground in a few minutes. There were, says Sidney, about 500 men's bodies in the town, manlike enough in appearance, but neither manful nor wakeful, for they confess they were all asleep in their beds after they had filled themselves and surfeited upon Patron Day, which day is celebrated for the most part of the people of this country birth with gluttony and idolatry as far as they dare. They had neither watch nor gates shut. The town is open on all sides, and without soldiers, yet how unwilling to bear any charge for their own defence. Rory Oge, says Hooker, tarried very little in the town, saving that he sat a little while upon the cross in the market-place, and feasted his eyes with the flames. None of the townsmen were killed. After this exploit, Rory's force increased rapidly, and he attacked Leighlin Bridge, of which Sir Peter Carew the younger was constable, but which was actually in charge of his famous brother George, who here performed his first noteworthy service. Half the town was already burned when Carew, at the head of only 7 horsemen and 5 musketeers, boldly sallied out against the enemy, who were between 200 and 300. Surprised in the darkness, they fled, but soon recovered, and some of them actually entered the castle. Carew managed to shut the gates, and his assailants, having suffered considerably, departed without doing any further harm. The Devonshire captain lost only 2 soldiers and 1 horse, but not a single one of his men escaped unwounded. Soon after this, Captain Harrington and Alexander Cosby, son of the captain of Leix, were taken prisoners, treacherously enough, according to the English accounts, by Rory, and carried about by him in triumph. If Cosby was, as some accounts say, an actor in the Mull Mast tragedy, he deserved nothing better, but in this kind of warfare it is to be feared that breaches of faith were common enough on both sides. All attempts to catch Rory had hitherto been vain, and Sidney was forced to temporize for the sake of the prisoners. Robert Hartpole, who was used to this kind of service, and who had probably many friends among the country people, brought 50 soldiers to a cabin at the side of a wood, where he heard that the outlaw and his prisoners were to sleep. Finding himself in a trap, Rory tried to kill Harrington by slashing at him with his sword. He fractured his skull, broke his arm, and cut off one of his fingers, but Harrington recovered from these and other injuries. Rory had his shirt cut off by a sword, but managed to creep away between the soldier's legs and reach the covert with a single companion. The cabin was on the very edge of the bush. The prisoners were rescued, and 16 people, including all the men in the house, were killed. Rory's wife was also killed, but 1 woman, at least, a sister of Fiach MacHugh, was spared. Conor MacCormac was perhaps not present, for he afterwards made his peace with the government and received a pension. Letters implicating John Burke and others were found in the house. Harrington's capture gave much encouragement to discontented persons, and the Lord Deputy determined, as he expressed it, to attempt Rory's suppression by plaguing his maintainers. He went to Kilkenny on Christmas Eve, accompanied only by Sir Lucas Dillon, and found, as he expected, that the rebel had plenty of friends high and low in the town. The time from Christmas to Twelfth Day was spent in investigating the matter, and so abundant was the evidence that it would have taken till Easter to hear it all. Tipperary enjoyed comparative immunity from the operations of government, and Rory Oge's children were fostered among Ormond's principal tenants and officers. Fulk Grace, the Earl's constable at Roscrea, had refused to let Rory enter the castle until he had promised him protection, and he now refused to come to Sidney himself when sent for. All this and a great deal more was sworn to, but such partiality and affectionate dealing were found in the juries as were the matter never so plain, the evidence never so full, if it touched any of their friends, and namely the tenants and servants of the Earl of Ormond, no endowment would be found, no, though the party made submission and confessed the fault. If the matter touched any of Ossory, were the evidence never so weak, the jury would find it. The jurors were bound to appear before the Star Chamber, and the Lord Deputy returned to Dublin without catching Rory Oge. After his narrow escape, Rory was soon at the head of a band and burning villages as busily as ever. He entered Carlow through one of many breaches in the wall, and fired all the thatched houses, but in retiring he was attacked by Cosby or Hartpole at a ford, and suffered great loss. But here again he himself escaped, so that even Sidney thought he bore a charmed life, and talked of sorcery or enchantment, if it be lawful so to deem. In the end the fatal snare was of his own laying. In order to entrap the Baron of Upper Ossory, he sent a spy to tell him, as if of his own accord, that Rory had gathered a great spoil of pots, pans, pewter, napery, linen, and other household stuff and implements, a strange bait for King Edward's old playfellow, and that it might all be easily seized. The emissary was instructed to insist on a small force only being sent. A larger one would attract attention and defeat the scheme. The Baron hardly knew what to believe, but decided not to lose the chance. He brought a strong force to the appointed place, but kept aloof himself with the main body, and sent about 30 men into the wood. Rory also kept back the bulk of his followers, but showed himself under the impression that the Fitzpatricks would not face so renowned a champion, wherein, says Sidney, he found himself very much deceived. The Baron's kern set upon him stoutly, and he fell pierced by many mortal wounds. His brother-in-law, Fiach MacHugh, swore to avenge him, and kept his word. Malby called Rory the Robin Hood of Ireland, and the Queen's approbation was conveyed to Lord Upper Ossory. Rory's followers carried off his body, but the head was afterwards sent to Sidney and duly set up on Dublin Castle. The Lord Deputy afterwards complaining bitterly that the Queen made light of the service, being persuaded that it was as easy to kill such a rogue as Rory Oge as to kill Mad George, the keeper of the Queen's court. The Connaught annalists more correctly record that there was not in Erin a greater destroyer against foreigners than that man, and he was a very great loss. Drury, being relieved for a moment from danger on the side of Desmond, was able to turn his attention to the disturbers of Leinster. At Limerick he hanged Rory Oge's Brehon, who was much esteemed among the people. For the President it was enough that he practised only such law as were repugnant to Her Majesty. One of Rory's sons, accompanied by his nurse, was taken in a wood near Roscrea. Drury also found time for a not inconsiderable number of hangings, and reported with complacency that 400 had been executed by justice and martial law since he took office. At Clonmel a man was pressed to death. A sharp eye was kept on all arrivals from abroad, and a friar fresh from Portugal was hanged in his cowl at Limerick. The President was able to say that he had been the first to appoint English sheriffs in Thomond and Desmond. Justice, in his opinion, was liked by the people, and Her Majesty's revenues were much increased thereby. The affairs of the Netherlands had now become pressingly important, and Queen Elizabeth was forced to provide material help for the patriotic party. Scarcely had she made up her mind to back their bills to the extent of £100,000 and to send 6,000 men to the provinces than the victory gained at Gemblours by Don John of Austria, or rather by Alexander Farnese, seemed for a moment to place William of Orange in a desperate position. The Queen saw that her help would really be wanted, and war, even clandestine war, required a great deal of money. Sidney was not a cheap Lord Deputy, and there were plenty of people at court to tell the Queen that he had exceeded the £20,000 which had been mentioned as the annual expense of his government. Ormond was at Elizabeth's side, and Ormond's influence was always directed against Leicester and his brother-in-law. It was at first proposed to recall the Lord Deputy in a peremptory manner, but Walsingham and Wilson, and probably Burghley also, worked in Sidney's interest, and Elizabeth's better nature prevailed over her love of money and her ill temper towards a faithful servant who treated her somewhat too like an equal. It was suggested that Sidney should be left alone until he himself asked to be relieved, and then for a time judgment was suspended until Lord Chancellor Gerard should be heard on the question of cess and on the state of Ireland generally. At last the Queen made up her mind that, whatever might be done by another deputy, the present one would never consent to govern as cheaply as she wished. Walsingham privately informed Sidney that he was to be recalled, but that to save his credit he would be summoned as if for a short visit to court for the purpose of explaining accounts and other knotty matters. The wily secretary advised his friend to put his affairs in order as soon as possible and to be ready for any emergency. At last the summons was sent. The Queen announced that proposals for a more economical establishment had been made to her, and that before giving her decision she wished to see the deputy, who was to bring with him the auditor and his books. £5,000 were sent to keep things going until midsummer, and out of this Sidney was to pay the soldiers. This letter, which ordered the Lord Deputy to be at court by May 10, was more than a month on the road and did not reach Dublin till April 23. Literal compliance was therefore impossible, and the advice which Sidney received from his son was to leave Ireland till Michaelmas, so that his enemies might not have to say that they had driven him away. "Your lordship is to write back," said the young diplomatist, "not as though you desired to tarry, but only showing that unwillingly you must employ some days thereabouts, and if it please you to add that the Chancellor's presence shall be requisite, and then the more time passes the better it will be blown over." Sidney took the advice of his famous son, delaying his return till September, but sending over Waterhouse at once with such instructions as were likely to smooth his path. The Queen was reminded that the cess question was not yet fully settled, that the auditor's books could not be posted in a minute, that a foreign invasion was at hand, and that there were many unfinished causes scarcely fit to be entrusted to a new hand, and that Her Majesty owed her deputy £3,000 for which he held the Treasurer's warrant. If anything could make Elizabeth acquiesce in the neglect of her orders, it was an allusion to the £3,000, and she allowed Sidney to stay where he was until he had an opportunity of conferring with Gerard. Sir William Drury was nominated Lord Justice to take up the government as soon as it should be vacant. Rory Oge was disposed of soon after this, and a branch of the Scottish Macdonalds, long settled at Tinnakill in the Queen's County, received a pension of £300 a year in consideration of giving the Queen constant service as gallows-glass. In the meantime the Macmahons had broken out and driven off cattle from the northern frontier of the Pale. Lord Louth followed with a few horsemen, and falling into an ambuscade was himself slain, as well as the eldest son of the loyal Sir Hugh Magennis. The loss of an active and thoroughly well-affected young lord of 23 could not be passed over, and Sidney invaded Monaghan, destroying everything that he could lay hands on. Macmahon came to Newry with a withe about his neck and sued for pardon, but Sidney had by that time left Ireland. Gerard was detained in Wales by illness, and Sidney sent first Attorney-General Snagg and afterwards Ludovic Brisket, Clerk of the Council, to keep his cause alive at court. Men, money, victuals, and munition were required, for there was talk of a dissent by Stukely, and the Lord Deputy wished to hold a Parliament to renew the subsidy of 13 shillings 4 on each ploughland which had expired, and to renew the act imposing a duty on wines which was about to expire. But all eyes and ears were now turned to the Netherlands, and Waterhouse wrote to warn Sidney that he would get nothing except perhaps ammunition, and that the money last sent was regretted. Irish alarms, he said, are so far from waking courtiers out of their sleep that, as I am sure, till they hear that the enemy is landed, they will never think of aid that may carry with it extraordinary charge. There is now no speech of the return of the Earls of Ormond and Kildare. The States have made John Norris general, etc. Thus matters stood when the Irish Chancellor arrived in Dublin, and no time was then lost in completing the arrangements about cess. An assembly of notables was convened from Dublin, Meath, Louth, Kildare, Kings and Queens counties, Carlow, Wexford, Kilkenny, and Tipperary, and the agreement already referred to was thus made. Sidney at this time took a strong dislike to Gerard, whom he accused of ambitious dealing and of plotting against him at court. He did not let to say that he had brought over such warrants for himself and restrained for me, as I could do nothing without him. And he was accused of boasting that Ireland should be governed with a white rod when Drury ruled by his direction. At 8 o'clock on the evening of September 12th, exactly 3 years after his arrival, Sidney embarked at Wood Quay, and when on board his vessel surrendered the sword to Gerard, and finally severed his connection with Ireland. If we except Strafford and Cromwell, he was perhaps the ablest man who ever reigned in Dublin Castle, and there is a charm about him which belongs to scarcely anyone else, even in the Elizabethan age. Who shall say how much his famous son and scarcely less famous daughter owed to a father whose letters of advice remain as almost unapproachable models, and whose life showed such a noble example? The official correspondence of the time is full of allusions to his powers of work, to the hours which he sat patiently through, and to the confidence which his decisions commanded. Though suffering from a painful disease, he shrank from no journey, and the rapidity of his movements was extraordinary. Fortune, ease, and health were given up to the public service, and though he complained, he never hesitated. I had no time, he said, to apply my mind to take physic in Ireland. He well knew the value of exercise and reasonable leisure, but he denied himself both. As Elizabeth's representative, he was accustomed to take a high line, and he sometimes dared to maintain the dignity of the crown even against the great queen who wore it. Her cousin Ormond should not be favoured in his causes except according to law. Mr. Christopher Hatton should not have a license to export yarn in defiance of an Irish Act of Parliament. If the Queen let fall hasty words detrimental to the Irish service, her viceroy would rebuke her for being so great an enemy to her own profit. And thus it came to pass that while Elizabeth honoured and perhaps loved the man in whose arms her brother breathed his last, and whose wife had lost her looks and almost her life in nursing her through the smallpox, she was not sorry when an opportunity offered of wounding his masterful spirit. When he seemed to bargain with her for the retention of the Welsh presidency as a condition of entering on the hated Irish service, she rebuked him for daring to limit her prerogative, and when he made a gay figure at court, she said it was no wonder, for that he held 2 of her best offices. But she took care to leave him both places, and sometimes called him Harry. She grumbled at the expense of his government, but in the end seldom refused to give him nearly as much money as he asked for. He tells us that he lost £9,000 by his Irish service, which was an enormous sum in those days, but Elizabeth, though she might never replace money so spent, at least did not neglect his children. Sidney was a ready speaker and a vigorous writer. Campion professes to give one of his speeches, but about such reports there must always be some doubts. The letters, however, are there, and if Sidney spoke nearly as well as he wrote, we can well believe that a great effect was sometimes produced. His written style is full and vigorous, and gives a much better idea of Elizabethan English than that of many professed authors, whose affectation of elegance only tended to obscurity. Sidney was very fond of heraldry, and not a little proud of his right to display the bear and ragged staff. Indeed, he particularly impressed upon his sons the necessity of living up to the standard of their mother's family, a family, as modern students cannot help observing, which produced Edmund Dudley, Northumberland, and Leicester. This was an amiable weakness. A certain irascibility was a worse defect in a statesman, but his anger was soon appeased, and there can be no doubt that he was personally very popular. Among many virtues this defect was noted, that he was too fond of the pleasures of the table, and among Irish-speaking people the nickname of Big Henry of the beer was sometimes given to him. He was once accused of flirting with a married woman, but this may have been only gossip, and affection for her husband breathes in every line of Lady Mary Sidney's letters. On his arrival at court, the late Lord Deputy was received coolly, and chiefly perhaps because foreign affairs engrossed all attention. Lodgings assigned to him in Hampton Court were insufficient. He was ill, and his wife was ill, and yet no separate sitting-room could be found for the man who had spent his health and fortune in the thankless Irish service. Lord Chamberlain Sussex knew but too well what that service was, but he was not likely to exert himself much for Leicester's brother-in-law. The latter, indeed, was particularly weak at this time, for Simier had spitefully told the Queen of his marriage with Lady Essex. With a not uncommon inconsistency, Elizabeth, though she had decided not to marry her favourite, could not bear to resign him to another, and talked about the Tower, but Sussex dissuaded her, saying that no man was to be troubled for a lawful marriage. In this the Lord Chamberlain showed singular generosity, but Sidney could not expect much favour from him. "When the worst is known," said Lady Mary, "old Lord Harry and his old Moll will do as well as they can in parting, like good friends, the small portion allotted our long service in court, which is little as it seems something too much. In this case I am in it not possible to be in my chamber till after sunset, when the dear good Lord shall be, as best becomes him, Lord of his own." End of chapter 34. Chapter 35, Part 1 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2, by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Church during the first 20 years of Elizabeth's reign. Outward uniformity was what Elizabeth chiefly aimed at in the first years of her reign, and before a papal excommunication forced her to be the enemy of all who adhered to Rome. The acts of supremacy and uniformity were passed as a matter of course, but a clause in the latter statute shows that there was every disposition to treat the Irish tenderly. Most parts of Ireland, the Act declares, were devoid of English ministers to read the common prayer and administer the sacraments, and for that also that the same may not be in their native language, as well for difficulty to get it printed, as that few in the whole realm can read Irish letters, it was ordained that ministers and priests who knew no English might do their office in Latin. It was a singularly ill-advised plan, for the Jesuits and friars all knew Latin, and the Irish people knew it even less than English. In Dublin, however, everyone spoke English, and the common prayer book of Edward VI was used at the installation of Sussex. Open opposition was impossible, but on the following Sunday an attempt was made to discredit the new ritual by a trick. Christ's church contained a marble Christ with a crown of thorns on his head. This statue, which had been removed by Browne and replaced by Curwen, was observed to bleed during the service, and many were ready to believe in a miracle. Sedgrave, the mayor, who had sat quiet during the former service, produced a rosary and prayed openly before the bloody effigy. A former monk of the cathedral, named Lee, cried out that Christ could not but sweat blood, since heresy had come into the church. A tumult seemed imminent, and Sussex and his suite hurried out of the choir. But Curwen stood upon a bench and showed the congregation that Lee had placed a sponge filled with blood within the crown of thorns. The Protestants were triumphant, the Roman party confounded, and Curwen's orders to have that statue broken up were obeyed without demur. Parker made good use of this occurrence to persuade the Queen to have images removed from all the churches. The exposure of so gross a fraud may have contributed to secure outward conformity in Dublin, but among the Irish-speaking people in the country it was perhaps scarcely heard of. The Counter-Reformation was everywhere in progress under teachers trained at Louvain. The actual state of the question as between Crown and Pope may best be arrived at by considering each diocese separately. A large Bible presented by Archbishop Heath to one or both of the Dublin cathedrals was eagerly read, and more than 7,000 copies are said to have been bought for the Irish market in 2 years, but they can have been of little use to those who did not know a word of English. The primatial see of Armagh was vacant, and the accession of Elizabeth, and remained so until 1563. Sussex recommended Adam Loftus, a Yorkshireman who was already in Ireland and distinguished as a preacher. Loftus, who was educated at Cambridge, was the friend of Cartwright, and this may have retarded his promotion for a time. In November 1561 his preferment was announced, and almost immediately afterwards the news was contradicted on authority. "I know not," said Sussex, "who hath informed that he is not worthy of that place, but if a vehement zeal in religion, good understanding in the Scriptures, doctrines, and other kinds of learning, continual study, good conversation of life, and a bountiful gift of God in utterance, be sufficient to enable him, I undertake I have better ground to enable him than any man of that land or this, of what vocation soever he be, hath to disable him." Loftus made the usual professions of unwillingness, and Sussex remarked that the primacy was great in name, but the living very small. He had searched for 3 years without finding a fit man. The Lord Deputy's entreaties prevailed, and in October 1561 a congé de lire was addressed to the Dean and Chapter of Armagh. This is remarkable because the necessity for such instruments in Ireland had been already abolished by Act of Parliament. The letter was sent down to Armagh, and the Dean replied that no election was possible. The greater part of the chapter were temporal men and Shane O'Neill's horsemen. The appointment was accordingly made by patent. Perhaps it had been the Queen's intention to obtain only a permissive dispensation. At all events, the failure of the first attempt at capitular election was enough for her, and she did not repeat the experiment. Loftus was consecrated by Archbishop Curwen in March 1563, and the succession was thus preserved, for Curwen's authenticity has never been questioned at Rome. At the beginning of 1565, Loftus was elected Dean of St. Patrick's, and was empowered to hold the deanery along with his archbishopric, from which it must be allowed that he derived little or no profit. It does not appear that he ever saw his cathedral, which was burned by Shane O'Neill in 1566, lest it should shelter the English, and he was ready to resign a dignity which brought him not more than £20 a year. Of the whole revenues, he said, there remaineth nothing but the bare house and 80 acres of ground at Terman Fecum. Though peace ensue the repressing of this rebel, yet these wastes will not be inhabited, nor the spoils recovered many years hereafter. In the following year, Loftus was translated to Dublin and forced to resign his deanery, which he did very unwillingly. Curwen, he said, had so impoverished his see that it was worth only £400 Irish, with 1,200 acres of land, and he was minded rather to continue in the poor state of nominal primate, with Sir Patrick's thrown in. He had, however, admitted that he could do no good in the northern sea, for that altogether it lieth among the Irish. Love of money was throughout the bane of Loftus, and went far to neutralize the good effects of his learning and eloquence. Having determined to remove Loftus to Dublin, the Queen seriously thought of making the Dean Terence Daniel primate of all Ireland. He had been thought of in 1564, but was very unfit for the office, and the appointment, which would have been avowed political, was perhaps prevented by Sidney or Parker. Loftus recommended his friend Cartwright, but Thomas Lancaster, an Englishman who had formerly been Bishop of Kildare, was preferred, and in consideration of the state of his see, was allowed to hold other preferment both in England and Ireland. But neither Loftus nor Lancaster was acknowledged at Rome, and a primate not acknowledged at Rome had small chance of reverence from the Irish masses. Donat O'Teague was provided by the Pope and was at Armagh in the summer of 1561, when Shane O'Neill made his first attempt to burn the cathedral and its garrison of English soldiers. The pretended papist primate, said Sussex, sung Mass with all the friars. After Mass, the primate and the friars went thrice about Shane's men, saying certain prayers, and willed them to go forward, for God was on their side. Whereupon he and all his men made a solemn vow, and took their oaths never to turn their faces from the church till they had burned it and all the English churches, and so with a great shout set forward and assaulted the churchyard, where divers of them quickly left their bodies, and the rest, setting on fire the friar's house and other old houses in another part of the town, ran away. We cannot wonder at the difficulty of obtaining canonical election for Loftus. O'Teague died in the following year, and in 1564 Richard Creagh was provided in his room. If martyrdom consists in suffering for one's opinions, few men have earned the crown better than Archbishop Creagh. He was a Limerick man, the son of a merchant, and himself engaged in trade. A ship in which he was about to sail put to sea while he was engaged in prayer. She foundered with all hands, and this escape made Creagh more serious than ever. He went to Louvain, and afterwards intended to enter the severe Theatine order, which had been founded about the time of his birth. But Pius IV, under pain of cursing, obliged him to accept the Irish primacy. During Queen Mary's life he had already refused the archbishopric of Cashel. From Rome he went by way of Augsburg to Antwerp, and thence to Louvain, where, dressed in his archiepiscopal robes, he gave a dinner to the doctors. He then sailed in a ship bound for Ireland, was driven to Dover by a contrary wind, and made his way to Rochester. There, says his evidence before the Recorder of London, he found an Irish boy begging, whom he took with him to London, and there lodged at the Three Cups in Broad Street, where he tarried not past 3 days, and went to Paul's Church, and there walked, but had no talk with any man, and so to Westminster Church to see the monuments there, and from thence came to Westminster Hall the same time that he heard say Bonner was arraigned. He made his way to Ireland, landed in his own province, and went to a monastery to hear Mass. Immediately afterwards, and within an hour of setting foot on dry land, he was arrested by soldiers and sent to England. He was imprisoned and examined in the Tower, whence he escaped after a few weeks. By some extraordinary negligence, or possibly on purpose, all the doors were left open one morning. Creagh passed out at the main gate and was stopped by the beefeaters, to whom he represented himself as the servant of Bilson, a Roman Catholic priest who was undergoing an easy imprisonment. He was allowed to go free, and it is not surprising that he should have thought his escape miraculous. Creagh made his way back to Ulster. According to his own account, he was at all times friendly to Englishmen, anxious to serve the Queen as far as conscience would allow, and careful to prevent Shane O'Neill from plundering the Pale, according to his cursed custom. No sincere priest, and Creagh was undoubtedly a virtuous man, could have approved Shane's doings, and no archbishop could be well pleased to see his cathedral a blackened ruin. But his language in the Tower differed greatly in tone from that which he held in Ulster. On Christmas Day, 1566, he was with Shane, and wrote to Sidney, suggesting that if peace should be or not, whether it should please your lordship that we should have our old service in our churches, and suffer the said churches to be up for that use, so that the said Lord O'Neill should the less destroy no more churches, and perhaps should help to restore such as by his procurement were destroyed. In the same letter he admits that he had close relations with Spain, and throughout uses the first-person plural. Sidney's winter campaign, which broke Shane's power, perhaps made Ulster untenable, or that chief may not have been unwilling to surrender him in order to make room for Terence Daniel. However that may be, Creagh seems to have wandered into Connacht, for it was by O'Shaughnessy that he was arrested just 4 months after his letter to Sidney. He was indicted in Dublin for conspiring with Shane, but the intention to try him there was abandoned. There may have been considerable doubt of the fact, and much more of Irish judges and juries, or perhaps Sidney disliked the odious task. Once more Creagh escaped, but was again arrested by some of Kildare's people and sent to London. He was never put on his trial, and remained 18 years in the Tower. In 1579, after he had been more than 11 years in prison, one Hopton, his keeper for the last 5, who thought himself, says Creagh, ordained to take harm by papists, was in custody only for papistry. Colrick, another keeper, was accused of carrying letters to the poor archbishop, but he said he had never given him anything but certain sums, 20 shillings, 10 shillings, or 5 shillings at a time, sent him by his countrymen. In 1574, Creagh wrote a long letter to the council in which he defended himself from all charges of treason or rebellion, while acknowledging that he owed obedience to the Pope. One of his legs, he said, was rendered useless by the pressure of irons. For 8 years he had lost most of his teeth, and suffered from rupture, stone, and many other like miseries. Yet he lived on till 1585. A memorandum made in the spring of that year notes him as a dangerous man to be among the Irish, for the reverence that is by that nation born unto him, and therefore fit to be continued in prison. A few months afterwards he died. It has been said that he was poisoned, but his manifold diseases would account for his death, and Holing, the Jesuit, a contemporary writer, says simply that he was worn out by years and by the filth of his prison. The story is bad enough as it stands. Edward Staples, who was appointed both by king and pope in 1529, was deprived in 1554, but remained in Ireland. I was, he says, driven almost to begging, thrust out of my house, cast from estimation, and made a jesting among monks and friars, nor any cause why was laid against me. But for that I did marry a wife, they did put an Irish monk in my place, whose chief matter in preaching hath been in railing against my old master. Pole, he adds, chiefly objected to his praying for Henry VIII's soul, but promised that he should have some means of support. He was, however, left to beg, and could not even afford the journey to London. He probably died soon after Elizabeth's accession, for the Cistercian William Walsh was left in possession of his see until 1560, when he was deprived for preaching against the royal supremacy and the Book of Common Prayer. Though appointed by Pole, Walsh received no regular papal provision till 1564. He was soon afterwards imprisoned, but escaped to France in 1572. In 1575 he had a brief to act both for Armagh and Dublin, Creagh being in the Tower, and the other primacy vacant, but it is not clear that he returned to Ireland. He is, said Loftus, who had vain hopes of converting him, of great credit among his countrymen, and upon whom, as touching causes of religion, they wholly depend. But Walsh could hardly live safely in Ireland, and he died in Spain in 1578, having for some time acted as a suffragan to the Archbishop of Toledo. Hugh Brady, appointed by patent in 1563, was a purely Protestant bishop. At the accession of Elizabeth, Raymond MacMahon was Bishop of Clocher. He died in 1560 probably, and it is not pretended that he conformed. There is a regular papal succession from his death, but the Queen made no appointment till 1570, when she preferred the notorious Myler McGrath. Eugene Magennis was Bishop of Down and Connor, and perhaps made some show of conformity, for he was present in the Parliament of 1560. He died in 1563, and Shane O'Neill tried to get the see for his brother, who was only 23 years old. The Pope refused, and in 1565 Mylor Magrath was appointed at Rome. Magrath, who was utterly unscrupulous, made all the official submissions required of him, and in 1580 was deprived by the Pope for the crime of heresy and many other enormities. From that date there is a regular papal succession. Magrath, who had been originally a Franciscan friar, became the Queen's Archbishop of Cashel in 1570, Her Majesty having previously appointed John Merryman to Down and Connor. Magrath, therefore, enjoys the unique distinction of having been Protestant Archbishop of Cashel and Papal Bishop of Down and Connor at one and the same time. He was no ornament to either church. Eugene O'Doherty was Bishop of Derry at Elizabeth's accession. He was appointed by provision, and there is a regular papal succession from him, but it does not appear that the Queen ever interfered. The same may be said of Raphoe and Dromore. Peter Wall, a Dominican, became Bishop of Clonmacnoise in 1556. On his death in 1568, the see was united to Meath by Act of Parliament, and the popes made no appointment until 1647. Patrick Mamayan was Bishop of Armagh from 1541 to 1568 at least, in which latter year he appears to have been deprived by bull. He died before November 1572, and in 1576 the Pope provided a successor as from his death and not from his deprivation, which may cast some doubt on the above-mentioned document. The Queen made no appointment till 1583. Kilmore was vacant at her accession, and she made no appointment till 1585. There is, however, a regular papal succession. As a plain matter of fact, the government had no ecclesiastical jurisdiction in Ulster during the early part of Elizabeth's reign. It was different with Meath, and Bishop Brady has the credit of restoring the ruined Church of Kells in 1578. That it should have been then in ruins says little for the position of religion where the state had power. A sentiment attaches to Armagh, but Dublin was much more really important. It was beyond Shane O'Neill's power to burn either St. Patrick's or Christ Church, and a papal nominee could hardly venture into the city or even into the diocese. Hugh Curwen, who was archbishop from 1555 to 1568, when he was translated to Oxford, undoubtedly conformed, and it is through him that Irish Protestant bishops derive what is called apostolical succession. The Pope did not make even a titular appointment until 1600. Thomas Leverous, Kildare's old tutor, and a most excellent man, was Bishop of Kildare at Mary's death, was deprived in 1559, so far as the government could deprive him, for refusing to take the oath of supremacy, and supported himself as a schoolmaster till his death in 1577. He was buried at Naas within his own diocese, and his body was said to have performed many miracles. The popes made no appointment until 1629, and the history of the Protestant see is very curious. Alexander Craik, a Scot, was appointed by patent in 1560 and was allowed to hold the deanery of St. Patrick's also. He is accused of impairing his bishopric by alienating the lands, but he was in the direst poverty, and he evidently had a conscience, so perhaps this may be calumny. Neither, he wrote to Leicester, I can preach to the people, nor the people understand me. Loftus was his chaplain and only ally, and he begged to be released. His deanery of St. Patrick's was valueless to him, for William Basnet claimed to hold it by a lease of Henry VIII. Nevertheless, the crown pressed him for first fruits, and he had not wherewithal to pay the bare expenses of his removal to Ireland. As a preacher he was overworked, and when he imported an assistant from Hampshire, the Bishop of Winchester cited the latter for non-residence. Both for the sake of his health and his pocket, he begged leave to visit England, but apparently the request was refused, and in 1563 he was actually imprisoned for £632 due on account of first fruits which he had not the means to pay. He died in the following year, and the see was given unsolicited to Robert Daly, a prebendary of St. Patrick's, whose power of preaching in the Irish language recommended him to the Queen. the net value of his bishopric not being more than £50 a year, Daly was allowed to retain his prebend as well as the vicarage of Swords. He was a sincere and energetic Calvinist, and in 1565 he wrote to Cecil lamenting the measures taken against the Puritans. "The poor Protestants," he said, "being amazed at the talk, doth oft resort towards me to learn what the matter means, whom I do comfort with the most fruitful texts of Scripture that I can find, willing them to put their trust in God, who promised that the faith should not decay in his elect, and never to leave his flock comfortless. We have here the germ of many future troubles. Irish Protestantism, being the religion of a minority in a Roman Catholic country, naturally took a Calvinistic hue, and the attempt to make it conform to the views of Parker, Whitgift, Laud, and others destroyed any chance which the State Church might have had." Daly begged for such encouragement as would enable him not only to comfort his friends, but to suppress the stout brags of the sturdy and proud papists. He remained Bishop of Kildare for 18 years, during which he was turned out of house and home 3 times by the rebels. The last outrage was in 1582, and is supposed to have caused his death. End of chapter 35, part 1. Chapter 35, Part 2 of Ireland Under the Tudors, Volume 2 by Richard Bagwell. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The Irish Church during the first 20 years of Elizabeth's reign. The see of Ossory, which it was in Ormond's power to protect, would naturally have been one in which the state religion might have had a fair chance. John Thonery was in possession at Mary's death, and Bale was also alive. The Kilkenny historian says the Protestant bishops derived their succession through Thonery, but there is a difficulty about this, for an official document written in 1565 declares the see to have been long vacant, and another paper written while Bale was still alive also treats it as vacant. Now Bale died in 1563, and Thonery certainly not before 1565. Thonery was employed by the government in 1559, and there is some evidence that he was considered still bishop in 1567. But the Queen appointed Christopher Gaffney towards the end of 1565. From these rather contradictory data, it may perhaps be inferred that Thonery never conformed, but that he was not formally deprived. Probably he left the country, for he was certainly considered the true bishop at Rome. The consistorial act nominating Thomas Strong in 1582 declares the see to have been many years vacant since the death of Thonery, the last bishop. Strong made his way to Ireland in 1584, but found his position untenable, and died in Spain in 1602, having long acted as suffragan to the Bishop of Compostela. Thomas O'Fihely or Field was Bishop of Leighlin at Elizabeth's accession, and undoubtedly conformed fully, abjuring the Pope's authority. He died in 1566 and was buried in his own cathedral. Here, therefore, is an undoubted link between the Marian and Elizabethan churches. Alexander Devereux, who was made Bishop of Ferns in 1539 and consecrated by Browne, managed to hold his see through the remainder of Henry's reign, and through the reigns of Edward, Mary, and Elizabeth, till his death in 1566. He is acknowledged both in the papal and Protestant successions, but was a man of indifferent character, and no credit to either church. Roland Baron was made Archbishop of Cashel by Mary, and held the see till his death in 1561. but this case does not affect the succession, for Baron, on account of some informality, perhaps was never acknowledged at Rome. In 1567, rival archbishops were appointed. The Queen's nominee was James Bagwell, an Irishman whose learning and virtue had recommended him into Jewel. Jewel handed him on to Loftus, who advised that he should have Cashel, the living being very small and not meet for any but of that country birth. The primate evidently thought all fat things should be reserved for Englishmen like himself. The still poorer diocese of Emly was added during Bagwell's episcopate, but he had little enjoyment of either see. Maurice Reappointment Fitzgibbon was appointed by the Pope, and in some way violently dispossessed the Queen's man. Hooker says he wounded him with a knife, but if that happened, it was more probably the act of some kern. Bagwell seems, however, to have been closely imprisoned, so that his whereabouts became doubtful. Primate Lancaster said that Fitzgibbon had carried his rival into Spain. For a time at least, Fitzgibbon got possession of the cathedral, and is said to have forced his rival to remain in the choir while he celebrated Mass. The rough treatment to which Bagwell was subjected may have shortened his life. At all events, he died in 1570, and Mylor Magrath was appointed in his place. Fitzgibbon's triumph was short-lived, for he did not venture to visit his diocese. From 1569 to 1578 he seems to have remained on the continent, defying Walsingham's schemes to entrap him, and it is doubtful if he ever returned to Ireland. The sees of Waterford and Lismore were united in the 14th century. Patrick Walsh, an Oxford graduate who had been Dean of Waterford since 1547, was appointed in 1551 by Conge de Ailire, followed by capitular election, and remained in possession during the reign of Mary. The probability is that he was at first a waverer whose English education induced him to conform to Henry VIII's arrangements, and that he gradually reverted to Rome. When Sussex entered Waterford in 1558, the bishop received him in his robes, but the Protestant ritual had not yet been re-established. Walsh resigned his deanery in 1566 in favor of Peter White, who was a very good man, but certainly no Protestant. The bishop retained his place in both successions, but when he died in 1578, Waterford, in the opinion of English Protestants, was thoroughly given up to superstition and idolatry, to Rome, runners, and friars. And so it remained during the whole of Elizabeth's reign. Walsh's Protestant successor, Marmaduke Middleton, only sat some 3 years, and was practically expelled by the hostility of his flock. He was translated to St. David's, and the diocese then fell for several years into the all-devouring maw of Mylor Magrath. The popes made no appointment till 1629. Cork and Cloyne were united in the 15th century, and Dominic Thierry was appointed in 1536. He held possession of the see for 20 years, but was never acknowledged at Rome, and there is a double succession from the year 1540. The remote see of Ross does not appear to have been filled either by Henry VIII, Edwards VI, or Mary. Papal appointments were made in 1519, 1526, 1554, 1559, and 1561. In 1582, William Lyon was appointed by patent, and soon afterwards received Cork and Cloyne also. The three sees have since been united in the Protestant succession, but the papal see of Ross has continued separate, though no appointment appears to have been made between 1582 and 1647. William Casey, who was undoubtedly a Protestant, was appointed Bishop of Limerick in 1551. He was deprived by Mary, but restored by Elizabeth in 1571. Between 1556 and 1571, The see was held by Hugh Lacy, who was not a Protestant, though he seems to have been something of a trimmer. Yet he made no attempt at concealment when Sidney visited his cathedral in 1568. Lacy cannot be held to have conformed, for when the temporalities were restored to Casey, he continued to act as papal bishop till his death in 1580, not long before which he suffered a short detention in his own house. There is a regular double succession from 1571. James Fitzmaurice, Cistercian abbot of Ordorny, was made Bishop of Ardfert and Agado by the Pope in 1536. Queen Elizabeth made no appointment till 1588, some years after Fitzmaurice's death. Her nominee was unable to hold his ground in Kerry, nor was the papal bishop permanently resident. The facts about Killaloe are not very clear. From a comparison of dates, it would appear that Bishop James O'Corran, who took the oath of supremacy in 1539, was deprived or suspended at Rome, that he afterwards resigned, that the see was for a time governed by vicars, and that Terence O'Brien was made bishop by the Pope in 1554. Bishop O'Brien died in 1569, and the government seems not to have interfered with him. The temporalities were soon afterwards handed over to Maurice MacBrien Ara, who, on account of his youth, was not consecrated till 1576. In the meantime, the Pope had appointed Malachy O'Maloney. MacBrien was educated at Cambridge and doubtless conformed, as he remained bishop till 1612. Being chief as well as pastor, he had a better chance of success than most of Elizabeth's men, but he had trouble with his papal rivals, O'Maloney and O'Malryan, the latter of whom was appointed in 1576. O'Malryan, who was a sharp thorn in the side of government during the Desmond Rebellion, died in Portugal in 1616, having been an exile for many years. John O'Neill Elaine, appointed by papal provision, was Bishop of Kilfenora from 1541 till his death in 1572. The popes made no fresh appointment until 1647, nor is it certain that the Queen made any at all. Christopher Bodkin was Archbishop of Tuam at Elizabeth's accession. He was on fairly good terms with the government, but there seems no reason to suppose that he turned Protestant in any real sense. As he sat uninterruptedly from 1536 to 1572, we may not uncharitably suppose him to have had rather an elastic conscience. After his death the two successions are separate. Redmond O'Gallagher was Bishop of Killala from 1549 to 1569, from which latter date the successions are separate. O'Gallagher was not at any time a Protestant. Kilmacduach was held by Bodkin with Tuam, after which Stephen Kirwan was appointed by the Queen and Dermot O'Deara by the Pope. Elizabeth never made any appointment to Achone, which may be considered purely papal during her reign. The see of Elphin was held along with Clonfert till 1580, when Thomas Chester, an Englishman, was appointed by the Queen. The papal succession is altogether separate. The local influence of Roland de Burgo enabled him to keep possession of Clonfert from 1534 till his death in 1580. He conformed so far as to take the oath of allegiance in 1561, but he was not a Protestant. The successions separate after his death. On the whole, it may be said that Queen Elizabeth scarcely interfered in church matters in Connaught, at least towards the end of her reign. Lists have been preserved of 3 archbishops and 17 bishops in a certain parliament held in 1560, and of 4 archbishops and 22 bishops answerable to the parliament in Ireland, and summoned unto the parliament holden in 1585. It has been assumed by some writers that all the prelates mentioned in the first list actually attended parliament, whereas it is much more probable that many were only summoned, as is expressly stated in the second list. The mere fact of certain sees being named in any such list is no proof that the incumbents conformed to Elizabeth's arrangements. Some of the bishops, even if present, may have voted against the acts of supremacy and uniformity. The position of the 20 dioceses mentioned in the list may be briefly summarized thus. 1. Archbishop Curwen of Dublin conformed. Christopher Bodkin of Tuam may, from his character, have conformed insincerely, but this is not proved. Baron of Cashel had never been confirmed by the Pope, so that his case does not count, though there is no proof of his having conformed. Walsh of Meath and Levers of Kildare were deprived. O'Philly of Leighlin conformed. In the remaining cases, the evidence is not very distinct as to formal conformity or the reverse, but many can be proved to have been Roman Catholics, and none can be proved to have been Protestants. No doubt some bishops took the oath of allegiance at the beginning of Elizabeth's reign, who could not have done so after her excommunication. Some had already acknowledged the supremacy of Henry VIII, in which they were countenanced by Gardiner himself. The fact that no Christian name is assigned to the bishops of Emily, Ross, Killaloe, Atchonry, Killala, Ardfert, and Ardoch tends to prove that many of the sees given in the list were not really represented. The Dublin officials knew something about the Leinster and a few of the Munster bishops. Of the more distant sees, they knew no more than the bare names. The state of the Irish Church during the early years of Elizabeth was as lamentable as it is possible to conceive. A report made in 1566 by the Irish Council to the Privy Council says that Curwen of Dublin, Loftus of Armagh, and Brady of Meath did their best both in preaching and in looking after their clergy. Howbeit, they continue the work goeth slowly forward within their said 3 dioceses by reason of the former errors and superstitions inveterated and leavened in the people's hearts, and in want of livings sufficient for fit entertainment of well-chosen and learned curates amongst them, for that those livings of cure being most part appropriated benefices in the Queen's Majesty's possession, are let in by leases unto farmers with allowance or reservation of very small stipends, or entertainments for the vicars or curates, besides the decay of the chancels and also of the churches universally in ruin, and some wholly down. And out of their said dioceses, the remote parts of Munster, Connaught, and the other Irish countries, and borders thereof, saving the commissioners for the ecclesiastical causes, have travelled with some of the bishops and others, their ministers residing in the civil and nearer parts. Order cannot yet so well be taken with the residue until the countries be first brought into more civil and dutiful obedience. I, the deputy Sidney, have given charge to the said bishops to make diligent search, and to certify me in the next term of every the said decayed chancels and churches in their dioceses, etc. The livings of the prebendaries of St. Patrick's are most part in benefices with cure, and they, for the most part, aged men who, with the rest of the ministers of that college, according the rules of the same, give their due attendance on that collegiate church, and doing divine service and devotion with due reverence and harmony convenient, and some of them do preach also. Nevertheless, they have been treated by us, the archbishops of Dublin and Armagh, and Bishop of Meath, and are found conformable to depart with such portion of their livings as shall be thought fit by her Highness for the setting forth and maintenance of learning and teaching for this realm. We know not as yet of any alienations or wastes suffered to be made by the clergy, nor of any appropriations of benefices by them put in use, nor that the clergy of this realm are greatly inclined to offend in the part, except the alienations or wastes done by the Bishop of Ferns, who to the use of his sons hath put away the most part of the living of his bishopric. Meanwhile the popes were busily countermining. The Jesuit David Wolfe, a Limerick man who had spent several years at Rome, was selected by Pius IV for the Irish service. The Pope wished to make Wolfe a bishop and to invest him with all the pomp proper to a nuncio. Lainez, who had recommended Wolfe, opposed this, lest the humility of the society should be offended, and lest the papal insignia should make the envoy's work harder. The general's advice was taken, and Wolfe started for Ireland with the full power of a nuncio, but without noise or show. After having been arrested in France as a Lutheran, he reached Cork in January 1561. All his luggage had been lost at sea, and he found it difficult to obtain bare subsistence, being unwilling either to incur obligations or to beg. He managed, however, to maintain himself for several years in Connaught and Western Munster. In 1563 he issued a commission to Thady Newman, a Dublin priest, giving him power to grant absolution to all and singular persons, both lay and ecclesiastical, and of either sex, in all cases, even if grave and enormous, and especially from the crimes of heresy and schism, and to reconcile them to Mother Church on doing penance and making a public or private abjuration. Wolfe, who wrote from Limerick, says the danger of the journey would not suffer him to visit Leinster. He reported, among other things, that Tuam Cathedral had been used as a fortress for 300 years, during which time Mass had not been said there, and that Archbishop Bodkin had restored it to its proper use. There were only 20 or 30 houses in Tuam. Ardagh Cathedral was also used as a fort and in lay hands. About 1566 Wolfe fell into the power of the government and was confined in Dublin Castle. A bishop, probably Leverous, visited him there and was driven away by the stench. In 1572 or 1573 Wolfe made his escape, perhaps by means of money sent from Spain, to which country he fled. The Protestant Bishop of Cork says he forswore himself, whence it seems probable that the severity of his confinement had been relaxed. Wolfe returned to Ireland with James Fitzmaurice. Perhaps he did as much as any one man to preserve the papal power in Ireland. End of chapter 35, part 2. End of volume 2 of Ireland under the Tudors by Richard Bagwell.